We probably should come in and take our seats here. We'll get going here in about 2.3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Monday morning. Before we begin here, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Executive Burden for some commencing remarks.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. We'll just take a minute here to reorient everyone to the plan for the day. So yesterday afternoon, we did swap F3 and D3 and got through F3 yesterday evening. So this morning, we'll start off with D3, that's marine planning. We are intending to get through the entirety of the agenda today. So that would mean that we would plan to work all the way through F4. So that likely makes for a longish day, so get comfortable. And that's the plan. And let's see, I can't think of anything else, Mr. Chairman. So back to you.
Thank you. With that, for our first agenda item, I will pass the gavel to our Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start off with D3, like they already said, and Mr. Carey, I'll let you do your damage.
Thanks. I'll try to not do too much damage on this agenda item, but we'll see what we can do. This is agenda item D3, marine planning. I won't read the whole situation summary. You'll hear the same information in a moment, but the MPC did meet for the first time in several months on October 31st because there's a few issues that are on the radar screen and important and worth the council hearing some more information about the no aquaculture opportunity areas and a pending revised national oil and gas leasing program. There is a report supplemental report in the briefing book. And then we have a presentation today from the MPC co-chair, Mike Conroy. And he'll go into a little bit more detail on the issues for your attention. I'll also just note that he's going to cover pretty much everything that I would say anyway. And after his presentation, there were some public comment signups as of yesterday. There were 3. I know at least one of them will be online today, but I don't know about the other 2. But and there's one supplemental habitat committee report, a brief report under this agenda item too. So after we go through the HC report and the public comment, then the council's action is to consider marine planning issues and the committee report and provide guidance as appropriate. And that concludes my overview.
Any questions of Carey? All right, seeing none, I'll call up Mike Conroy. Looks like, Mike, you...
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Mike Conroy here. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Council's Marine Planning Committee, and I will try to summarize our report in a way that isn't too lengthy. Next slide, please. So on September 19th, NOAA published the final programmatic EIS, which identified 10 aquaculture opportunity areas in federal waters off of Southern California. The 10 discrete locations are shown on screen, 8 off Ventura, Santa Barbara, and 2 others within Santa Monica Bay. As you will remember, the Habitat Committee and the Marine Planning Committee collaborated on drafting a council comment letter to submit on the draft programmatic EIS that was transmitted to NOAA on February 24th. Next slide, please. So one unfortunate result of the shutdown was the inability for NIMS to brief the MPC. So if you were hoping for some inside info or detailed analysis on the entirety of the draft programmatic, on the final programmatic EIS, you may be disappointed. But I will summarize a few key points about what the programmatic EIS authorizes, and maybe more importantly, what it doesn't, and then the alternative that NOAA chose. The programmatic EIS provides a programmatic level NEPA assessment of the potential impacts on the human environment associated with the proposed identification of an AOA or AOAs in federal waters off the coast of Southern California. While the programmatic EIS does analyze some potential impacts of siting aquaculture facilities within the AOAs, it does not propose any avoidance, minimization, mitigation, or monitoring measures. Future proposed projects may tier from the programmatic EIS if the lead agency determines that's appropriate. Siting considerations within an AOA may require additional analysis to determine the suitability for specific types of aquaculture or cultivation approaches. And with regard to the final point, NOAA chose alternative 4B, which would allow shellfish, macroalgae, finfish, or multi-species aquaculture as it best meet the needs of the May 2020 executive order that called for the establishment of aquaculture opportunity areas and the purpose of need of the proposed action. Next slide, please. So in terms of what's next, this is where it kind of gets a little bit confusing, but we'll try to lay things out here. The next step would actually be for a project to be proposed. And if I had to guess, I think we're likely to see with one of 2 projects proposed, maybe before the March before your March meeting. One would be the Ocean Rainforest Group. They had a small pilot project off the coast of Santa Barbara where they were growing kelp. And in December of last year, they applied for a permit through the Army Corps for 2,000 acres to grow a commercial scale kelp aquaculture project. The second one is Ventura Shellfish Enterprise. They had an effort underway a few years ago to establish up to 2,100 acre plots to grow Mediterranean mussels. In April of 2021, they pulled that project given the AOAs were coming, so it would not surprise if the Ventura Shellfish Enterprise or a collective that includes them had a project ready for submission relatively soon. So in terms of who, this is where it gets somewhat confusing. We surely would have benefited from Celia's presence and expertise. But the table you see on screen here identifies the federal and state agencies that are likely to be involved in permitting any activities within the aquaculture opportunity areas. It is expected that the Army Corps of Engineers will be the lead federal agency, and the California Coastal Commission will be the lead state agency. And this will be made more clear if and or when projects are proposed. I do also want to note that in June of this year, NOAA published a guide to leasing, permitting, and authorizing commercial aquaculture operations off of the California coast. There's links to that in our supplemental report, and I would encourage folks to look at that if you have any interest in that. But it's a very useful resource for learning more. Next slide, please. So in April of this year, the Department of the Interior announced that it was going to be amending the National Oil and Gas Leasing amending the 10th National Oil and Gas Leasing Program and replacing it with the 11th one. In April 30th, BOEM published a request for information with regard to all 27 areas proposed in the Outer Continental Shelf Leasing Program. The 27 areas are outlined on the slide you see here. The program will outline a 5-year schedule for potential oil and gas lease sales. You see off the West Coast, there's 3 off California and 1 combined area off Oregon and Washington. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the prior slide, BOEM published the request for information back on April 30th. That was accompanied by a 45-day comment period that closed on June 16th. The next step is the publication of the draft proposed program, which will be accompanied by a 60-day comment period. This was expected to be published sometime in October, but it still hasn't been published yet, but its publication is imminent. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to speak very briefly about the states and the state updates. With regard to California, the California Offshore Wind Energy Fisheries Working Group is finishing its work in developing a statewide strategy. It is intended to be presented to the Coastal Commission or Coastal Commission for approval early next year, likely in April or the May timeframe. With regard to Oregon, the two EOs executive orders you see on state executive orders you see on screen there, 2525 directs Oregon state agencies, boards, and commissions to accelerate the permitting, siting, and approval processes for renewable energy projects. And 2526 directs Oregon state agencies to work together to reduce climate impacts and help the state lands and waters adapt to climate change, ensuring continued benefits for Oregonians' health, environment, and the economy. With regard to the stat, last year, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council directed the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee to synthesize existing research related to offshore wind energy development. That work is ongoing. And with regard to the roadmap, the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development is leading the state's effort to develop an Oregon offshore wind energy roadmap to guide how the state will respond to and manage potential future offshore wind energy projects. With regard to the state of Washington, on December 3rd, we have a WICMAC meeting. An agenda has not yet been posted to that meeting. And then we also got an update from Scott McMullen and Corey Niles about a potential fiber optic cable project that hopes to land somewhere near Grayland. And Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing imminent, but a representative of the project has been conducting initial outreach within the state. And that's a summary of our report. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions of Mike?
Oh, no, sorry. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is kind of the important thing. So within our report, we have three specific recommendations. One with regard to the aquaculture opportunity areas is task the MPC and the Habitat Committee with ensuring that if any projects are proposed within the aquaculture opportunity areas, we review that, come to you with a recommendation as to whether or not the council should comment on that. The same with regard to BOEM's National OCS Oil and Gas Leasing Program. When that draft program plan is published, if the MPC and the Habitat Committee review that and view that and recommend that you would want to comment on that, we would propose a letter for you guys to consider. Depending on when those documents are released, it would either be done through the QR process or have something for March for you if the comment period is still open. And then the MPC report outlines 3 different options for how to engage in the Oregon roadmap, and we look for your input on that. Now I will take questions if you have any.
You sure, Mike? All right. Any questions for Mike? Ms.
Excellent.
Diamond.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Conroy, thank you so much for getting the MPC together and getting this presentation for us. It feels on some degree that some of these things have been going on for our entire lifetimes. It seems like it's taken so long, and yet at the same time, it also feels like there's a lot of rush. It's a hurry up and wait and hurry up and wait, and we keep kind of getting put through these iterations of different parts of it. And so I just appreciate your keeping us on top of it, and look forward to when we make recommendations later. Yeah, right? Later. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Danny.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Conroy, for the report, and also want to acknowledge your flexibility. We put you in a holding pattern yesterday and appreciate you sticking around tomorrow and an extra day to be flexible and provide us with this information. Have you seen any activity on any of these fronts? So we had a shutdown. There was a lot of parts and pieces in motion before that shutdown. What have you noted, or the MPC noted, since that time?
Yeah, through the vice chair. Thanks for the question. Yeah, BOEM has been active. They have announced oil and gas lease sales both in the Cook Inlet and in the Gulf during the shutdown. They've also announced that they issued an RFI for marine mineral development in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. So BOEM is doing things. They just haven't done anything related to off of the West Coast with the draft program plan or any potential oil leases there.
Thank you.
Mr. Egretz? I know it's got a crack.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And good morning to everybody. Nice to be here on a Monday. Mike, thanks for the report. Going back to aquaculture opportunity, and you mentioned you thought the ocean rainforest project might be an upcoming one. Based on that pilot project, have you heard anything about gear conflicts with their small area of buoys and anything in that area?
Yeah, through the vice chair. Anecdotally, yes. From anybody who can say that they've had gear conflicts, no. There are rumors, and you know how the rumor mill works, that they left a bunch of anchors in place when they gave up that facility. Once again, that's anecdotal information, but and that was what a very small 80-acre project, if memory serves correct, and this one's going to be 2,000. So it's it would be interesting to learn from, but I don't know if there were any conflicts.
Thanks.
Thank you. Brad?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thanks, Mike, for this report. I know you bring up the potential undersea cable project off Washington, and I think that's maybe one of the first ones outside of the Straits. But is there something special about that cable project? Because I know there's 15, 20 off of Oregon, and I don't know how many off California. Is there something that stands out, or is we noticed it? I haven't seen those kind of projects mentioned here in this realm.
Yeah, through the vice chair, it was brought to us. It doesn't sound any different from any other fiber optic cable project, except that it's going to land in Washington and it's supposedly coming from Alaska. But aside from that, no, I don't think there's anything that makes it special, unless Corey has a
Thank you.
different perspective.
Chairman Hassmer.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mike, for the report. On the aquaculture opportunity areas, and maybe this sort of tees off Mr. Ugoretz's question. Sorry if I missed it. What's the size of the blocks that are represented? There was a figure there. Do you know approximately? I mean, the project, when a project applies, they say about this size, and I think you mentioned something. But if that square or polygon or whatever defines an entire project area, what's the maximum size they could build out to?
So if my memory is correct, the AOAs represent areas either of 1,000 acres or 2,000 acres. That's the boundaries of the AOAs themselves. Could a project be proposed that would exceed that? Sure. Why? I don't see why there couldn't be, but I don't know that it would fall under the scope of the programmatic EIS that was published.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, sorry. Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And not really a question, but I did want to respond to what Mr. Pettinger asked about the cable project off Washington. And I understand the WCMAC meeting that was referenced in the MPC summary will be where we'll learn a bit more about that, but it's still really early on in that project. So thanks. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I think. Mike, you're up next, aren't you? Oh,
No, we'll go to the HC report next. I think, right?
okay. I got him on here twice. I'm sorry. Scott Appel, are you on?
I am. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. Just a microphone check that you can hear me okay.
You're coming in loud and clear. So
Perfect.
anytime you're ready.
All right. Very short report from the Habitat Committee today. Agenda item D3B is what I will be reading. Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. Habitat Committee Report on Marine Planning. On November 10th, the Habitat Committee received a presentation on marine planning from Mike Conroy. The Habitat Committee agrees with the Marine Planning Committee recommendations that the HC assist with monitoring potential aquaculture project proposals in the aquaculture opportunity areas, tracking the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management oil and gas draft proposed program, and coordinating on comment letters as needed. When crafting comments on the DPP, the Habitat Committee recommends focusing on opposition to any leases being approved over suggestions for mitigation or research consistent with the Council's previous responses to new oil and gas development. And that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Dr. Scott? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, this brings us to public comment. And we have 3. And please note, I will butcher your name probably, and I apologize for that ahead of time. So I got BB Resin up next, or up, excuse me.
Yes, hi. You did not butcher it at all. BB is great. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair and council members, thank you guys for the opportunity for me to speak. My name is BB Renson, and I'm a graduate researcher at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I study coastal microbial ecology and ecosystem responses to the human impacts. So I wanted to comment on the AOAs for the Southern California Bight. And I just want to express clear opposition to specifically finfish aquaculture leases in the Southern California AOAs. NOAA's final programmatic EIS does identify issues like escapement, disease, waste, and feed impacts. But of course, it stays programmatic only. And it does not create enforceable containment standards, independent monitoring, cumulative impact requirements, or any binding protection that would prevent real-world harm. And these protections are left for future project-level permitting, and historically, that's a gap where a lot of risky proposals do tend to advance. So from a scientific perspective, the risk of finfish aquaculture in this region is fairly well established. We see that global research shows that net pen systems amplify parasite and pathogens that spread to wild fish. They generate significant nutrient waste, and according to the FAO, finfish aquaculture consumes about 75% of the world's fish meal and nearly 70% of global fish oil, meaning that these operations directly compete with local marine mammals, seabirds, and our own fisheries for limited forage resources. As everyone here knows, Southern California is biologically very dense and a high-use coastline with a lot of endangered species, tight coupled food webs, and a lot of cultural and economic reliance on healthy fisheries. And I find that introducing finfish aquaculture here might create a very high ecological risk with very limited regional benefits. The facilities occupy public waters, can displace fishing grounds, threaten water quality, and place the environmental burden on coastal communities, while the financial benefits tend to flow outward. And so tribes, fishers, and the California public have repeatedly voiced opposition to these operations in both state and federal waters for these reasons. So I do want to differentiate kelp aquaculture, which I find fundamentally different and far lower risk. Kelp requires no feed, produces no waste, generates no disease or escapees, and in many cases improves water quality and habitat structure. And you did mention the ocean rainforest proposal, and I think that that demonstrates a sustainable, climate-aligned aquaculture and shows that it's possible off the coast, but that I think that finfish aquaculture does not meet that bar. Given the science, the governance gap in the programmatic EIS, and the strong community concern, I think that the responsible position is to oppose finfish aquaculture moving forward as some of these projects are coming through the desk. And I'd be happy to submit scientific literature to the council or meet with anyone who wants to discuss any of this primary lit or understand the ecological risks greater. So thank you so much for your time. That is all that I wanted to comment on today.
Thank you. Any questions of Bibi? Dr. Litt?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Renson, for your report. I'm wondering, of course, these are the kinds of analyses that will have to happen when requests for permits or projects actually come in. But how would you feel just from the get-go about shellfish aquaculture? Thank you.
Yeah, so I do know that shellfish aquaculture has been tried before off the coast of California with the Catalina Sea Ranch. And I do know that that collapsed after repeated permit violations and fish die-offs, and that was shellfish aquaculture. And so that's one of the more low-risk categories, and I find that, of course, if we cannot successfully regulate mussels and shellfish, we are not prepared to regulate finfish nets. But that was in state waters, and now I know that they kind of tend to come back a little bit or try this in federal waters, and my concern is just that federal waters tend to be slightly less regulated or have a little bit more flexibility there for things to fall through the gaps. And so I just really ask the council to move forward with precaution when we've seen that these things have been proposed off the Southern California bite before and have not been successful.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next. Naomi Howard. Ms. Howard, are you there? Maybe unmute herself.
Can anyone hear me or no?
There you go.
Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Naomi Howard, and I am pursuing a master's degree in climate science and policy at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, a prestigious research institution whose ocean observations directly inform future ocean management, climate change predictions, and conservation practices across the globe. Additionally, I'm a recent UC Santa Barbara graduate who has spent several years contributing to research in the Santa Barbara Channel, studying how its coastal ecosystems change over time. I would like to express my concern that the failure of previous aquaculture operations in California state waters are not adequately addressed in the final PEIS cumulative impacts under Chapter 4, Section A3, and therefore will not be referenced when assessing future operations in the AOA's approved alternative 4B. The PEIS references ongoing aquaculture projects in California waters, but fails to mention the Catalina Sea Ranch and Pacific Ocean Aquarium aquaculture ventures, both widely approved by the state of California, a state that is not looking to expand its aquaculture regime within its waters. To quote the media source Cal Matters, Catalina Sea Ranch could not have gone much worse as far as pilot aquaculture projects go. After chronic permit violations, fish die-offs, poor monitoring, navigational hazards, and failure to meet environmental reporting requirements, Catalina Sea Ranch was forced to stop operations and filed for bankruptcy. Catalina Sea Ranch was additionally cited by NOAA for unacceptable environmental noncompliance and inadequate environmental safeguards. While the approved PEIS for these AOAs emphasizes the importance of complying with permitting, Catalina Sea Ranch is a prime example of how best practices outlined in an EIS does not amount to the reality of these aquaculture projects. Similarly, the Pacific Aqua Farms EIS was not well received by the city of La Jolla and is still under environmental review by NOAA. It has been cited to be inconsistent with California's Marine Life Management Act and Coastal Act standards due to its potential impacts regarding disease transmission risk to wild stocks, dependence on forage fish for feed, as well as water pollution and increased harmful algal bloom events. When drafting a future EIS within one of these AOAs, I urge the Council to be critical of how future aquaculture operations are to avoid these consequences while consistently upholding best practices set by state and federal standards. Future aquaculture projects must also align with California's state goals when it comes to aquaculture in order to create a positive scope around these AOAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Howard? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Greg Weisner. Greg, you're up.
Hello, good morning. Chair, Asmer, Council, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Greg Weisner, a retired Coast Guard officer, current student, and the oldest member of the cohort within the Scripps Institute of Oceanography's Master of Advanced Studies in Marine Biodiversity and Conservation. I'm speaking to you today as a citizen interested in effective fisheries management and as an ocean advocate. I'm commenting on agenda item D3 in the marine planning portion of the briefing book. My comment is related to Council's consideration of potential impacts related to recently issued final programmatic environmental impact statements regarding the aquaculture opportunity areas in the Southern California Bight. While the FPEIS does describe environmental impacts of each type of aquaculture, it does not directly link them to the national standards within the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. The FPEIS seems to address the environmental impacts of small parcels that are a little less than 3 square nautical miles each, without saying much about the cumulative impacts of multiple AOA parcels operating in the same area. I recommend that the Council actively communicate a strong position reflecting the importance of protecting fishery resources in keeping with the intent of the MSA. Specifically, I recommend advocating for a clear decision guide to assist federal decision makers in choosing to permit the types of aquaculture that best support wild fisheries. Such a decision guide could properly weight the potential risk and benefit that each type of aquaculture presents. Given this guide, if a permitting decision requires a choice between 2 types of aquaculture, the permitting agency will be more likely to correctly choose the type of project that has the least risk of harm and the greatest potential to support fisheries. One example in which such a decision guide could be useful is a choice between permitting macroalgae farming versus finfish farming. A well-designed decision guide would be based on careful analysis of the potential benefits and risks each type of aquaculture presents. The precautionary principle should be applied to this decision guide, and the guide could account for potential benefits such as macroalgae's ability to inhibit the growth of harmful algal blooms, while it can also account for potential risks such as the risk of disease vector transmission from farmed finfish species to wild species. In this example scenario, one can imagine that the decision guide weighting would influence a decision that permits a macroalgae farm over a finfish farm, and also might consider the impact of multiple parcels side by side. In summary, the recently completed PEIS does not provide guidance specific enough to properly weight AOA permitting decision factors in support of wild fisheries and the Magnuson-Stevens national standards. I recommend that the Council communicate the importance of protecting the health of fisheries supporting ecosystems while permitting activity within the aquaculture opportunity areas. Thank you for your time.
Two things, Greg. One, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service. Any questions of Greg? Ms. Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Weisner, for coming yesterday in person and your flexibility to reschedule your morning and be here to provide remote testimony. My question is regarding your comments on the cumulative impacts of multiple operations and how you think that wasn't addressed strongly enough in the PEIS. And, you know, we hope that a PEIS does exactly that. Can you talk a little bit more about what those limitations might have been, or what you would have wanted to see in that, or just the areas of weakness that you felt could need more exploration? Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your question. In my reading of the EIS, it seems to suggest that each project will be considered on its own merits in the permitting process. And so it'll kind of be a one at a time, 3 square miles at a time, kind of an assessment. But if you imagine many projects together, if they're all benefiting the fishery, like macroalgae, then there could be a net cumulative positive effect. Whereas if you had majority of a riskier aquaculture type, then it could have a net detracting, a net loss. In my reading of it, the EIS does not address this point, that permitting agencies need to consider the big picture as well as sort of the more micro picture. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Greg? Okay, thank you, and apologize for having to hang around for an extra day. Appreciate you doing that.
Thanks. I learned a lot about salmon, which I appreciate. Thank you.
That's a good thing. So now we're at the point where we have discussion on this subject. I'll open up the floor for discussion. Ooh, tie. I'm going to go with Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, good morning, everyone. This has been an interesting series of comments. Most of them are a little bit, it's not ready, it's not right, all kinds of problems. And it's good that we're focusing on that for the future of these projects. I think it's also important to remember that we import 90+% of our seafood, and more than half of that is farmed seafood, salmon and shrimp primarily, and more than half by value for sure. So we're having an impact on the world through fish farming, like with other fisheries, through what we're eating. I have to believe that it could be possible, and there have been advances in aquaculture to address some of these issues, and I hope we keep an open mind to that. I'm just having these thoughts about whether or not we could do something like bluefin tuna farming. It's something that I experienced through my work with ICAT. And the beauty of this, if you do it right and you pay attention to the environment and to predation by marine mammals, is that you scoop up these fish, these beautiful bluefin tuna, I've seen this in the med, and you put them in a pen and you let them calm down and you feed them. And when they're not stressed out, you take one out and you butcher it right and you send it to Tokyo and you get top quality, top price. It means for the same amount of fish, there's more income generated and more value generated. So it's just one example of where careful fish farming or fattening type approach, which is being done in Baja, by the way, not far from San Diego. There are opportunities there, and let's keep an open mind and make sure we are paying attention to all these other impacts. I want to just say that the last comment raised something that I learned. I didn't realize, Ryan, that Madison Stevens does include fish farming, aquaculture. So I'm smarter. Thank you.
And I just Dr. Lent, you weren't suggesting that our fishermen don't have high quality fish. You were just suggesting it was another. Okay. All right. Jamie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just appreciate the opportunity to touch on this again. Southern California has had some small scale aquaculture projects. There was one that I think I'm just going to highlight because it was incredibly disastrous, and it was in some of the public comments, the Catalina project, Catalina Sea Ranch project, which actually resulted in loss of life because it was not properly maintained. And it was a transiting vessel, recreational vessel, and because the lines were not being properly tended to, and they had multiple violations of different kinds, it ended in the loss of life. The areas that are designated, while I don't know that those would be compatible for something like bluefin tuna necessarily, some of the other items that it would probably be most likely compatible with involve lots of lines in the water. And the zones that are identified are high traffic areas. They are currently, especially with the state of recreational and commercial fisheries in Southern California, in areas that are currently a lot of the fleets are kind of pushed into because of our regulations right now. Those are the fishing areas that recreational fishermen in the Santa Barbara Channel zone fish frequently, especially during deep water season, midwater groundfish activities, things like that. And so there's a lot of concern of conflict with existing fisheries in the area, and I'm just going to say, myself and Mr. Conroy and others, since this was first brought up at a local level in the Ventura, Santa Barbara County area, we have been weighing in on for, I believe, 10 years or more now, and to no avail, with very little feeling like the input of industry had any value or input on this. And I note that the different agencies that are involved in the process, it does not include the council, despite the fact that this will have impacts on our fisheries if they were to be fulfilled, if these AOAs were to be fulfilled. Things like the kelp project that has been identified, and I believe they are one that has submitted for that larger area. They just, as Mr. Conroy mentioned, finished a pilot project, and I'm hearing some of the same rumors he is, that they had left some gear behind. And I would just want to make sure that if that were to move forward, it's that the people are starting on the right foot. And if they're unwilling to do the work in a pilot project of cleaning up after themselves, I would be concerned moving them into a larger project. And then the other part of the kelp aquaculture project particularly is the idea that would create a FAD, a fish attractant device. Kelp is a lovely thing in our area, and fish do love it. And there's concern from fishermen that this would either bring fish off of other surrounding areas to there, and then it would be more difficult essentially for fishermen to have access to the fish stocks that they normally would be fishing on. And so, because it would be pulling them from their area, becoming a more difficult place to fish in. Also, that kelp project, as far as I know, is not, I won't get into that. I have a lot of concern. I would like the opportunity for the council to write a response letter or have the Habitat Committee and the MPC monitor, and when the opportunity is appropriate for us to write a letter, I would appreciate that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Uritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to both Dr. Lent and Ms. Diamond. There's a lot there, and obviously from the comments we heard and from the statements on the floor, there's quite a bit to discuss. I could respond and agree with and debate some of the things that were just said, I think, for hours, and I don't want to do that because it's not the time. I too share the concerns. I share the potential for opportunity, but the devil is in the details, and we need to see full project proposals. So definitely agree with what Ms. Diamond finished with, that we need to let our advisory bodies monitor this, let us know when there is something specific to comment on. If needed, prepare comments in between meetings on a rapid response. The one thing I will point to that I heard regarding the existing pen-raised bluefin just south of the border, literally miles from San Diego. Yes, that operation has been ongoing for many years. Yes, it is a highly successful operation. I have navigated through that area. It has constrained my ability to transit personally. And I have really grave concerns if large-scale pen raising occurs in Southern California or Central California to the feed sources, and how will we be getting enough food for those fish when we are already constrained in our ability to catch CPS off California.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion? Corey.
Thanks, Vice. I was just going to speak a little bit to the recommendation from the MPC and the Habitat Committee around the National Oil and Gas Leasing Program, the draft proposed program, which I understand is going to be coming out very, very soon. So just endorsing their recommendation to leverage the council's ability to respond to that. I think it's important for many, many reasons. I'll crib John here and just say we don't need to go into them today, but just say it's important. The only thing I'll add is just the importance of also methane gas hydrate seeps. I think were not included in the MPC report, but it's something that's come up and I think is important. So I would just encourage the MPC or the Habitat Committee to think about that if it appears in any of these documents and in that consideration. So just echo big thanks to the MPC and the Habitat Committee for doing such a good job on this.
Thank you. Any other comment? So, I'll try again.
Hey, sure. No, I just look at the map there and I just think about the spatial displacement from folks in that area. And if that was could be in front of my port, I think I'd be a little concerned. At least the locals would be. I would think we probably should speak for them. I just like that could be a pretty big footprint. So I should always be cognizant of that. Understanding where Rebecca's coming from. I mean, there's certainly we're importing lots of product from areas that are not raised near to the standard that we would have. So, but for the locals, I would like I could definitely feel their pain, given the or potential pain, given that the wind farm was going to be off of Southern Oregon, off my front door. So, thank you.
Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, and good morning, everyone. Just wanted to take a moment to thank the council for the comments that it gave NIMS on the draft programmatic EIS a little while back. We tried to address those in this final EIS, and as noted, that's of course just a long-term planning effort. As colleagues around the table have already noted, the next step really is at the project level once we actually see things come in. So from an INS perspective, we are committed to keeping the council informed. We will be looking for ways to not only engage the council, but stakeholders and anyone interested on this. I think Ms. Kwan mentioned on the first day about a little bit of the rebalancing that has happened in the region. Part of that has moved the aquaculture, our two regional coordinators, both for California and the Northwest, under my division. So we have the ability to have direct outreach with them for anyone who's interested or has more questions. We're always available for that. As noted by Mr. Conroy, when we get to the project level, that will typically be the Army Corps of Engineers as the action agency, but they do have to consult with NIMS under ESA, MMPA, and EFH. So we will be the consulting agency role, but we don't necessarily control of the timeline. We can do our best to have things overlap with council meetings, but again, we'll be committed to keeping you all aware and looking for ways to engage and welcome to take any recommendations for how best to do that going forward once we start to see things come in. Thanks.
Thank you. And, just to say it, being from Washington, and that we've had some issues with salmon farms in Puget Sound. A few non-native species have escaped. A few net pens have collapsed and released more, and then the pollution that they have created underneath them. So they're not without, need to be well thought out before you just dive into throwing a net in the middle of the ocean. Miss Diamond, I'm sorry I cut you off.
Apologies. Couple more things. I just want to note that for a number of California Fish and Game Commission meetings, we've had members of the public coming and talking about the I guess remnants or debris left behind by shellfish aquaculture programs that while they were in state waters, it's still germane to this because it's just a part of the puzzle. And there was a lot of debris that was created and left. And I'm hearing that as kind of a theme throughout some of the shellfish operations that don't work out, that a lot gets left behind. And then the other thing that I think is really important, and I've said this in public comment before I was on this side of the table, this particular area is at the Santa Barbara Channel Whale Heritage Area. It's the second such designation for the United States, the 9th in the world. And this is literally a whale superhighway. This is where the Blue Whale Blue Skies initiative started for speed reduction for shipping lanes. And the idea of a lot of rope in the water and a lot of things for the whales to navigate through is concerning. I mentioned that years ago at the first VSE meeting in Ventura for one of these projects that Mr. Conroy referenced is pausing their application, most likely hoping to reapply for here. And so just highlighting there is going to be a lot of the need for and concern about a lot of whale interactions with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I kind of wanted to expand a little bit on what you were talking about in Washington. There really are lessons to be learned with these shellfish or finfish. I used to drive by the farm there in Cypress Island, and it was huge, and it broke loose, and we had Atlantic salmon everywhere in our streams. They had people out there trying to catch them to get them off the water, but British Columbia is also, and I believe now Washington doesn't allow any more net pens for Atlantic salmon or what they're doing with steelhead, I'm not sure. But British Columbia has also experienced a lot of problems with these net pens and finfish, and there's lessons to be learned from them. Also, the tribes have really been opposed to them up in British Columbia, and it looks like they're finally getting traction and getting focus put on the problems with those operations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Slightly different topic other than some of this aquaculture stuff, but still under the bigger marine planning if we're ready to move a little bit. And hope you all have some patience with me as I'm pinch hitting for Mr. Harrington on this agenda item at this meeting. But I believe there was some guidance requested by the MPC on how to stay informed and engaged with offshore wind items without overextending staff or budget resources. ODFW aim is to identify a practical and well-coordinated approach that allows the council to stay involved. But given council limited capacity is limited, we would support pathway 3 in the MPC report, that the MPC drafting a letter to DLCD, and this is specific to what's going on in Oregon, the Oregon Department of Land Conservation Development, acknowledging that the transparent process being used to develop the offshore wind roadmap off of Oregon, and requesting that any process to identify potential suitable sea spaces for offshore wind be equally transparent. If this letter were to happen, it would synthesize lessons learned from the BOEM process, much of which was already captured in previous council correspondences to BOEM. It is our understanding that the main person from DLCD has interest or could choose to host a webinar focused on regional fisheries that include interested council members and advisory body representatives to seek any additional regional fisheries information. We as an agency, ODFW, will remain engaged and can provide council updates on the roadmap process as appropriate. Just noting that we are not the lead agency. We are a consulting agency on this process. And this approach would not require additional council agenda time. So just wanted to express those thoughts on the offshore wind roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Griffin, do we have enough discussion for you to formulate some thoughts, or do we need to maybe support the recommendations that, what do we need to do, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think this was a really good discussion. I think we have direction for sure on the aquaculture opportunity areas, and we heard some suggestion from ODF and W about a path forward regarding the Oregon offshore wind roadmap, which they've been developing. I didn't hear much discussion about the National Oil and Gas Leasing program, so one of the recommendations in the MPC report was that they should, and the HC should continue to monitor that and report back and respond as appropriate. So if I miss some discussion, I apologize, but I'm going to assume that the council is supportive of keeping a close eye on oil and gas development, or the plan for that. So I guess to summarize, we'll keep an eye on these issues, and also we've had communications with Jeff Burright from Oregon on their offshore wind roadmap, and they laid out a couple of options for having some informal meetings or opportunities for exchange of information and ideas. And then we'll keep an eye out for their draft final report, which I think is due in early 2026. If we don't suggest a comment before then, we'll keep an eye out for that. But I think that summarizes the main recommendations and the discussion by the council.
Okay, so any further questions of Carrie? We completed this agenda item to your satisfaction?
Yes, that completes your business under this agenda item.
Okay, before I give the gavel back to Mr. Chairman Hassemer, I've been asked, you notice we have a few waterfalls that we have, and we have waterfall catchers underneath them, and you're asked not to use those, if you can remember, as garbage cans, because it water and the garbage and everything starts fermenting, and just is takes the beautification of the waterfalls they've installed for us, the aesthetics away from the ambiance. So please don't throw the garbage in the garbage cans that are catching the water leaks. I guess I've been asked to ask you guys that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Hassemer. You got the gavel, Chairman Hassemer. Sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Few people are changing seats here, but we are going to shift into HMS activities. And we are going to start with our first agenda item, the NIMF report. Carrie Griffin, why don't you give us the overview?
Sure, thank you. I'd be happy to give the overview here as a few people are shifting seats. That's fine. This is I-1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report for highly migratory species. Under this agenda item, we'll have a brief regulatory update from Mr. Ryan Wolf, and then we have a Southwest Fisheries Science Center report. Dr. Annie Yao is on site now, and there's a PowerPoint presentation in the briefing book that you can follow along with. There are no reports and comments from management entities and advisory bodies, and no public comment I'm aware of. And then the action will be council discussion and comment as appropriate. So that concludes my overview, and I take any questions, or we could turn to Mr. Wolf and then Dr. Yao.
Thank you, Gary. Let me first look around, see if there are any questions on the overview. And not seeing any, then I'll turn directly to Mr. Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report. Ryan.
Yes, thank you very much. I will be very brief. Like I did for my report yesterday on salmon, we are still just kind of getting our feet back under us with the resumption in operations. So I don't have any regulatory updates at this point in time, but we are hopefully going to get guidance soon on how things will start to move again. And I will have a more detailed report at our March meeting. So with that, we can turn it to the Southwest Center for their report.
All right, then I'll welcome up Dr. Annie Yao. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, council members, chair, vice chair. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to be able to provide a short report for you guys today, a little shorter than we normally do, I think, given the circumstances. So happy to be able to provide something today. I'm the director of the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Center. We do all things CPS and HMS science. So I'm presenting what is now an annual update from us on HMS research. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a quick outline of what I'm going to cover today. Assessments, first starting with what happened in 2025, and then showing you what's going to happen in 2026. And then some updates on where we are with studies on genetics, including albacore sex ratios using genetic markers, and Pacific bluefin close-kin genetics. And then on the life history side, I'll talk about age and growth studies for albacore and bluefin, and continuing diet studies for bluefin tuna. And then I'll end with a list of publications and presentations. Next slide, please. Thank you. So diving right in, the primary assessment-related activity completed in 2025 by Southwest Center scientists was the Pacific bluefin tuna management strategy evaluation. Now, this was a monumental undertaking. It was led by Southwest Center scientists and completed through the ISC Pacific Bluefin Working Group. That MSC included 16 candidate harvest control rules, 32,000 simulations, 256,000 simulated stock assessments, and more than 50 million megabytes of storage. So just a lot of analyses went in, a lot of input with stakeholders, and it culminated in the presentation of this MSC's results to the joint IATTC and WCPFC Northern Committee Working Group on Pacific bluefin tuna. I don't have details on the MSC results. As you can imagine, with this many runs, they are vast. They can be nuanced, but the assessment team did create a series of materials to communicate this out, and those links are available in this presentation. So there's an MSC report itself, there's a video, and then there's a Shiny app that's a little bit interactive, so you can explore all the different results of that management strategy evaluation. Now, ultimately, that joint working group did not move forward with management action based on the MSC, but I understand those conversations are continuing and they will try again. Next slide, please. Okay, Pacific bluefin MSC results. Okay, so this is just a snapshot of what you'll see on the Shiny app if you use this link to go. And so, like I said, it's a little bit interactive. You can see different summaries, lots of tables, and it tries to be, summarize all this information in as digestible manner as it can. Next slide, please. Okay, the 2026 assessment schedule for two RFMOs and one RFO are shown here. So under the ISC, our primary activity under the assessment front for this year is the albacore tuna benchmark. We think that is still on track. We lost a little bit of time as far as we lost a little bit of prep time for data, and that might mean the benchmark will have we have a little bit less time to explore different scenarios in a benchmark, but we will still produce an albacore tuna benchmark for next summer. Pacific Blue Marlin benchmark is being done by the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center as the lead. And also for the Pacific Bluefin front, there's going to be a review of the last benchmark, which took place in 2024. These are retrospective reviews. So under ISC, because of the timing and timeliness of assessments required, they don't do the review while the assessment is ongoing. They complete the assessment and then ask for a retrospective review. So that's going to happen for the last bluefin tuna benchmark, and they will use any recommendations and feedback from that as they consider the next bluefin tuna benchmark in the future. I listed the WCPFC and IATTC assessments. These are done by the scientists for those organizations that we track closely. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to some genetic studies on HMS. So I mentioned this last time, I believe, but we're using genetic markers to determine the sex of albacore. So you can imagine, without this technique, you have to get the albacore, slice it open, take out the gonad, and figure it out from there. But here we just need any sort of DNA, a little fin clip, it's just fine. And so it's a genetic assay allowing for individual sex assignment. And we pursued it because previous research has shown skewed sex ratios and possibly sex-specific growth for albacore. So like I said, it's much simpler and straightforward to determine the sex of an individual based on a fin clip and a genetic test. And the hope is that we could, beef up the amount of data that we have on this for assessment purposes. This information was presented at, I want to say the March or April of this year to the IC Albacore Working Group. So they have this already. And I'm going to show results on the next slide, please. Okay, so this is a figure of North Pacific albacore sex ratios. Different fisheries are the titles on the top of each separate bar plot. And reds are females, blues are males. And so you can just see at a glance, with all fisheries combined on the top left and individual fisheries, you see a skew. You see a skew of more males being collected by the fishery. So this is a figure from a working paper presented. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the sex ratio in North Pacific albacore appears to be male skewed, especially at larger size classes, greater than 90 centimeters fork length. The cause of this is unknown. Some speculations for possible causes are biological. In other words, male and female die at different rates. Ecological reasons are that male and females are found in different areas. And so when the fishery fishes for them, you're catching, one preferred over the other. And then tied to that, it could be a sampling artifact. So the fishery happens to catch more males for some reason, a combination of the factors I just described, for example, or something about males makes them more easily caught by hooks, for example. So we're not sure, but in the fishery data that we have, there appear to be more males than females. Next slide, please. Okay, so another genetic study shifting to a different species. This is Pacific bluefin tuna. And I'm giving a brief update on this because I got a question on this from a council member last year. So close-kin mark recapture for bluefin tuna, I think some of you who have been here will recall that the ISC embarked on this study years ago now. There was a desire to attempt to apply this method to Pacific bluefin tuna for various reasons. So we had a dedicated CKMR, close-kin mark recapture collection from port samples for 5 years, from 2016 to 2020. Collection has since stopped. Japan continues to lead research in the application. So they collect their own samples and they've been analyzing those samples. And their fleets are such that they are able to collect samples across, as you can imagine, most of the Pacific Ocean and across the entire size ranges of Pacific bluefin tuna and come up with their own estimate. So they are doing that. They are leading that. And that is where we stand today. We do not foresee that is going to be a joint ISC effort moving forward. And we have not analyzed our samples either. There were some, we had started to collaborate with Taiwan and Japan on the method to make sure we were applying the method similarly and getting similar results. And that had just stalled and is no longer moving forward. So that's where we are with close-kin mark recapture. Japan has the lead on it, continues to have the lead on it, continues to report to the working group. Sometimes the Pacific Bluefin Working Group for the ISC, and we have on our end stopped collecting and moving on this front. The table is a list of sample size of Pacific bluefin tuna genetic samples we've collected over the years, primarily from port sampling. And in 2016 to 2020, it's bolded because those are the years we had targeted for CKMR sampling. Next slide, please. So pivoting back to North Pacific albacore, this time for life history, so age and growth. If you recall, I mentioned prior that the sex ratio caught by the fisheries male skewed. So keeping that in mind, we're looking at evaluating sex-specific growth. So studies up until now have shown that male and female albacore grow at different rates. So males grow faster and larger than females. So we wanted to take a look at this, add to the sample size by getting more fish from the Eastern Pacific Ocean and elsewhere. So we have 412 fish that we sampled across the size of length and age ranges. So here you see a picture of an otolith of an albacore, which is very small, and four lines indicating where the age readings are. And that was also submitted in a working paper back in March. The next slide shows that growth curve and results. Thank you for that. So applying a von Bartholin feed growth curve, you can see that as you add more and more samples, the growth curves converge, meaning we do not see differences between male and female albacore growth as we add more and more data. Now, we think this is, again, a sampling artifact. So prior studies maybe just didn't sample enough to find those larger females in their sample sizes. So we found some as we've continued to add. So we analyzed back in March, and then recently the team reran the growth curves with a couple more samples. And as they add, the growth curves converge and converge. So the statistics are now favoring a combined sexes model for growth, no growth differences. So this also sort of brought up the question in our minds of, like I said, sampling artifact being an issue when we see skewed sex ratio in albacore caught by the fishery. So is it truly that there are more male albacore in the waters, or is the fishery just happen to catch those for some reason? Is the question that we have. We'll continue to collect more data, try to answer that. Next slide, please. Okay, age and growth for Pacific bluefin tuna. So similarly, we wanted to increase the sample size because a lot of the studies for bluefin tuna growth come from other parts of the Pacific. So we wanted to contribute data from our region. So we wanted to, generate an EPO specific length at age to see if it differed from the broader Pacific one, and then also add that data, combine it to the data from the rest of the Pacific to see what that growth curve looked like, with the idea of it might be hopefully helpful for a stock assessment in the future. So we're collaborating heavily with scientists from Japan and Taiwan in this, but we've collected a lot of samples in our region for years now, and we have 629 otoliths processed and 282 have been aged. So we're continuing to age these across a range of lengths and ages. So you can see again a picture of an otolith, and on the left is a figure showing the samples we've added in yellow. So you can see that there were a lot of the samples were showing larger Pacific bluefin tuna landed in Taiwan, but as you add the US data in, you get more information on the smaller sizes. Next slide, please. Sorry, so on the, could we back up one slide? Thank you for that. Okay, so I forgot to mention here that part of this collaboration, when we're looking at generating the growth curve Pacific-wide, we are working with the international scientists and trying to train an AI age estimation model. So take a picture of the otolith and use an AI age estimation model to age that otolith, which would save our scientists a lot of time from our country and other countries. And that has been going well. The last time I checked in on it, and I got an update that was predicting, that model was predicting the ages with some pretty good accuracy. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just shifting to foraging ecology or diet studies of Pacific bluefin tuna. So this is something we're continuing to try and better understand where Pacific bluefin tuna continue to fit in our ecosystem as far as trophic level and what they are eating. The figure shows over the years the prey composition. So blues are fish. Sorry, I'm going to get this wrong, I think. Blues are fish, greens are cephalopods, and the reds are krill. And so you can just see over time, the bluefin are eating what's available, we think, right? What they can find. And so there were a couple of years more recently where we thought they were skewing towards fish, and we thought maybe that was a signal of the ecosystem, but it's since shifted away from that, according to 2025 samples. So they're just eating what they can find, and it does vary year to year. Next slide, please. I think that wraps up. Yep, I think that wraps up what I have. The next two slides are a list of HMS publications over the past year and presentations. They're just meant as a reference for you in case you're interested. So we do continue to produce a variety of HMS research focused on albacore and tuna and focused on trying to improve the assessments that we also help with. That concludes my HMS research update. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yao, for that presentation, and that especially in your presentation. We've got it online for having the link to all of those pieces in the literature. It makes it much easier for us to get to and quicker. Look around and see if there are any questions for Dr. Yao in her presentation on the Science Center report. Rebecca Lind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Yao, for being here, particularly with such a short turnaround time after the shutdown, and I hope everybody's doing well. Just have a question for slide 5. You have a list of these species stocks that will be assessed in 2026. Would you happen to know offhand which one of these is currently overfished or undergoing overfishing? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Dr. Lind. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question off the top of my head. I want to say one of the big eyes, but I didn't want to speculate. Yes, I don't have the answer to that question, but I can get it to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yao. So that's pretty unfair. I'm just hoping that the answer is not many of them, but we can talk later. Thank you very much, and welcome back.
Any other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Yao. I should know the answer to this. First of all, I really need to see all the research you all are doing, especially from the Pacific Northwest and Washington's perspective on albacore. On that assessment, is there a way for the public to listen in to the assessments, or how what's what's the best way for folks that are interested in following along to follow these stock assessments?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think you are referring to an ability to listen in during the ISC working group meetings where they're conducting the assessments. So there is a formal process to request being a public participant in an ISC working group meeting. That information is spelled out, I think, in the ISC website on like their operating procedures, but I'm also happy to dig it up and send you a link. And it, requires advance notice. The major hurdle I'm sort of thinking in my brain is that they don't always have a virtual option. And so they meet in various places. I think this one is happening here at the Science Center in April. Again, information I can dig up for you. Yeah, but so there's a process. They don't always have a virtual option. Yeah, I can get you that information.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hasselmer. Thank you, Ms. Yao, for coming and presenting to us. Great to see you, and I hope to finally meet you in person. We've Zoomed a couple times. Ms. Yao was supposed to be one of our presenters for MREP and was really great in helping with the handoff to our non-federal partners. But I just want to point that out and thank you for your time on that. And I really love seeing the within the presentation the highlight of the cooperative research work on HMS, and just want to highlight the importance of cooperative research opportunities and how it does go directly into data streams that are used at state, federal, and international levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Yao. Thanks for being here today. That completes our reports. I do not see public comment, but I need to confirm that. And there is no public comment, which will lead us into discussion. This was just the NIMS report, very short, and the Science Center report. Any discussion to be had here? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the NIMS staff for being here. I just want to really thank you for even having a report in two days, one day. And that I sincerely hope that between now and March, we don't face similar things in your ability to do your jobs.
Other comments, discussion? Not seeing any, then Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if there's no further discussion, then that concludes your business under this agenda item.
All right, then that will lead us into our next HMS agenda item I2. So Carrie, back to you.
Thank you. This is agenda item I2. It's highly migratory species international management activities. I won't read the entire situation summary, but it includes a listing of recent and upcoming international meetings. And of note was that the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission's Permanent Advisory Committee was canceled. That was scheduled in early October, and that's designed to generate recommendations that lead into the WCPFC meeting that's coming up in early December. And we'll talk a little bit more about getting recommendations from the council fed into the agenda for the WCPFC. And we'll hear more on recent and upcoming WCPFC meetings, especially from Krista Svensson. But as far as the agenda item overview, we'll turn to Ms. Svensson for the report of the WCPFC commissioner, and then Mr. Wolf will provide a verbal NIMS update, and then we have a supplemental HMSAS report, and I'm not aware of any public comment. The council's action is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and recommendations on domestic management measures needed to address international agreements. So that concludes my overview, and if there are no questions for me, then I think we can turn to Ms. Svensson.
All right, first I will look around. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then Krista Svensson will hear the Western Central, the WCPFC report.
All right, well, thank you and good morning. Just for everybody, we're in the final couple of weeks lead up to the meeting of WCPFC 2022 in Manila. The dates are set for the 1st through the 5th. And as your commissioner, I would just say now is the time to get your feedback to me on the individual level if you're interested. The The website for WCPFC currently has the annotated agenda, proposals, working papers, and informational reports. We did have a bit of conversation this morning in our delegation about compliance issues. There are several papers that have been submitted by the U.S. DEL on that particular topic for those that are interested in that. Otherwise, we have all of the outcomes from the subsidiary bodies that have met throughout the year, including the Joint Bluefin Working Group, Northern Committee, Scientific Committee Summary Report and Outcomes, the Technical Committee Summary Report and Outcomes that are provisional, and a number of working groups. So this is when all of that data starts coming together, and we take as many decisions as we can 2 weeks from now. As Carrie noted, unfortunately, due to the shutdown, the PAC did not meet, and U.S. commissioners are welcoming recommendations that PAC members may have for the agenda for the annual meeting. And so we'd appreciate receiving those recommendations by close of business today, November 17th. There's a website. I can provide that to Mr. Griffin if we would like to move forward with recommendations from the council. Just a note here that anything that we send will post as provided by the PAC online for public review and input. And really how this all goes about, or what it means for all of us. We in September made the call to submit our comments to the PAC because they didn't have that meeting. Essentially, our comments just went into the void, for lack of a better term. And now is our opportunity, if we would like to move items forward through the PAC, to provide that input. So I'm going to close my report by saying, hey, I think it would be prudent for us this morning to consider and have a comment about submitting, at the very least, our comments that we provided in September. And in reading the advisory panel reports, we may want to include some of those as well. So happy to take that up under discussion, but I do think it would be worthwhile to have a conversation about that this morning. And with that, I will close my report.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Fensa on the commission activities? Seeing no questions. Thanks, Krista. Next, I'll turn to Ryan Wolf, the NIMS report. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a little report here. Because during the lapse in appropriations, there was a meeting of the Agreement on the International Dolphin Conservation Program, the AIDCP. The meeting of the parties was held on October 22nd to 24th virtually, and while NOAA was not able to attend, Department of State was able to attend and represent the U.S. On behalf, or at that meeting. There was agreement to increase the large purse seine vessel assessment fee by a little less than $2 per cubic meter of well volume from $14.95 to $16.47 beginning in 2026. This follows on from the broader tropical tuna agreement that was agreed at the IATTC, but needed to be agreed in the AIDCP. This will not require a rulemaking, and NIMS will be reaching out to vessel owners to notify them of the new fees. There was also a fleet capacity working group that was scheduled to take place at the same time, but due to the government shutdown, that will be rescheduled. We don't quite have a date on this yet. For those that wanted to see the resolutions that were adopted by the AIDCP, there is some technical difficulties the IATTC is dealing with, so they're not quite posted on their website yet. But if you are interested in the specifics of those resolutions, let us know, and we'd be happy to share copies of the resolutions, and hopefully they'll be posted shortly. Couple other updates. The second IATTC meeting of the Working Group on Management Strategy Evaluation was scheduled for last week, but that has been rescheduled because the government shut down to December 17th and 18th. And again, I think we reported on this in September, but the primary objectives of this are to review draft management objectives, candidate harvest strategies, and a work plan for the Big Eye tuna harvest strategy, which the Commission is hoping to adopt in 2026. For North Pacific Albacore, NIMS West Coast Region and the Pacific Islands Regional Office were tentatively planning to hold an online stakeholder webinar on North Pacific Albacore in January, but I think you'll hear under the advisory body reports, they may want that date pushed. So we have some flexibility and happy to address that when we get to either discussion of the advisory body reports. And when we do set a date, we'll notify everyone. We'll put a Federal Register notice out to get as much participation from stakeholders as we can, so we can discuss updates and recommendations, in particular relating to fishing intensity, to catch and/or effort, and the ISC's Albacore Working Group criteria for identifying exceptional circumstances, because those are the two main outstanding issues still to kind of complete our over-harvest strategy, our cross-Pacific harvest strategy, so that the IATTC and WCPFC can potentially make those edits and adopt those in 2026. And then finally, now that we're back, we will be working on the draft proposed rule to implement the recently adopted IATTC resolution on tropical tuna management measures that I went over in September. The final rule obviously won't be in place by January 1st, but the existing regulations remain in effect until they're amended or replaced, and so there won't be any lapse in management. And again, as you hear from us frequently, we will implement the rulemaking as soon as we can. And that's it. Concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS report? Not seeing any questions, and thank you, Ryan. Next, we have a highly migratory species advisory subpanel report. Mr. Josh Madeira. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Thanks very much for having us. I'm Josh Madeira. I'm representing the HMS AS today. We did put in a report, as was noted, for the supplemental report. And just following off of what we heard from Krista and Ryan, there was a desire by the AS to resubmit our September recommendations that we provided, as well as some additional points because of the PAC meeting didn't occur. And we wanted to make sure that that suite of recommendations, or we were interested for the council to submit that whole suite of recommendations to advise for the upcoming WCPFC meeting. Just quickly summarizing the key points in the report, we did start with a little bit of description of Pacific bluefin tuna. The recommendations that we have here follow on from the recommendations that this body has made in the past. Particularly noting, of course, that bluefin has become a very stable and important fishing opportunity for a number of commercial and recreational fisheries in recent years, thanks to the recovery, and that we are seeing the stock now expanding its range further north, which is exciting. Despite this news, there are some concerns we did hear in the AS room coming from fishermen in Southern California, particularly that some concern that potentially some of the increase in quotas may be limiting the availability of larger sizes of bluefin that are thought to be important to help continue to build that market for U.S. caught Pacific bluefin tuna. So generally, the AS was excited to see, and we'll be looking forward to the next stock assessment. But with the specific recommendations on bluefin tuna, the interest was to continue to prioritize engagement through the joint working group process, particularly to move ahead with trying to see if we can get agreement on the long-term harvest strategy, which included the harvest control rules and reference points. And I'm happy to talk about any questions on that from the international side, if I can be of any assistance on that as well. Also, just continuing the intersessional process to also advance negotiations through an intersessional meeting that ideally would be held in the spring sometime, and ideally in California, to try to increase the U.S. stakeholder participation. And then finally, noting that the IATTC is going to have to renew a new measure for bluefin tuna next year. There is a desire to continue to utilize the joint working group as well as other bilateral opportunities for the U.S. to continue to move ahead on how we're going to advance that measure in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. On North Pacific albacore tuna, there was a lot of happiness in the room about this year's catch, which actually was over 8,000, almost 9,000 metric tons of North Pacific albacore tuna. So it's the highest since year 2000 on a per vessel basis. Also, the AS is looking forward to resuming the discussions with NIMS now the government is open for these workshops. And as Ryan had mentioned, our main recommendation there is that if possible, if NIMS could hold the workshop in February, then that would maximize participation by the fleet and avoid overlapping with the Dungeness crab fishery. Finally, on South Pacific albacore tuna, this item is probably will take up a lot of the time, if not most of the time, at the WCPFC meeting in December. We have a number of very specific recommendations in our AS document, in our brief. And that's because the U.S. West Coast Troll Fleet does have a number of boats that go down and utilize that resource and target it seasonally. It's become an important seasonal opportunity for those West Coast trollers, and we had a bunch of discussion in the AS room about making sure that the measures that are being considered at WCPFC factor in and continue to ideally protect some of the opportunity for these West Coast trollers to go down there and fish. So the specific recommendations I know they're a little bit technical in the AS report, but they are responding directly to the proposals that have been posted on the WCPFC website that Krista had mentioned earlier. So they are to prioritize adoption of the harvest strategy to ensure the sustainability of the stock and maintain that market interest in South Pacific albacore, and then work on the implementation proposal to make sure that a number of specific points in there, again, are going to reflect what would allow the West Coast Troll Fleet to continue to access and participate in that fishery. So I'm happy to go through the specifics if there's any questions about those technical recommendations. Final recommendation is to continue to participate through the joint working group process, not the Bluefin. This is the South Pacific joint working group process so that you can have consistent measures from both the WCPFC and the IATTC. That concludes my summary. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Madeira on the advisory subpanel report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for the report and thank you for the recommendations. Specific to South Pacific albacore, this is a bit of a pivot from, I think, where we have historically come in terms of the fleets that I'm familiar with. And I'm just curious in terms of how much discussion was had. And for those of you around the room, typically we've asked for an exemption based upon how few vessels there are and the nature of that fishery not being necessarily high impact for things like bycatch. But I'm curious, this is much more specific and essentially not asking for an exemption in terms of language, how much conversation there was in the room about this approach and how important it is in terms of these specific asks or whether there's any flexibility in terms of what those asks are.
Yes, thanks for the question, Ms. Svensson, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Svensson. I'd say there was a lot of discussion about South Pacific albacore. It probably took up the majority of our time talking on international matters. So we did talk about this quite a bit. My sense from talking with the stakeholders in the room was that, the way that these proposals are set up is intended to try to capture everyone who's participating in the fishery. And the thought was, particularly because the majority of the South Pacific albacore that's being caught out there is in a lot of different longlines fleets that are operating across a very wide area. If the U.S. is going to move ahead with proposing exemptions, then that's going to potentially allow a lot of other people to do the same. And so the idea was, let's try to see if we can work within this measure, which the proposal already is to include all fisheries. And I think the sense in the room was it's going to be better to try to work within that framework, but find a way to also try to make sure that the troll fisheries, as you said, that have very little impact on the overall stock, that there still is an opportunity to be able to participate in the fishery, but exist within this whole regime as proposed.
Follow up, Krista?
Yeah, thank you. And appreciate how the discussion happened. I'm curious. I mean, again, there are quite a number in there in terms of recommendations. Is it a full suite that I should be? And again, this is a bit me as your commissioner here. Is it the full suite that I should be advocating for? Is there any flexibility on any of those, or do you feel pretty confident that the group was, these are your talking points and we need to lean into these specifically?
My sense from the stakeholders in the room was that we talked through a number of different, the implementation proposal is quite lengthy. There's a lot of different provisions in there. What we try to do is seek from the stakeholders which are the ones that matter for you, which are the ones that matter for the West Coast Troll Fleet. And that's what are in this list here, the more technical recommendations. I think we have, the room has some flexibility as to, these were general recommendations that we had to put together quite quickly, and that proposal hasn't been out there that long. So all things considered, these were the topics that we considered overall. If they could be taken into consideration from the council and forwarded, we think that would be useful, because we think that these are the kind of points that the USDEL should at least be talking about and be aware of. And that, I think, is our primary goal here, just to highlight some of the issues that matter for the West Coast Troll Fleet.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Josh. That would take us to public comment, and there's no public comment. So we will move to our council discussion and tasks, simply providing recommendations. And just as a refresher, in September, the council agreed to send some information regarding this topic, and there was no place to receive it. So as was highlighted in the advisory subpanel report, and I think Ms. Svensson said, an opportunity, if you want to resend that, needs to be delivered by sometime near the end of the day. So there's that to consider. And then the advisory subpanel had some additional items there that they requested be sent along also. So with that discussion, what would you like to do? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, I'm going to jump on this one. I am supportive of forwarding the September comments along with the recommendations from the HMSAS. I think the harvest strategy component for South Pacific albacore, along with those recommendations, is extremely helpful for a couple of reasons. The manager or the advisory panel alluded to market. What I would add to that is that is a condition related to MSC certification for 20-some fisheries in the Western and Central Pacific. So it is certainly something I think that is important, not just from a market standpoint, but also from a conservation standpoint in terms of keeping that moving forward. I personally like the approach of moving towards working within the conservation measure as opposed to trying to cut out an exemption. I do think that it is important to continue to push on those particular talking points that were raised by the advisory panel based upon that trade-off, simply because we're not the biggest fleet. We're not the biggest American fleet in the region, but it is really important for the boats that are diversifying their business models by going into the South Pacific rather than just fishing here off of the West Coast So making sure that they have the opportunity is, at least from my perspective, critical. So with that, I will stop, but again, recommending moving both the HMSAS and the September comments to the PAC as recommendations as from our PAC membership here.
Thank you. Other thoughts, John Ugoretz?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Svensson. I agree. I think it makes sense. As always, I appreciate the HMSAS's leadership on the international topics, and I think we should forward those comments again.
All right. Everyone, Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Svensson, for the report and for representing the United States at this meeting. I know those are long and arduous meetings. I certainly support the HMSAS approach to repeating the recommendations that we made in September. Just a quick follow-up. I noticed that there was an assignment of a U.S.-led working group to look at sea turtle bycatch in these fisheries, and primarily on compliance, which is what you mentioned earlier, but also other measures. So I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to enhance whatever information that the U.S. delegation can bring to WCPFC about circle hooks, always looking to level the playing field. Thank you. And perhaps, I don't know, Ms. Svensson or Ryan might have a better answer. Thank you.
Anybody want to tackle that question? Take a bite at the hook?
I think I will maybe take a start. And I may need to lean on Mr. Wolf in addition to my response here. Circle hooks are certainly something that have come up in terms of importance. I will note that they were raised at the IATTC meeting by our head of delegation as important in terms of enforcement for what we require. I think that there is certainly appetite from our head of delegation and others within the delegation to support circle hooks and requirements around circle hooks. I am not as sure in terms of how to include that or fold that in this morning, simply because I don't know that I have something to point to from previous briefing materials. Like I've asked about the September and the HMSAS, but I certainly think that it is appropriate if you have other information to provide it to persons such as myself or other members of the PAC so that we can continue to feed that in and support those concerns for people that are interested in that particular topic. And I think I will lean towards my colleague, Mr. Wolf, to see if he has anything he would like to elaborate on that one. But agree that it is certainly something that is of interest to many people around the table and in the council process.
Ryan Wolf?
Yeah, thanks. Unfortunately, I don't have too much more to add. I'm not as familiar if there's a specific sea turtle working group, and obviously Pyro's not quite online yet, but I will look into this further. I mean, we have an ecosystem and bycatch working group at IATTC. That's where we do a lot of our sea turtle discussions. That meets annually. We did put forward circle hooks as part of our tropical tuna proposal that was hotly contested and withdrawn from the resolution. I do know there was a paper put forward at the WCPFC Scientific Committee in August that did talk about data gaps for sea turtles and made some recommendations that could go to the WCPFC. But again, we didn't have a advisory committee, because of the shutdown. We just don't have any additional information, but I will continue to look into it for you.
Rebecca Lynn?
Thank you so much. It is, as I understand it, in that packet from September. There's mention of circle hooks in there. And I'll reach out maybe to Dr. Swimmer to see how things are going in her efforts heading up the EB group. Thank you.
Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I've ever commented on an HMS agenda item, but in the interest of full transparency, Alaska had its first ever commercial tuna fishery this year. And I just want to go on record because I've received questions from many folks in this room about that. In early mid-September, warm plume of water showed up, and with that tuna in southeast Alaska on the outer coast, there was a skipjack that was speared in Sitka Sound, really close to shore, like in state waters. So we issued a commissioner's permit in coordination with the Alaska region of NIMS. Also reached out to Mr. Wolf to make sure we were checking off all the boxes and not overstepping the mark. I just received commercial harvest information this morning that I wanted to share. And I do want to say that on the tail end of a very dismal Chinook salmon fishery, this provided a lot of excitement and the thought of opportunity, but no sooner did we get it open on September 12th, we had high winds move in on September 15th, which tied all the boats up in dock and moved all the fish offshore. We had one commercial landing of 500 pounds. So for much ado about nothing, we also had some sport catch, obviously, and we don't generally have that on our sport creel forms, right, or our sport logbook, but we're looking to add that moving forward should we be so blessed in the future. But I will say that when I got the Sitka, everybody was Googling how to fillet a tuna. And there was a lot of excitement there. So thank you.
Thank you for that update. Ryan Wolf.
Thanks. Not to that point. I appreciate the update, and I'm happy to continue consulting with Alaska on future HMS fisheries. Rebecca, it turns out that there was a proposal submitted on sea turtles. So I do want to go back. We did find that information. I'm actually not sure who submitted during the shutdown, but the U.S. has a proposal on the table for WCPFC, and I can explain a little bit about that. I guess the Commission agreed previously to review their management measures for sea turtles in 2026. So the U.S. is proposing at this meeting to establish a working group, similar to, I guess, what New Zealand led for seabirds, in a similar review to start looking at that and then maybe bringing some proposals forward in 2026. So the proposal this year is just to start a working group to consider expanding the 2018 measure on the sea turtles that exists, and to kind of review the various requirements and look at the current state of science and a number of other things. So happy to share the document, but that is now out. And so, yeah, we're still getting up to speed, as you can see. Yep. And while I have the floor, wanted to say a couple other things about the AS report regarding the bluefin tuna comments made by the advisory subpanel. Yeah, they mentioned a meeting in California, a joint working group intercessional meeting. Well, I did flag this in September that one of the outcomes of the last joint working group in the IATGC was to continue discussions and negotiations on bluefin tuna. The next formal joint working group is in Nagasaki, Japan in July, but there was discussion of having a potential other intercessional, this maybe late winter-ish, early spring, somewhere in the US. And we have had some initial discussions, but we had had a lot more of those during the time period that we were shut down. So we're a little bit behind. That is still potentially on the table, but I don't have any updates other than I appreciate the recommendations from the AS. We will definitely take this into account. Our commissioner who's engaged on that is at ICAT right now, and then of course going to WCPFC, so it may take a little bit before we can finalize any potential intercessional that may happen, but we will continue to communicate as best we can. And if that happens before the next council meeting, we'll of course find some way to communicate and make sure everyone's well aware of when and where that is. On North Pacific albacore, just wanted, again, like I noted in my report, I recognize the AS recommendation that we do this in February, avoid overlapping with the Dungeness crab fishery. Of course, NIMS wants extensive participation. We're more than happy to move it. The last thing we want is another conflict for the crab fishery. So we're happy to avoid that. And we will work with folks to set up a time, hopefully in February. And again, like I noted, we'll put out a Federal Register notice too, so that's broadcast, and we hope to get a broad input at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Corey Niles?
Yeah, just quickly, thanks for that, Ryan. I remember asking you in September about the North Pacific albacore. And thanks to the AS for updating us on relatively good season. It's a good reminder that we don't talk a lot about this fishery, which is a very low bycatch fishery where we're utilizing it close to maximum sustainable yield, and it wasn't what it was, but it's a successful fishery that we're hardly talking about. But it is important, and remember in September, and I really do think that this council, I wonder why we're not using this council process to talk about this translation of effort into it's a theoretical potential need if the stock were ever to and fingers crossed, drop to low abundance, how would we respond? And I think this council process is where those domestic issues are best concerned. And we talk a lot about the other fisheries that are not earning as much revenue as this one. So yeah, but thank you for remembering that and continuing emphasis on it. And I have confidence that you will take advantage of the council's expertise, and I just wanted to voice it and appreciation.
Thank you. Other discussion? Again, I've heard support, not everyone, but if I haven't heard any dissent to forwarding those materials. We already decided in September to send, and including the advisory subpanel comments. So if that's good, and I'm going to look to Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that we'll do that today. We'll send in the HMSAS report as well as the September recommendations and make sure that those get in on the record for the WCPFC meeting. There was a good discussion today. I think that was the main outcome as far as actions under this agenda item. And but there's a few things that are on the horizon, some upcoming meetings, a joint working group, and Mr. Wolf and Ms. Fenson mentioned a couple other meetings. Some are being rescheduled, but we'll keep an eye out for those. And if there was something else for council guidance, let me know. Otherwise, I think that's it.
I believe you've got it. Looking around, seeing if there's anything else. There's nothing. So we're going to close out this agenda item before we get started on the next one. There's some prep work needed to be done. Take 15 minutes. Check back in 15 minutes. All right, let's move back towards our chairs, please. All right, thanks all. We're going to come back in the session here on agenda item I3, and I will turn to Carrie Griffin for an overview. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item I3. It's highly migratory species exempted fishing permits, preliminary or final action. I'll summarize the situation summary, which sort of tries to just make sure everyone is oriented. There's been some movement on EFP protocols. Recall that in September, we adopted some sort of targeted changes, primarily to the schedule of for HMS EFPs. It is now moved to a November and March schedule where HMS EFPs are considered by the council. And the council, unlike before, the council now can take final action at one meeting. It doesn't have to be a two-meeting process. And also EFP applications can be brought forward to the council at either the March or November meeting. And those are all changes from before. And as you all know, there are more anticipated changes coming. We're sort of in the middle of this process. Per the FUSE work with the HMS roadmap, and so you'll be considering further changes later. The middle section of the situation summary gives a little more background that we don't need to go into any detail on, but suffice it to say that there's a lot of changes being contemplated and discussed not only under HMS, but also under all of our EFP processes through the adaptive management process. So we are in a little bit of a sort of, mid stride here with potential changes. But the important thing for today is to know that skipping forward to your action a little bit is that you can take final action or suggest that any of the EFPs come back in March for further consideration. Speaking of the EFPs, you have 3 in your briefing book. 2 came in by the advanced briefing book deadline, and then 1 was in supplementally. The attachment 1 is for night set, deep set buoy gear and night linked buoy gear. And then the other 2 are from the peer group, and they're on the attachment 2 is a modification of extended link buoy gear and fished in deep and shallow waters. And then the third one is innovative. Well, it's hard to describe it. It's a lasso. It's something that's innovative and described fairly well in the briefing book, and that's attachment 3. We have the proponents for those. The applicants are here, and I think they'll be making public comment on those as well. We also have supplemental reports from the HMS management team and the HMS advisory subpanel. Again, your action is going to be to review and consider endorsing the applications, and you could recommend to NIMS at this meeting that they approve them, or you could suggest further consideration at the council level. We're also in sort of a funny situation because of the government shutdown. These NIMS wasn't able to receive applications, or at least consider them, and but those were submitted here for council consideration. And I think that concludes my overview. I'd be happy to take any questions about the process of the agenda item. Otherwise, we can move forward with the supplemental reports from the team and the subpanel.
Thank you, Carrie. I'll look around. Any questions before we begin? Not seeing any questions, then we will start with our reports. First up is the Highly Migratory Species Management Team, Liz Helmers. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. Liz Helmers with the HMS Management Team. I'm just going to give you a quick summary of the team's recommendations under this agenda item. So after discussing the 3 EFP applications that were received by the council, the team recommends that the council, 1, request NIMS issue a night-set buoy gear EFP to Mr. Hemstreet. 2, request that NIMS consider additional flexibility for night-set buoy gear EFPs. 3, endorse the proposed modifications to the pier extended linked buoy gear EFP. And 4, request that NIMS issue an EFP for the ring deep set buoy gear to pier. And I am happy to take any questions you have about these.
Right, thank you for those recommendations. Any questions for the management team? Mr. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Helmers, for the report. In reviewing these proposals, it sounds like you're positive about all of them. Did you look into the ring gear and whether that's being used elsewhere and sort of what the cat traits are for that gear?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ugoretz. The team did not dig deeply into this gear and where else it's being used. I believe the application summarizes that it is currently being used off of Japan, and there is some success there and lower rates of bycatch than in traditional like pelagic longline gear types.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Liz. Next, we have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel Report, Mr. Dave Rudy. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Chair, Council members. I have a brief report I'll read to you. The advisory subpanel reviewed and discussed the 3 new HMS EFP applications. The applicants personally attended a joint meeting of the HMS MT meeting. The applicants answered questions from the AS and the MT and provided firsthand feedback of their experiences on the ocean fishing for swordfish and bluefin. These discussions were highly productive and revealed in real-time adaptability and flexibility in gear configuration can lead to a greater harvest success rate and increased effort levels. The advisory subpanel supports the EFPs and recommends the Council forward them to NIMS for approval during this meeting. Additionally, the advisory subpanel advises the Council to recommend that NIMS consider allowing for flexibility in gear configurations in finalized EFPs. Specific examples of flexibility that the Council could recommend to NIMS consideration include in finalizing these EFPs in a manner that allows for greater range of depth of gear that may be fished, a wider range of times that the gear may be permitted to be deployed, allowing for variations or minor modifications of gear to include mono configurations, bait type, or light placements. Any of these recommendations made by the Council to NIMS for consideration should be within the scope of previously approved environmental documents. The advisory subpanel believes that building these types of small variations into the final terms of the EFPs will improve data collection, encourage utilization of the EFPs issued, and have a de minimis impact on unintended interactions and provide a greater opportunity for economic viability.
Thank you. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? I don't see any. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
That completes the report and takes us to public comment. We have at least 2 signups here. First is Chugi Sepulveda. Good morning and welcome, Chugi.
Thank you, Chairman and Council, for the opportunity to come speak with you today. My comments will be brief because my intention is mainly to provide any answers to questions you might have about the two EFP submissions. The goal of both of the EFPs is to increase opportunity, especially for our smaller scale vessels that operate off the West Coast. I mean, I've personally seen in the last 10 years fewer and fewer of these operators on the water, and I'm hoping that we can figure out creative ways to keep them fishing. I did want to touch upon one or two items that I think influences EFP participation, and there's not a lot of them that we can control because seasonality, seasonal productivity, as well as market dynamics sometimes are out of our hands. But things like the timing of issuance is something that we might be able to control, because a lot of these fishermen do, off the West Coast, they're portfolio fishermen, they engage in other activities. Some of them, that activity might not even be on the water. It might be working at Home Depot or a construction company or wherever. They need time to plan. So that would be something that I think that is really important moving forward. And with that, I think I'll just open it up to any questions you might have about the EFPs.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sepulveda? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Asmer. Thanks, Sugi, for coming today. I'm kind of curious. We started down the deep set buoy gear path. It seemed like there's a lot of promise up front, and I'm kind of curious of what has changed. It seems like there had to be a modicum of success early on to even go down this path, but it seems like we're struggling across the board. I'm just kind of wondering, as ocean conditions changed, and, with fishing, it's always the nut behind the wheels that makes things happen. Is it just inexperience with fishermen, just not being able to how to work the gear? I'm just kind of understand why we're where we're at and not have better success since we went into regulation here a few years back. So thank you.
Thanks for the question. It's really a good question. I'm going to provide you my opinion because we don't know these things for sure. However, when we first started the EFP, we were having basically 3 or 4 fishermen providing upwards of 600 swordfish in a season. And now we're not seeing that for our entire harvest for all of gear types combined. We're talking about the gear types that are operating inside of our EEZ. This year, there's very, very little swordfish inside of our EEZ in the area that we are fishing, Point Conception to the Mexican border. Fishing is terrible. It's not just the U.S. vessels, it's the Mexican longline fishery as well. The vessels below the border are setting on average 1,000 hooks per day for 25 miles, and they catch 1 or 2 pieces of swordfish per set, if that. It's just that there's not a lot of swordfish inside of our bite right now. It's likely a factor that's produced by either forage or currents, and it could also be, they're just not here.
Thank you. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chugi, for being here. And I just want to say I really appreciate your second EFP application and the fact that you are truly trying something new. Clearly, you did some research, found that gear type, looked into it, and I just want to ask you, you're proposing to use these loops or hoops or rings without bait, just with a light. And I'm wondering sort of what was the thought process to get you to do that as opposed to baits with lights or just baits?
Well, I guess to go back, I would be proposing to use a normal standard deep set buoy gear rig, which does have a bait and a light, but the ring is going to be on that same piece of gear. So we're going to be able to use both. And that's basically what was happening probably close to 20 years ago in Japan. They were using a deep set gear type with bait and with rings. Rings were more productive, so they moved away from bait completely. And it was largely because of bait predation in that region. And these rings are not new. They're being used a lot of places in the world. Spanish fleet, in the Mediterranean, off the Philippines, in Japan. So we're playing catch up here. But at the same time, I do think that this is a great opportunity, especially in a year like this one. So I've been studying swordfish for about 20 years now, and we've seen about 6 of those years where Dicidicus, the large squids, the big squid, the jumbo squids, make it so fishing is almost impossible. Every bait that goes down gets consumed within minutes. That's like this year. Earlier in the season, every bait goes down. By the time you go to check it, 15 minutes later, it's gone. This is really the time when you want to have some type of baitless option on top of your normal tools.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll add my thanks, Chugi, for being here and for having this incredibly creative idea. We're looking forward to it. I also want to say that the FIW is working on good measures of economic viability, and you provided an important reminder that oftentimes a fishery is part of a portfolio. So I hope you'll be engaged with us at the FIW when we look at good measures of economic viability. It's not necessarily that fishery alone, it's a composite. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Riding.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chugi. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. It's a good reminder of why we care about EFPs. It's exciting to think about a totally new gear type, at least in our waters. To that end, turtles can be limiting. Obviously, they're important in the ecosystem and they can limit our fisheries. Can you talk a little bit about what your expectations are given this new gear type and its interaction with turtles?
I think that I'm pretty confident that we're mitigating turtle catch to the extent possible just by using a heavy weight and fishing deep. So just by minimizing that overlap, spatial overlap, I don't think we'll have very little interaction time with any type of ring and the part of the water column that we might see turtles, frequenting. So especially with the deep set buoy, it's really rocketing down and being brought back up quickly. There's almost no time at the surface. And also the fact that we have all of those other mitigation features associated with buoy gear. So we're present. It's happening during the day. You have strike detection, so you can deal with a problem when it does occur. All of these things make me feel pretty confident about testing any type of ring fishery, especially with respect to turtles.
Thank you. Any more questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Chugi.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And next we have Andrew Hemstreet. Andrew, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for letting me speak in front of you all today. My name is Andrew Hemstreet. I'm a 25-year-old owner and operator of a fishing vessel, White Pearl, a swordfish boat out of Oceanside, California. I started fishing when I was 5 years old, fishing off the local Peocean jetties with my dad and fishing up in Oregon and Washington with my dad and grandpa. I've been working on boats since I've been 18, commercial fishing boats since I've been 21, and ever since then, I've been absolutely hooked. I've been fishing highly migratory species commercially for 4 years, swordfish in particular for 4 years, and ever since I've started in the commercial fishing industry. I've been a part of the deep set buoy gear fishery as deckhand and owner and operator for just over 2 years now, with rigorous effort the past 2 years and help from fellow fishermen, including Chugi. I feel like I've learned so much. With commercial fishing rod and reel for swordfish before deep set buoy gear at night with success, I feel like there is so much more to learn about how swordfish feed and behave at night off of our California's coastline. I believe that with the possibility of flexibility with the experimental permit night deep set buoy gear, we could learn so much more about this fishery and better help our local fishermen now and the future of our market of our local California swordfish. With extensive effort and research, we know that from year to year, swordfish forage in similar local grounds off of our coastline. During the daytime, swordfish feed above and below the thermocline at depths from 750 to 1,200 feet. During the nighttime, swordfish feed at massive amounts, a lot more so than the daytime, from depths down to 450 feet all the way up to the surface. Flexibility from fishing at a slightly higher depth than 300 feet will dramatically improve catch rate for fishermen and dramatically improve data for fishing for swordfish at nighttime hours in our local waters. Flexibility is important because swordfish just don't feed at 300 feet all the time. Based off of oceanic currents, tidal swings, moon phases, and the time of year dictate where they feed at night. They actually don't feed exactly at 300 feet all the time, which explains why we haven't had too much data in the past couple of years. I didn't ask for flexibility in my application for the experimental fishing permit night deeps at Booyer because I simply didn't know any better. I thought if my application differed from others that had their applications approved for them, it would shoot down my hopes of fishing with this experimental permit. I hope this experimental fishing permit has flexibility to benefit this and our next generation of commercial fishermen. Thank you for listening and your consideration. I can provide additional information if needed. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hemstreet on his testimony? John Ugoretz, then Jamie Dimond.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hemstreet, for being here and for your application. I was able to hear your responses on the joint management team and advisory subpanel call, and I think you're well prepped to fish this gear and test this gear. So I just wanted to thank you for taking the effort. Just quick question, so everybody's aware, you do have a vessel and you're able to use that vessel to test this gear and plan to use it actively?
Yes, I do. I do have a 32-foot vessel that's docked and located in Oceanside. Pretty much my passion is heavily to be fishing commercially for our swordfish, and the reason why I'd be putting rigorous effort just because for my deep obsession and passion for fishing for our swordfish off of our local grounds. I pretty much, ever since I've started, I've just been, absolutely hooked. And I just want to keep on learning more and more, and then also benefit our generations to come, and hope that we can build our local swordfish fleet off of California.
Thank you.
Jamie Dimond.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Thank you, Mr. Hemstreet, for coming. I hear the excitement in your voice, and my son is up and coming into the commercial fishery, and I see that excitement, and so I'm excited that you're here and you're wanting to jump into this. And I am glad that you're taking the time to recognize and highlight for us that maybe the way you submitted your EFP was under kind of one perspective, but after coming and talking to others, which is kind of the point of coming here, is to get that conversation and communication and feedback. You're asking for maybe an adjustment to what your application was. First of all, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for young entrants in our commercial fisheries and the next generation. And we've heard a lot of this over the years, the graying of the fleet. And so I hope, first of all, I'm going to ask you to elaborate on what, if you can elaborate on what that flexibility is, whether it's specific to time of day or depth constraints that you would like widened, what those guardrails might look like. And then what was the other part? If you could elaborate on what you'd like that opportunity to widen a little too.
Yeah, I believe that if the little bit of flexibility, I'm asking that if we can at least possibly be able to have our bait at least 100 feet higher, just a little bit higher, just so we do have that flexibility, so we're not just fishing at 300 feet. I do know that guys, or I in particular, am going to be using this permit to fish for the bluefin when they're around. And since in the summertime, it seems like it could be a little bit slower fishing with the buoys with swordfish. So I'm hoping on targeting the bluefin as well. And it seems like I've had other buddies that have this experimental fishing permit, and it seems like the early hours of deployment and the late hours of picking up the gear, it seems like they're having luck at 300 feet with the bluefin. But it does seem like a little bit higher up would be a lot more proactive to be fishing for bluefin at least, I would say, 100 feet. I'm not entirely sure. I know, I think Vicky might know a little bit more of which higher depth would be best to try to stick away from bycatch. But I do know that if we could fish at least 100 feet higher or possibly 20 fathoms higher, that would be very beneficial for bluefin tuna and swordfish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent, then Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Captain Hemsworth, for being here. Hemstreet, sorry. We're all amazed at your young age, shall I say, but I am convinced that you have an incredible trove of knowledge about the animal we call the swordfish. What we've heard from Chugi and others is that this is a fish that's hard to pinpoint, hard to get it down. Sometimes you can harpoon it, sometimes it's deep, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So don't sell yourself short. We have a lot to learn from you. Just a quick question. We discussed also this portfolio aspect of fishing. Do you have other fisheries that you engage in when you're not sword fishing? Thank you.
Okay, pretty much the swordfish is like my bread and butter when it comes to commercial fishing. I do also fish for flying fish as well as like bluefin tuna. And then if I don't make enough money to support myself during the off season with swordfish, then I do fish for our local rockfish species as well. So a couple other species, but I primarily like to fish swordfish the most. Not necessarily because the money, just for the passion. I mean, I love chasing after fish that are really hard to come by, and they can move so quick in the instincts. That's really my joy, is just to chase after swordfish. So hoping to make enough each year from swordfish, but I do have other options just in case if the seasons are a little slow like they've been lately. You're welcome.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew, thank you for coming today. About 43 years ago, I was sitting right where you sat. And I encourage you with your energy to stay involved and get involved. And if you haven't heard of the MREP program, you are a candidate to do that, which is a scholarship, all expense paid, 3 or 4 or 5-day vacation somewhere, and learn the process. And I commend you for starting in a business that's very hard to get into, let alone and stay in. So keep on swinging, young man. All right, one day you'll be here. Thank you.
Yeah, don't scare him. Any other questions? Justin Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Hemstreet. Previously, we heard the difficulties with Humboldt squid taking baits. Is that your experience in fishing with the deep set buoy gear, and how do you plan on mitigating that?
I do know that a lot of times throughout the seasons, I do run into the squid predation. I normally try to, they almost are aligned with a chloral break, which is like a dirtiness of water that is, you can sort of see on satellite images on the surface, but it also sort of matches somewhat down at the thermocline depths. So when there is a squid predation, I simply I try to avoid that, and I fish cleaner, bluer water to try to avoid those instances. I know so many people. They just like to fish that sort of high spot, and they don't really like to move around if they had luck at particular spots off of that high zone. But yeah, if needed to be with the squid predation, I would just completely try to avoid that. Sometimes it's impossible to avoid that, but a lot of times there's spots that tend to be thicker and then spots that tend to be thinner. So I try to pick the spots that are particularly are thinner, so it ups my chances of catching swordfish.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you again.
That completes the public comment, takes us to our council tasks. They'll pop up on the screen here. Review the applications, consider endorsement. So, John Ugaritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start with the last one. And as I said to Chugi, I'm just really happy that we are getting EFPs with gear that we haven't seen. This is kind of the thing we've been searching for, is somebody coming to us with something that we haven't seen on the West Coast. For the first two, I can't see a reason why we wouldn't recommend these for approval to NIMS. I like the idea of providing flexibility, but within the allotted frameworks of environmental approvals. So like if there's a NEPA document that says, so many hooks or such depths, that it's within that range. And I like flexibility in EFPs because we tend to have more observer coverage. We're reviewing the data, so I'm more comfortable with providing some flexibility there. I'm thinking my tendency right now would be to recommend approval of those first two with some guidance to NIMS about flexibility. The third one, I think, is really promising. I'm really excited by it. I actually did some Google digging to try and find out about this gear because it was so unique and different to me. And that's been over this weekend since, I started hearing more about it. I think there's information there that the management team could dig into more and provide us some clarity on what sorts of catch and what sorts of bycatch is seen in this gear elsewhere. Again, brief review, I found a report from the Mediterranean that compares it directly to longline. And I think that'd be a really interesting thing to hear more about. So for that third one, I'm a little less, I don't think we're ready to recommend it right this minute in one meeting. I don't think it really meets the criteria that we talked about when we decided a one meeting process was possible for HMS EFPs. That talked about existing gears and things we've seen before. This is pretty new. So I'd like to have it come back with a little more information from the management team that we can then make a decision on, as well as maybe some more information from National Marine Fisheries Service about how they would approve this kind of gear type. So I'll leave it there and see if anybody else has something to say, but I do have a motion when we're ready.
Thank you. Let me look around and see if there are other comments. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to also say it's been great to have a variety of EFPs that are different, because I think for many of us who have been through the EFP process, getting a whole host of EFPs that are identical can be a lot to work through if you're keeping an open mind about really reviewing and looking at the practicality of each of them. So very supportive of the flaming ring or the anglerfish, or I've heard a whole host of terms for the new gear. That is exciting. But I'm also just wanting to pause for a moment and say it's exciting to have a new entrant that is interested in this process. I think it's encouraging that he has taken the approach of looking at what others have done and working through that. And I would, in addition to Mr. Smith's comments earlier about getting involved in the council process, encourage really the thought around over the course of this EFP, as long as it moves forward, what else could be accomplished? I know he had mentioned something around, hey, I might have done things a little differently, but bringing all of that energy and enthusiasm into new concept ideas when we reopen the EFP process. We have had a number of applicants, including Dr. Sepulveda, who have come back, maybe not year after year, but with more than one EFP as an opportunity to really lean in and create new opportunities for fishermen up and down our coast.
Rebecca Lent, then Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo the comments just made by my colleagues around the table. We just have tremendous opportunities with these HMS fisheries in terms of healthy stocks and markets that are just waiting to buy our local fish. We're fortunate to have these EFP applicants who are willing to develop and test this new gear. Some incredible creative ideas. I hope we can reward that creativity with sufficient flexibility as they're trying out these new gear types. So just to thank them and hope we can keep moving forward and catch some fish. Thank you, Chair.
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. It's a question, I think, for NIMS, I'm guessing. For the Hem Street application, he had submitted with specific criteria and is asking for a little bit of a variance in that now after having communication with others. And I'm wondering what you're able to, like, I'm assuming you're able to provide more latitude, but I don't know what that process is to specifically request that. If he's gonna have to back to the drawing board and reapply, or what, just how that would go.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Dimon, for the question. Yeah, that's pretty typical, right? In an EFP process, we go back and forth with the applicants, and then we can work on things in specifics, before we kind of quote unquote deem it complete and put it up for notice and then issue it. And then even after that, right, we have some flexibility in the way we implement the bigger question, right, is if something is being proposed that is outside of the existing analyses, like Mr. Ugaris mentioned, that we have already completed, right? So we already have environmental analyses that support NITES at Buick, for example, that this would then fold into. We think is consistent with that. It's the proposed scope so far is consistent with the current NEPA analysis, so we don't need to redo that. And that's the bigger thing that causes time to work on, as opposed to just some general back and forth with the applicants before we issue it. And we do have some additional room in those consultations because we haven't had a lot of effort so far on NICET. So I'm looking forward to working with the captain there, and we will. Yeah, so that'll be the process. We'll be after this council meeting and we get your recommendation, we'll take that into account, and then we're going to work directly with the applicant to get towards the actual permit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just one additional thought. After hearing his comments of Mr. Hemstreet's comments of he wrote the application the way he did to be the same in hopes it wouldn't get rejected. And that kind of goes against what we want in an EFP. We want it to be out of the box. And so the fact that there's that notion out there, I don't know. I think part of the roadmap and the work that is happening there is to help break down that barrier or that wall, and to encourage folks to come in with novel ideas, different approaches. But I just want to highlight a very real time right now moment where this is maybe that's part of the problem. And so thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Otherwise, John, you offered a motion.
Thanks, and I'll wait for that to come up on the screen. Okay. Thank you for making it bigger. I move the council request that the National Marine Fisheries Service, when approving EFPs, build in flexibility to allow for variation in fishing configurations within environmental review limits. Recommend National Marine Fisheries Service approve the night set buoy gear EFP for Mr. Hemstreet, Attachment 1, and the requested modifications to the extended link buoy gear EFP proposed by Flagler Institute of Environmental Research, Attachment 2. Consider the EFP application for ring deep set buoy gear Attachment 3 for final recommendation at the March 2026 meeting.
Thank you. I followed along. All the language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think as I mentioned when discussing these EFPs, we've got two that I think are really ready to go. And within those two, as Mr. Wolf just described, that there's the ability to work within existing review limits to build in some flexibility to really test the gear and make it effective. For the third one, as I mentioned, it's new. And because of that, I'd like to get a little more data and information about what's happened in the rest of the world with that gear. And I do hope to approve it, but I want to make sure that we have all the information in front of us before we do.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, John. Sorry, Tower Power. John, my question is really regarding bullet number 1, and thanks for providing this. Flexibility is a really wide term. So is environmental review limits. I'm wondering if you can give us a few more specifics about what you mean there.
Thanks through the chair for the question, Ms. Ridings. I actually intentionally made it pretty broad. And I thought about saying flexibility in depth. I thought about saying within consultation for ESA, but I didn't want to leave out, some of these other things. So, for example, in this case, there is a final EIS that's looking at these hook and line type gears that is broadly examining potential EFPs. And so I could see us receiving another EFP request at our next meeting that is different than this one and isn't asking for different depths, but is asking for some other configuration change. So again, as long as that flexibility within the gear type that we're seeing is within what is approved, I'm okay with testing it. And you'll note that I didn't say approving buoy gear EFPs. I didn't say approving, some specific type of EFPs. I'd like for HMS Fisheries for that type of flexibility to be built into most of our EFPs.
Other questions for clarification on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. Just a minor point. I think the motion looks great, but I will abstain just because this is a recommendation in him. So I just wanted to explain that justification before we get to the vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, John, for the motion. Supportive. If we had more time, and for example, if we'd done marine planning last night instead of today, I might debate on whether this is really new or it's the same gear that instead of a hook has a dream catcher with a light on it instead. But I think Jamie, I think hit the nail on the head of what we'll be discussing in the next agenda item of what does cause new environmental review, what is big enough change. But I think that's best for the next agenda item. And so thank you for the motion. Yeah, and also echoing the comments about the appreciation for people bringing forward these new ideas.
Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is discussion, maybe a question for Mr. Wolf. Brian, you probably just heard the question I asked John about what the flexibility meant and thinking about environmental review limits, and he gave a useful answer. I'm sort of hearing kind of actually what we do already and probably what NIMS does already, which is there are a set of bounds that we have. And whenever NIMS receives an EFP, it's analyzed within those bounds. I'm curious if you want to add anything to that, or if there's maybe something that is in this motion or that John said is actually different from what NIMS does right now.
Yeah, the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I mean, I think it's helpful, right? I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement from the council, right, that there is an aspect of kind of projecting forward as we're going through our consultations, we are analyzing both from whether it's the environmental compliance side or whether it's just, kind of the regulatory side, to consider the fact that like we're hearing in a number of our advisory body reports, that there may be factors that we're not foreseeing, and the more flexibility that we can build without having to go back and then redo things that then substantially impact timelines or the ability of people to be on the water. I think that's helpful. So it is something that we've been already considering, but I have no problem with the council underscoring the importance of it.
John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I agree that, NIMS has this flexibility and in some cases has used it. In this example for deep set buoy gear, we've been very, very specific about depth limits. And so in this example, the approved EFP, I think, should be a little more reflective of the approved environmental review, which gives a little more of a range of depths that it can be fished at. And that would allow the EFP holder the flexibility to, let's say, go to 200 feet as opposed to 300 when we have that hard boundary at 300.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes with NIMS abstention. And looking back to our tasks, I believe that completes everything. Let me check in with Carrie first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think the motion was comprehensive. It addressed all three of the EFP applications and provided some recommendation to NIMS to build in additional flexibility. And so what we'll do is transmit the recommendations of the council to NIMS, and we'll ask Mr. Sepulveda to come back for the March meeting. And we can follow up after this meeting and talk about some of the details. And I'm sure that that he'll be in touch with with National Marine Fisheries Service and discuss some of the details that would be helpful in the next round of review. So I think that concludes your business under this agenda item.
Okay, let me look around and see if there are any questions or comments. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just a quick question for NOAA Fisheries. Can you give us a quick update on the status of the second round of EFPs? This would be the modified longline gear, which was awaiting a minimum number of sets from the other gears that were authorized in June of this year. Thank you.
Ryan.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. So we're still checking things, but I think we've got at least a recent update that we are approaching 40 days of fishing activity so far from the existing EFPs. And I don't have current estimates of who's going on the water right now. Still kind of checking in, but we've had full observer coverage through that time. And yes, so we are continuing to move forward. But as you think you've heard from some of the testimony here, as well as in some of the applications, there's been some challenges in the amount of fish that they're catching. But that's where we are with the current status. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else before we close this out? Not seeing any. We'll close this agenda item. And as we move to our next HMS item, I'm passing the gavel to our Vice Chair, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job. So we are on I-4 HMS roadmap. And I see Mr. Griffin is still glued to his seat. Take it away, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item I-4, the highly migratory species roadmap, exempted fishing permits, goals, and metrics. The situation summary gives a little bit of just sort of a status update and documents some of the activities that the Fisheries Innovation Work Group has been working on over this year. Recall that at this meeting last year, the council established the FEW and provided specific guidance with some expectations, and those you see in the 6 bullet points on the first page of the situation summary. I also highlight one of the HMS roadmap goals, goal B, which is to support and test fishing practices that have the potential to be economically viable and consistent with National Standard 9 guidelines. That's particularly relevant to the FEWS work, and you'll hear more about that later in this agenda item. Then the rest of page 1 is really what has happened since then, since the FEW was established. They've met several times. They came to the June council meeting and then provided the council operating procedure modifications in the September council meeting and have been working an awful lot with the support of our contractor, Katie Westfall, and met at this meeting with the HMS AS and the HMS MT. There's some guidance in the situation summary, and you'll see in the FEW report, especially report 2, as well as the HMS MT and the AS reports, suggestions and recommendations, and they all sort of center around the items that are highlighted here. Under council, actually, I skipped over one point that I wanted to make, and that is that right before council tasks on this situation summary, there's this note that says the council should consider the HMS roadmap action items that are not specifically assigned to the FEW and the development of an implementation plan with leads and timelines. Those, just in case you're wondering what those are, there are a bunch of recommendations and actions that are in the roadmap that just aren't specifically handed to the FEW. And then there's some activities or products or analyses that would be helpful to support the FEW's work. And so they've had a lot of conversations with the HMSMT on what that might look like. But I put that in because I just wanted to remind everyone that it's the FEW is implementing part of the roadmap, but not all of it. And so those discussions are ongoing. The council will hear a little bit more about that during this agenda item. The council tasks are laid out here. They basically address the suite of performance metrics and benchmarks that are presented in the FEW report and providing guidance to support the EFP applicants. That is not something that we have, anything sort of camera ready for the council's consideration at this meeting. There's probably more pressing issues to address, but that is certainly one of them that's really important and is one of the FEW's tasks, is to develop better guidance And so they're continuing to work on that. And then provide any guidance on future few workload as necessary, and consider the development of an implementation plan for roadmap items that are not specifically in the fuse charge, as I already mentioned. In your briefing book, there's there's F4 attachment 1. That's the highly migratory species roadmap. So recall in June, an updated version was presented, and the council said, basically, this looks great. We can work with this. If we ever need to make adjustments to it in the future, we will. But you asked that we'd bring it back, the clean version, at this meeting. So that should be considered our operating version of the roadmap. And but again, I think the council made it clear before that if and when we wanted to make adjustments to it, then they could take that up. There's a FEW Report 1 in the advanced briefing book, and then there's a supplemental FEW Report 2. And there are reports from the HMSAS and the HMS management team. There's also at least one public comment, and I think that's it for the materials. Your council action is to adopt preliminary EFP goals and metrics and provide guidance as appropriate. So that concludes my overview. I'd be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we could turn to the report of the Fisheries Innovation Work Group.
Any questions of Carrie? Seeing none, thank you. I'm looking for Josh Madeira. Looking for you a couple times, maybe 3.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Josh Madeira. This time I'm coming back to you as co-chair of the Fisheries Innovation Working Group, along with my other co-chair, Krista Svensson. Can we pull the presentation up? Thank you. I'm going to give you a report to get everyone up to speed about where we've been with the Fisheries Innovation Working Group, the FEW, and if you can go to the next slide. We're going to focus in today on our work plan, reviewing that, where we're at with it. We're also going to cover some key FEW tasks. Carrie outlined some of these already, but we do have we've started on some guidance materials. We also have spent quite a lot of time and the emphasis of our time on performance goals, as well as the performance goal, and then also the performance metrics and benchmarks. And that is where we get into taking the next step from the roadmap into actually starting to get into the weeds of how you can start to evaluate things like economic viability and acceptable levels of bycatch. You can go to the next slide, please. Just a reminder of the FEW's charge that you gave us that we've been working on now for about a year. Of course, last meeting in September, we did bring up some of the COP20, the initial COP20 amendments. That we'll come back to COP20 amendments again later. We are working on this guidance, and at the request of the council from earlier, we are bringing some of those items back up here today, just for any additional guidance you want to give us at this point in progress. But I will spend most of the time talking about these performance goals and metrics. That's where we need the most input from all of you today. Next slide, please. This is the work plan as adopted by the council. We have made some progress, as I mentioned earlier, on the COP20 amendments, and then we are in progress on a number of these different items. The government shutdown we did, of course, have impacts from the government shutdown. We didn't have all participants of the FEW in the last couple of FEW meetings, but we pressed ahead with as many things as we could, and we're trying to still keep on this timeline that you've set for us and that we've agreed to try to work toward. We're going to focus in again on the performance goals and metrics as our key item that we're going to go through today. Next slide, please. Also, we brought this slide up previously. This slide just outlines there's different tiers of these tasks that we're working toward. We have the checkbox on that blue on the top. That was for those initial COP20 amendments that we proposed and that the council adopted. Then we have a number of items that are tiered because we need to make progress on the performance goals and metrics before we can actually finalize some of those other tasks that are in our charge. Next slide, please. This is the EFP application guidance part of our charge. Really just an update for you at this point. We have worked on a voluntary questionnaire that NIMS took the lead on to help EFP participants be able to better understand the process and what questions are being asked of them. And as we just heard in the previous agenda item, you can see there still is some confusion. So one of our charges is to go through that kind of guidance, work with NIMS on their existing, if there's as appropriate, and add any other input that the council wants to have. And then, of course, develop other kinds of tools, infographics, other types of materials or ideas for materials that could be developed to help EFP applicants understand this process and have it be more efficient. So for this agenda item, which we'll come back to at the very end, we would welcome any input, but I would note that because we obviously for the shutdown, we were not able to progress some of these items in our last couple of meetings, but we're welcoming any advice that you want to give us at this point. Next slide. All right, transitioning to performance goals and metrics. The terminology around this topic has been a challenge for everyone, and I think our intention has been to try to make this as clear as we can, and that's why we have these definitions here on the screen, and hopefully this will help guide the council discussion as well. So ultimately, there's mention of one of our things in our charge is to have a performance goal, and that is of course, the overall objective that we're aiming to achieve. Then we have spent quite a lot of time on the metrics and the benchmarks. And the metrics are essentially, how are you going to measure your progress towards those goals? And then ultimately, the benchmarks are various ways that you can look at other points of comparison and context to help you understand the overall, how are we doing on those metrics and ultimately getting towards our goals. Importantly, the way that we've been talking about this is that any kind of benchmarks are not any kind of don't have regulatory context. They do not, result in any kind of approval or disapproval at this stage for any kind of activities, EFPs, in terms of future EFPs. That'll all come back to the council later. Next slide, please. So getting into some of the options that the few considered in terms of the goal for this work. As Carrie mentioned, we have the existing goal that's already in the roadmap, which you can see here and which Carrie read previously. That is the preferred goal that the few would like to retain as our goal as we set up this framework. We did also consider a second goal that was more specific to EFPs and called out some of the wording differently with respect to economic viability and bycatch. But ultimately, the few came to the conclusion that it was best to stick with the existing goal that we've already agreed to in the roadmap. And really, we need to spend most of our time actually getting into those performance metrics and the benchmarks themselves. So that's where we landed on that. Next slide, please. Getting into the performance metrics, this table has, first we had to decide what category of performance metrics we might want to consider, and then also what are the specific metrics. So we spent quite a bit of time working through that. We went through the whole universe of all the categories of possible performance metrics that we could think about, and we ultimately landed on the two that were most relevant for our work and that we need to be able to dive into deeper to actually be able to make progress. So that is economic viability and bycatch, also, more commonly known acceptable levels of bycatch. Then within the performance metrics themselves, we had to define whether they were going to be qualitative or quantitative assessment metrics. And so for each one of these, we'll go through individually, but for each one, if they're quantitative, then there's a number of other items that we had to define. So these will be here. But we're going to go through each of these individually, so I'll just move ahead to the next slide, please. First, on economic viability, one of the first things that we heard from the few members and particularly from some of the fishery participants that are on the few is that there is sort of great interest in making sure that economic viability is considered in a qualitative sense. And that's because simply asking basic questions for an individual fisherman is useful to get input on basic questions like, what do you think about this EFP? Is it actually going to make you any money? Is it going to be profitable, et cetera? So we'll go through those questions in a moment. But this is the only qualitative benchmark and performance metric that the few has put forward at this point. Next slide, please. This slide outlines some of those key questions that we wanted to include to be able to get at some of those core individual fishermen kind of understanding of whether it's economically viable or not. Would you continue using this gear? Are there modifications to that gear that would make it more economically viable? And then we list out here a number of the specific items that we would be seeking to get information from those fishery participants in the EFPs to actually understand that better. This is, at this point, just a draft set of survey questions. We are still, because of the government shutdown, weren't able to work with NIMS on this, but there still has to be a discussion with NIMS and the FEW about where these questions would come in, whether this would come in as part of the NIMS process or a council process or some combination. So that's a little bit TBD. Next slide, please. Moving on to the quantitative benchmarks. What you can see in the red box, all of those were quantitative. And for each one of these quantitative benchmarks, you have to then go in and decide make a number of decisions so that you can actually outline how you're going to measure them and what the benchmark would look like. Next slide, please. So just to give you the theory behind this, a little bit of the theory behind this, we looked at a number of different approaches. The first approach was to consider one value calculated from fisheries that could serve as a benchmark or a point of comparison. We also talked about the positives or negatives about choosing a whole index of values. And then a third approach considered was maybe choosing one value or more and also recommending an index. The way that we landed on this overall was we generally were looking at keeping it simple and looking at just a couple of values from specific fisheries. Next slide, please. To give you a sense of what that might look like, hypothetically, at the end of a year of fishing, you would have that data and you would be able to evaluate different EFPs against one common benchmark. So this is when you use that pink line as one of the benchmarks. Next slide, please. You can also do that with two or more benchmarks and sort of thinking about this where you would get a number of different benchmarks to be able to compare those EFPs to. Next slide. For the index approach, this is a lot more complicated. And if you can see this slide here, this is using the example of a U.S. air quality index. You can see that in this case, for air quality, Long Beach is the small dot that's in the lower right-hand corner. And in this case, you can measure all the other values of all the other things going on around it. But this was not really the preferred approach of the few, particularly because it's very complicated and likely requires a lot more computational power and NIMS input and others. And we didn't believe that that was needed in this case. Next slide, please. To be able to create any of these quantitative indexes, you have to have data sets that are actually going to be the information that you are using to power them. So in general, we looked at West Coast HMS fisheries. We also looked at EFPs. And we even looked at whether we would want to consider fisheries outside of this region, like even in the Atlantic or Hawaii deep set or shallow set. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through these one by one just to try to summarize it very quickly, and then you'll be able to see how we came to the conclusions that we did. Next slide, please. Okay, for economic viability, this slide you do not have in our report, but we tried to summarize what is in the report, all of the different economic viability benchmarks into one slide. So for each of the metrics, performance metrics, we had to go through and identify not only the number of benchmarks, but specifically what species are we looking at, which data sets would they come from, and on what time horizon. So for ex-vessel price per pound, we were focused on the FEW's recommending looking at swordfish and bluefin tuna, and primarily looking at those through the lens of Hawaii, or at least for swordfish for Hawaii shallow set longline and West Coast DGN. And that is because those are higher volume fisheries and wanted to get some benchmark that represented a little bit of a higher volume fishery. For bluefin tuna, obviously another very important species for the West Coast, we thought it would be appropriate to look at the hook and line fishery as well as the drift gillnet fishery. However, the timeline here is actually a shorter timeline because bluefin has only been recovered in more recent years. So we wanted to only reflect the more recent years. And then finally, for all HMS landings, looking at Hawaii shallow set long line, as well as DGN over 10 years. So we took it to going into CPUE. That one was more limited. The few was recommending just looking at swordfish. Again, the same data sets and time horizon versus all HMS landings. And then for ex-vessel revenue, this one was broader. The few wanted to look at all landings, and that would account for everything from a harpoon all the way to DGN or a higher volume fishery. So that this benchmark would be a little bit broader. Overall, trying to narrow down this set of options, the overall recommendations that we were working toward was to keep it simple. Assess against things that NIMS and the council, advisory bodies, stakeholders, et cetera, understand, not to create really complex benchmarks that would need an intense amount of computational or analysis at the end of the EFP season unless it was justified, and using time horizons that reflect recent conditions for both the market as well as the environment, and being able to account for year-to-year variability. And I had mentioned already about, for ex-vessel revenue in particular, the idea was to make sure that there's representation of higher volume fisheries versus kind of all the other fisheries. Next slide, please. This slide gives you a sense of what the output of one of these could look like, where you have defined benchmarks, in this case, DGN and Hawaii shallow set longline, and you could see performance on price per pound against how the EFPs did over a season. This is hypothetical, but this just gives you a sense of what it would look like. Next slide. All right, transitioning to bycatch. Again, these are quantitative benchmarks. These ones are, if you go to the next slide, please. This is the summary slide that tries to pull all those together. This was a little bit more challenging, particularly because we didn't have NIMS at the table, and we were also missing other few members for some of these discussions. But we did want to put together at least this table, and it's also reflected in the report as to what we're thinking about for performance metrics. First was looking at a discard rate, and the formula for this discard rate, we have not yet decided. At the few, we did put forward this idea of potentially using Hawaii shallow set longline and West Coast DGN over 10 years, again, because that's more apples to apples with the economic viability benchmarks and performance metrics that we're considering. However, there are a number of things about how discards are defined and what should be included here, and those we could not come to conclusion. So there still is some work to do there. Other performance metrics for bycatch, in this case, we looked also specifically at species level counts of bycatch and also individual species bycatch to catch ratios. To be able to make progress on these, we also need to be able to define what counts as bycatch. And so we need a list that actually lists out all the species that we would be looking for, and then we can come up with those counts. The overall approach here was the same as the previous one. Let's keep it simple, assess against things we understand, don't make them overly complex, and use the time horizons that reflect recent conditions. Next slide, please. So speaking to the list, the few did not come to, we came up with two different options. We have not come to a final conclusion on how to move this forward yet, and we wanted to get input at this point from the council. The first option that we are putting on the table is simply to use the existing list of prioritized bycatch species as the list, or we also talked about, and I will go through an example of how we might want to make some adjustments based on some defined criteria or rules. Next slide, please. In terms of the data that we used to come up with the lists or to look at what potential changes you might want to make to a list, we looked at relevant data sets, including Hawaii Longline, some of the West Coast EFPs, as well as West Coast longline operations occurring outside the EEZ. Next slide, please. This slide's a little bit hard to read, so apologies for that, but I think the concept that we want you to understand is here. And this one is just what it could look like from the current list that is option one or a modified list. So on the left side here, you'll see a list of current priority bycatch species, and this one was created and has been approved for use by the council already. Based on the most recent information, including the FEIS for recent EFPs and other documents that NIMS has already made available, the red items here could be considered for removal from that list because they don't typically occur in more of a hook and line style fishery, and a lot of the EFPs are leaning toward more hook and line style fisheries. Also, the green list on the far right, those potentially could be added, and that's based on this most recent FEIS data in the same way that I just mentioned before. So you could come, next slide, please. You could come up to a final combined list where you have these decision rules and you're able to add or subtract based on those decision rules. And again, at the moment, the few is simply bringing these two options as potential options forward, and we're seeking any council guidance. Next slide, please. So summarizing, for this meeting, the few would request that you provide us any input as is appropriate on our work plan. We are still aiming for March as bringing back a number of different items related to all these performance metrics and goals, and then we will hopefully be on track to complete our work on schedule. Also, we are looking toward having a meeting of the few, both we have additional virtual, but we are also looking to have an in-person meeting of the few so that we can really work through some of the most challenging of these detailed concepts and be able to come to resolution before March. So, and that's currently anticipated for late January. In terms of the guidance, as I mentioned earlier, we would welcome any guidance at this time, any guidance that you'd like to provide. That work does need additional consultation with NIMS, and so that in-person time together in January is going to be pretty important for us to be able to also make progress on that, but we welcome any input you want to give us at this point. Finally, on the performance goals, metrics, and benchmarks, this is the most important item for your feedback at this point. We would like, feedback on each of the different elements, the goal, particularly on the economic viability and bycatch metrics and benchmarks that we've provided, as well as any thoughts you have on how we might want to proceed with respect to creating those bycatch lists that will be important for both the discard rate and establishing those other bycatch ratios that I had mentioned earlier. That concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Josh, for that report. Any questions of Josh? Corey? Right, or Niall, excuse me.
First question, what can I do to get you to pronounce it FIW instead of few? The second, but more seriously, this is probably more for council discussion, but on your performance standards, and I'll ask you because you don't have the opportunity to participate in the council discussion. I'm thinking of your metrics, and I have two things in mind. Like we'll be talking about an EFP under Groundfish today with the at-sea whiting sectors, where the ratio of Chinook salmon and numbers of fish to like metric tons of whiting is like 0.02 Chinook to 1 metric ton of whiting, which is really small. I don't even know, like in their EFP is proposing like 500 Chinook, which if you divide it by 0.02, then like, I don't know, 15,000, 20,000 metric tons of whiting. So in one sense, the ratio, it's relative, right? It's like the ratio versus the absolute amount. Sometimes the absolute amount is just not acceptable, which gets me the other species that I have in mind, which is the leatherback sea turtle, which we've seen the acceptable number from nymphs in the past has been 1, which I don't know how you do a ratio just when it's one animal. So that's what I'm bouncing. And I have not been around the FIW discussions, or I've been able to bug our member Phil Dion much about it. But with those thoughts in mind, any reactions to what I thought there?
Yeah, through the vice chair, thank you very much, Mr. Nas, for the question. On the pronunciation of the FIW versus few, we would seek council advice on that as well. I'll also ask our staff officer to please make sure we follow whatever you tell us. So with respect to your question on some of these different ratios, we've been unable to really work on this because we didn't have a defined list. And so our first task, as I said, is really to come up with a list. We have talked many, many times about some of these different acceptable levels of bycatch for an individual species. And I think overall the thought is, well, there's a number of thoughts, but one is we want to make sure that EFPs are allowed to be creative and innovative, right? So that they actually can test new things and try new things. We are always bound, though, of course, by what legal and other requirements exist. And so NIMS will make sure that we follow those. through the existing process and through the existing, even creation, authorization of the EFPs themselves. So there is some there, but I think where we're headed with this is, and I think you all will talk about this more, but I think there's room for us to define for future EFPs what kind of acceptable levels of bycatch may or may not be appropriate. And I know this is where the roadmap ended and why one of the reasons why the FIW was created. And there are certain case studies that are particularly challenging when you're trying to ask fishermen to go and try something new and be innovative, like a leatherback turtle. But my ultimate answer is we need a little more time on the few to work through those individual species in particular.
Thank you. Any other questions? Chairman Hassmer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Josh, for this. Been doing some thinking here, so bear with me. You showed the preferred goal, economically viable and consistent with National Standard 9, and that's good. So then I was getting to the list of species. Well, before we get to that, I mean, we've been through this a lot, and I guess I want the FIW perspective on National Standard 9, your discussions, which talks about minimized to the extent practical versus acceptable. And I get this benchmarking things, but in our last agenda item, we talked about flexibility, and it's a pretty wide range thing. When we talk about acceptable, is there a dynamic aspect of that? Because we're looking at an economically viable fishery that to allow the industry to survive, acceptable might go up or down. And this is the way I hate to do it, but economically viable at $100,000 net profit a year, there could be one level. And if you double that to $200,000 a year, your acceptable level might be different. Was a little strange, but I mean, did you consider that the focus on economic viability versus the benchmarks and how they might be dynamic versus static?
I think through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. At the moment, our overall approach has been to focus on things we know a lot about, use existing data sets we already have, and create benchmarks that everyone understands. That is because ultimately we want this to be as usable as possible, what comes out of the FIW, and we want to make sure that it's actually helping to achieve the goal of getting these EFPs moving and getting them on the water and allowing all of you and everyone else in this room to have the information to be able to talk about ultimately where should those different acceptable levels of bycatch and economic viability be, those decisions need to get made. So I'm not sure if I'm satisfying, giving you a satisfying answer, but our initial approach was keep it simple and also set this up in a way that we have really clear benchmarks. And those benchmarks then can start to allow the conversation to happen. What should these trade-offs be? And that's where you all come into this. So our first goal is just get the EFPs on the water in a way and get them the information out there and create the information in a way that allows you all to have that conversation. At the end of the day, it's going to be a council discussion. How do you want to move forward with these EFPs given this kind of information? But at the moment, we haven't had this kind of a framework to be able to use to evaluate that. And that's, I think, what the main thing that we're trying to do here.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. And one more question, if I may. On your list of, what is it, slide 25, current one of the columns is current list of priority bycatch species. Under the finfish or the sharks, rays, are any of those listed there commercially saleable species? Refresh me on that.
I don't know the answer to that, but I believe probably not, but I would have to phone a friend to confirm.
Maybe there's some help here. John Ugaritz looks like he's raising his hand.
So thanks. In that left-hand list, the billfish, other than swordfish, are all prohibited for commercial catch landed in California. So they would be all prohibited. In the sharks and rays, I'm not sure about whether you could land a manta ray, that if anybody ever wanted to, but a white shark is generally prohibited, but there are some net fisheries that can land white shark as bycatch.
All right, thanks. That's good.
Other questions? Your writings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Josh. My question is regarding the economic viability benchmarks and looking at the quantitative ones, looking at the ex-vessel price per pound, CPUE, and ex-vessel revenue. And looking at the fishery data sets, I'm seeing Hawaii shallow set longline and West Coast driftgill net. And the Hawaii shallow set longline isn't necessarily one we want to imitate. It's also a very different ecosystem, a very different economy over there. And we're in the process of the DGN is phasing out. So, and additionally to that, thinking about like ex-vessel price per pound and CPUE, those metrics, and I think Chair Hassemer was talking about this or getting at this a little bit, but those things can be very personal to the operator, the fisherman, the business model, all those things. So I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with just how, if we want to maximize creativity and maximize opportunity and thinking about, setups can be really different, one fisherman, one company to another. Can you just talk a little bit about why these were chosen, and I think you said that harpoon and buoy gear were considered but were rejected for some reason, and even more why, just thinking a little bit broadly about why other benchmarks would have been selected to enter this data set. Thanks.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair, thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. So taking these one at a time, for ex-vessel price per pound, the idea was use species that we're all familiar with, and then look for price per pound where we already have information on those fisheries. So Hawaii shallow set longline and DGN were used because we have the data available, and because the data set goes back with a reasonable amount of time so that you could have something that would reflect recent conditions. Taking your point about, also these are relatively higher volume fisheries, and so there was an interest of a number of members of the FEW to make sure that whatever benchmarks we come up with would be able to have some kind of a benchmark that looks at higher value as higher volume as a comparable kind of benchmark. That's what it was trying to be. That's what the FEW was aiming at for the selection of some of those. For something like ex-vessel revenue, that was broader. So that would include harpoon, that would include DGN, deep set buoy gear, as well as all the other authorized fisheries. That one was intended to be able to capture the West Coast fisheries, and in particular, that whole range of different fisheries. So if you think about all these, you're going to have all these benchmarks. The idea is, what are all the different kinds of information to help round out a full picture? And so for ex-vessel revenue is going to give you one piece of one set of benchmarks, so you can evaluate all those West Coast authorized fisheries. For price per pound, the thought was focusing more on the higher volume species, but in bluefin, that one also includes hook and line and smaller volume. So it's a little bit of trying to keep enough apples to apples so that these are actually comparable, while also trying to make sure that you're capturing these other benchmarks that would be relevant for this whole discussion. Hope that answers your question.
Dr. Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for your question, Ms. Ridings. I think the idea is, and I thank my colleague from California Fish and Wildlife, John, because he's the one who came up with this thing. We want to say, how are we doing in our EFPs? Well, what kind of price are you getting? What are you going to compare that with? So if we reach out to another fishery to say what price are they getting, it's not because that's the fishery we want to emulate. We're just looking for information on a price and just looking for information on bycatch rates. So we have something to put on that ruler, the metrics, in terms of a benchmark. It doesn't have anything to do with saying we're going to fish that way. That's important. And hopefully, as we move through this process, well, I expect that the benchmarks might change. We'll see where we end up, but we got to start somewhere, and hopefully that'll be a good start. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just add one other thing. I realized I didn't address Ms. Riding's questions about the qualitative. So the whole point of the qualitative is also to get individual fisherman perspective on the suite of questions. Again, bringing qualitative and quantitative together, you're going to be able to paint a picture. And that's ultimately what we're trying to do here. We're painting a picture. Is this economically viable? And here are some ways that we can look at it that are standardized across the board. Thank you.
Other questions? I just need to clear something up because my phone is blowing up. And I know Corey was using it as an example, but all salmon aren't created equal. And so 500 hatchery fish in a bycatch might not be anything, but 25 or 30 of those be endangered species, and then that becomes an issue. So, and I think that's what you meant by just want to stop my phone from vibrating off this table. So thank you. And if there's no questions. All right. Thank you. Next is Phil on the HMS report, HMS MT.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. My name is Phil Dion, and I'll be reading a summary of the management team's recommendations for the supplemental report on HMS Roadmap Exempted Fishing Permits, Goals, and Metrics. The team views the development of defined performance metrics as a tool to evaluate EFPs that are innovating new approaches to achieve economic viability balanced with conservation objectives. Therefore, the team recommends selecting metrics that provide the opportunity to assess the trade-offs between conservation risks and economic benefits. It is also important that metrics can be standardized for comparison between different fishing methods. The team reviewed the preliminary list of proposed performance metrics presented in the Fisheries Innovation Workgroup Report 2, and the team provides the following feedback and recommendation for the Council's consideration as the metrics are developed and finalized. Number one, the team supports the FIW's recommendation to use HMS Roadmap Goal B as written for establishing performance metrics. Number two, recommend the FIW to focus on the development of ratio-based metrics, e.g. bycatch to target catch and bycatch to revenues, which facilitate comparison of different EFPs and contain information on both economic and bycatch performance. Number three, recommend that FIW use data sources from both shallow and deep set longlines east of 140 degrees west longitude, as well as data from the drift gillnet and deep set buoy gear fisheries, and include all HMS landings to the west coast. Number four, the team supports the recommendation of the FIW to develop a qualitative economic viability survey to gain information from EFP participants on profitability. Number five, request the council guidance on which proposed options the FIW should consider when moving forward on defining acceptable bycatch. And number six, recommend that the species list be revised to include all species in option 1 with the addition of most species in option 2 as outlined in our report. This concludes our summary. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Phil. Any questions for Phil? Justin.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair, Mr. Dion, in terms of the options that were presented for acceptable levels of bycatch, if we were to, there's a combination of options 1 through 3. Can you just clarify how would those use if we were to select one of those, or a multitude of those, like how that would work in your opinion, from the team's opinion?
Thank you. Through the Vice Chair. So I'd first like to say that this was a discussion or debate that was had within the management team, and we were unable to come to consensus on this particular item. So I can give sort of my interpretation, but I may also ask for another management team that I believe is waiting on the phone to give their perspective as well. But my understanding is that with both the sort of set limit or the amount bycatch measure, that could be a solid standard number, whereas the ratio could help to better compare across EFPs where there may be different catch rates or different effort across different EFPs, which would make it more difficult to standardize to a single value.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Dave Rudy.
Good morning, Vice Chair and council members. Back at you one more time. The advisory subpanel had a long discussion about the progress the FIW has made in metrics and benchmarks related to the economic viability and bycatch. In general, the advisory subpanel supports the work of the FIW, including considering benchmarks and metrics that are simple, understandable, realistic from a time frame standpoint. Given that, the HMS-AS does offer the following advice to the council. We believe the FIW should consider adding gross profits as an economic viability performance metric. Oftentimes, fishing operations pay their crew based on gross profits. The cost of the trip, fuel, bait, groceries, and ice are deducted from the gross revenue to arrive at the funds at which the crew is paid. Then agreed on formula between the split between those funds between the boat, the captain, and the crew shares. Some members of our committee thought that we should also include the payment to the crew in the analysis, while others say the crew pay is different from boat to boat, would not be meaningful. All agreed that we should document the number of crew, the days at sea, as those can be compared amongst different fisheries. This could generate an economic metric per day that could be compared to other fishery benchmarks. The advisory subpanel recommends the FIW consider excluding purse seine and albacore fishery from the ex-vessel revenue performance metric. The operation aspects and markets of those fisheries are sufficiently different that they will not be an appropriate data source. The advisory subpanel has concerns about the ex-vessel price per pound performance metric, particularly the likelihood that a price per pound for low-volume fisheries could bias that performance metric. Inclusion of the quantitative performance metric will add necessary context. The advisory subpanel also discussed metrics for bycatch and has concerns about how the discard rate will be calculated and how it will be utilized. We acknowledge that bycatch will happen despite the best efforts of the fleet. As exempted fishing permits are all fish, there will be opportunities for innovation and problem-solving skills of fishermen to find better ways to reduce bycatch while harvesting enough marketable fish to be successful. The advisory subpanel seeks further clarity from the FIW on the following. If discards of live animals will be included in the discard rate, which species will be considered, and will post-release mortality be incorporated if available or estimated if not available? The advisory subpanel recommends the FIW add a qualitative element to describe discard rates to provide context for where appropriate. This could be incorporated in the annual EFP reports. The advisory subpanel believes the council and the public would benefit from calculating discard rates for all species encountered, as well as discard rates for protected species and other species that may have perceived higher public value. The FIW should consider and recommend different options and considerations. In general, the advisory subpanel continues to note that fishermen need flexibility in prosecuting their EFPs. We heard from fishery participants that night fishing for Pacific bluefin tuna has failed for deep-set buoy gear fishermen. The 90-meter limitation, as incorporated into the deep-set buoy gear fishery, has for the most part excluded commercial fishermen from harvesting Pacific bluefin. They're typically found at 25 to 50 meters in the night. The 90-meter location was included to reduce bycatch, but has resulted in night fishing deep-set buoy gear being not economically viable. Meanwhile, jig fishing for bluefin tuna at night has been a success story for the Southern California recreational fishery. HMS AS is fortunate to have fishermen with a wide range of experience, and meeting in person allowed this important discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. You used two words in your statement I hadn't heard before: profit and fishing. I heard those in the same sentence. Any questions of Dave? Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'm going to use the word profit too. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for your comments. I think the HMS or the FIW, the few, will benefit from this input as we take a good look at these metrics that we're using. Gross profit does provide a richer image than ex-vessel price. And if indeed we're collecting numbers on the number of crew, it gives us some insights into what this fishery would represent in terms of employment should it be scaled up as an authorized gear. Thank you very much for your work on the HMSAs.
All right, thank you. I didn't see a question there, but thank you for your comments, and open to any of the questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So we're getting close to the lunch hour, but we have Teresa as one public speaker. I think she would appreciate if I'd let her go now. I know that, and I'm married to a Teresa, and I know a happy Teresa is a good Teresa. So keep all Teresas happy in the world. Teresa Labriola, you're up.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You did make me very happy. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans, and we've been here before. We support a vibrant West Coast fishery that minimizes and avoids bycatch and moves away from indiscriminate high bycatch gear and towards more selective and sustainable gear. And I don't think that's a goal anybody could argue with. And I really appreciate all the work that the Fishery Innovation Work Group is doing, and the council staff. If any of you go to these meetings, their presentations are extremely informative and elaborate. And my only suggestion is to try to share those with the council even more, in case anybody really wants to see the amount of data that they're providing and the Fishery Innovation Work Group is digging into. They were tasked with developing highly migratory species EFP performance goals, including acceptable bycatch and economic metrics to evaluate performance. And the utility of this is that such criteria agreed upon in advance can help applicants design EFP gear to achieve the goals and to explain maybe bycatch mitigation measures to the council that they're going to take to try to achieve those goals. And then we have an objective criteria to evaluate results. And so I think that getting to that next step, the Fishery Innovation Work Group has provided you with benchmarks for you to consider. But ultimately, I think the goal is to have that difficult conversation of, here's how other fisheries are performing. Where do we want our EFPs to get to? What are we looking for? They should reflect our council ethic and our vision, and how we want future fisheries to perform inside the California current. To that point, they provided you with two goals. And the preferred goal was HMS Roadmap Goal B, but I made a suggestion in my comment letter that that goal actually be revised to read, to support and test fishing gear through EFPs that have the potential to be economically viable and meet acceptable levels of bycatch and bycatch mortality as determined by the council. I think this goes more to the direction and the focus and the charge of the FIW. And I'll leave it there. I want to quickly follow a thread about economic benchmarks. I didn't write my comment letter about economic benchmarks, but I would encourage the council to include deep set buoy gear and harpoon as a economic benchmark. If you're looking at higher volume fishery benchmarks, and these are, we're calling them lower volume fisheries, you want that benchmark as well, so that you can compare. If you're going to put buckets of higher and lower volume, how is a lower volume EFP comparing to deep set buoy gear or harpoon? I think that's a very valid benchmark to have. You provided two benchmark metrics, discard rates and catch of individual species to bycatch. And picking up on Mr. Niles, I do totally recognize that discard rates aren't, they don't give you a full picture. You could have a high volume fishery and with a very small ratio of bycatch, but that could actually be a big number. So I think that it works in combination, those two. The the bycatch rate gives you one picture, and then the list of other species gives you another picture. And I think it is important to have both a catch ratio, but to have a goal of individual numbers. We will never get a catch ratio. It would be very hard to get a catch ratio for turtles. It's just like they're so constrained that how do you have a catch ratio that allows you to increase turtle catch with volume? There are some species where it just doesn't make sense to do a ratio, I think. I have some caveats, but I have limited time. So trying to wrap up here, ultimately, I think the EFPs, for us, they should ensure the integrity of the entire ecosystem. And there are other important metrics that we should look at and goals to ensuring the long-term structure and function of the California current ecosystem. And EFPs can give us a snapshot of how an authorized gear will look. That picture can show us whether a new gear might impact bycatch species population status, health, abundance, production. These are things that we're also concerned about, not just the number, but what does that number mean on the water? And they can also illuminate how the gear might change the seascape by reducing ecosystem services for bycatch species, such as changes in trophic abundance or trophic shifts or forage availability. So we'd like to see a potential additional metrics that deal with that. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions, and I appreciate you staying 7 minutes late.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions of Teresa? Dr. Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Labriola, for being here today. I appreciate your remarks about the price, and you have reminded us a few times during the FIW about the importance of thinking about the scale of whatever fishery might emerge from these CFPs, and some of them may be lower volume, higher price, others may be the opposite. So thanks for that reminder, and thank you also for coming to the meetings. You're always there, and we sure appreciate that.
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Labriola, for your comments. Question regarding discards and live versus dead or injured. I understand your perspective, but I wanted to sort of get your input on the it depends on the species in some way. And in terms of live discards, I could see there are times when we want to know that, and there are times when maybe it doesn't matter as much, and wondering what your perspective is on that, considering different species.
Thank you. I think it's important to account for all bycatch, all discards, live or dead, unless we have some scientific understanding of the post-release survivorship of the species. I know we can say it was released alive, and I would like to, that's not always the end result of a fishery released. So I think it's most important to have the post-release survivorship data as the way to maybe not consider dead a live discard as in a bycatch ratio or a bycatch discard rate.
John.
Yeah, thanks. Just to follow up on that, knowing that these are EFPs and that we will have observer data on all bycatch and all species and the observer's evaluation of dead versus injured versus alive. In terms of comparing EFP to EFP and needing a sort of finite list of things, would it be reasonable to say, yes, we have all discard information, and yes, anybody can look at and review and bring to the council's attention that information, that we then focus comparing EFP to EFP on some subset of that?
Thank you, Mr. Uritz and Vice Chair. I think that so long as that information is publicly available, it can make sense for the council to say, here are the certain species that we want to pay extra attention to in the exempted fishing permits, so long as the full amount of data is available for other species that we can take a look at that. I think that's a reasonable path.
Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Teresa. My question is about something you said at the beginning of your comments, just talking about where do we want our EFPs to get to? What is the future performance of our fisheries and what we want to see? So thinking about benchmarks and in light of the conversation and the presentation we got from a few, like how would you suggest that we do that? I realize that right now we're looking at existing sort of in other fisheries. How would we get to thinking about the future?
That's a really good question. Thank you, Ms. Ridings and Vice Chair. I think that we look at, not only the comments of the fishermen and the public, but we take a look at what we've already, decisions we've already made at the council in terms of, we had hard caps on drift gill nets, and that was a council statement of we want to do something different here and more here, and take a look at basically the current landscape of our current fisheries, and take a look at how new gears will impact that landscape. So. I mean, for me, when I look at where do I want to see the EFPs get to, and how do we do that, it's to take a look at different people's ethics of what's an acceptable level of bycatch, what's an acceptable level of a discard of live or dead species, what are our priority species that we don't want to interact with, either because of their charismatic and protected status, or their importance to other fisheries, whether it be a recreational fishery or another commercial fishery. So just some ideas.
Your writings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Teresa. That's helpful. Second question for you. You talked a little bit there about sort of wider ecosystem impacts and the potential for metrics that might meet that. And I dovetail with a little bit of a more, or I'm assuming a richer understanding around bycatch. Can you talk a little bit about what metrics you might want to see, if you have any particular already jotted down, just what that might look like?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings and Vice Chair. I am sure there are people who are smarter than me in the room that can come up with metrics for this. And I encourage the few to think of that. But I think about when I look at some of the large volume fisheries, like the longline fisheries, they catch a lot of small things that are discarded, pomfret, ribbon fish, which are not, I mean, hundreds of thousands is not an insignificant consequence to the ecosystem and what is relying on that forage in the ocean. And I think there's a link, there's a saying from actually Jason Link that ecosystem-based fisheries to make sure the goals are consistent with ecosystem-based fisheries management and considering how fishing impacts the ocean and evaluating the impact of bycatch on the energetic context for the entire system. And that's a big goal there, but potential to bring in many large new fisheries into the California current is the potential to really change the structure and function of the California current, not only in the higher trophic level species like blue shark, swordfish, your predators, but also your bycatch species.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
And so that brings us to a place in time where we can break for lunch and everybody can get their thoughts together and questions and discussions for a afternoon of fun and festivities. So we'll break for lunch and we'll see you back here at 1:16. So one of our members had to fly home to Alaska, and so Carla Bush will be in the virtual Alaska seat. Maybe we could put a cutout of people that are virtual. So I think we've got critical mass here. So Carrie, why don't you refresh our memory where we're, I think I know where we're at, but just in case, you probably know exactly where we're at. So go ahead, my friend.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, you heard the reports of the Fishery Innovation Work Group and the HMSAS and the HMSMT and public comment. And then you've had, you haven't gotten to your guidance and discussion, but you've asked a lot of clarifying questions. And so where you are right now is at council action. And the situation summary provides some guidance on that, but the bottom line action is that you are to adopt preliminary EFP goals and metrics and provide guidance as appropriate. So this is your time for council discussion and action.
Thank you, sir. So we'll start council discussion. We didn't have that. Anybody want to start off the council discussion? Mr. Egretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks again to the FIW for their work on this. I will note that there are several FIW members who are sitting on the council as well, including myself. You know, we're sort of switching hats between the two roles. And importantly, Mr. Wolf and I were both unavailable for the last meeting. Mr. Wolf obviously was not working, and I was working, but in the field. So we didn't really have an opportunity to weigh in on that report. And not saying anything negative about the report. I think it's a great start. I think we've gotten to a good place. I don't think there's anything that the council needs to officially approve or adopt at this time. I think really and truly from what I've heard and the discussions I've heard after that meeting, that the FIW is looking for guidance. And so as a council member, I'd like to provide some guidance that I'm hoping we can include. With regard to the overall goal, I agree with it. I think it's good. I think it is consistent and it there's other issues that don't fit into a goal. They fit more into these metrics and benchmarks. I do want to point specifically to the third point that was noted in the slideshow when we looked at the charge for the FIW. And that third point includes helping the council define acceptable bycatch. And I think that is perhaps the one thing that this council has struggled with. We've talked about it when we were talking about hard caps. We've talked about it after hard caps. We've talked about it all over the place. And the question kept coming up, what is acceptable bycatch? And I think that is clearly something that the FIW needs to bring us as here is something that when we're looking at EFPs, not established fisheries, but when we're looking at EFPs, this is an acceptable level of bycatch to strive to achieve. The management team, I think, had some important information in their report that I would like to encourage the FIW to consider. In particular, they made some comments about new metrics looking at revenue per catch and revenue per bycatch. And I think when we're considering how effective a gear is and how profitable that gear could be, comparing what you're earning to the bycatch you're catching is a really good way to combine those two ideas. So I'd like to recommend that. And then I do want to think about the question that I heard from Mr. Niles and Mr. Ainsworth regarding this idea of acceptable levels of bycatch versus some of the metrics and benchmarks. And I think there are two different things there. And that a single level is important, but these metrics and benchmarks could include ratios that we are using to evaluate. That the acceptable level needs to be a number that we can look at. So for example, we might decide that a ratio of one whale per 100 sets is something that is a benchmark that we can compare different EFPs to. But if a fishery or an EFP that made 100,000 sets, therefore would still meet that ratio by catching 1,000 whales. And obviously, I don't think, well, maybe not obviously to me, I don't think that would be acceptable. So ratios are good for comparison, but they're not good for an acceptable level. With regard to the species list, and I'm sorry, I took a lot of notes as people were talking, so I'm just going to throw it all out there. I think that the council had some pretty lengthy discussions about that DGN list. It was the list on the left side of the slide. We added and removed some things to that list over time with significant discussion. So I like that list. I do think that there was some good discussion in the FIW report about the species on the right-hand side of that slide to add to the list. And I support adding those species from the additional species. What I don't support is removing species from the DGN list. Whether or not they've been caught in the past 20 years, I think they are still important to us. And if a new gear type comes up and catches those species, we would want reports on them. Also, when we're talking about those species and we're talking about, well, when are we considering them and when do we include them in the ratios, I do think we should be focusing on dead and injured catch in this context and in the context of comparing EFPs. We will have the data on live releases. It exists. And if somebody is interested in something, for example, 20 humpback whales got released alive and uninjured, that might not go into our ratios, but obviously we would want to know that the fishery was doing that. I just think that if a fish is live bycatch and it's kept and sold, obviously, in my mind, that's catch. And if it's alive and uninjured, we're less concerned. We don't necessarily need to compare EFPs on that standard, but we will have the data to look at it if we need to. So with that, I think there's some other ideas around the table that I've heard that I support. And I think that we could give that sort of information to the FIW as guidance, and that they could continue their work and bring us something more complete at the next meeting.
Thank you, John. Other discussion? Huh? Krista, I think I saw Krista first. So I'm sorry.
Sure. I don't want to stop the discussion. I do have some written guidance. But I also saw Ms. Writing's hand go up, so I think it would be.
Your mic's not on.
I got some people in my head here. You want Ryan? Did you want to speak?
Oh, I was just joining the queue. If Corey had her hand up, she can go first.
Okay. I'm going to go with Corey Writings, and then we're going to go with Sharon, and then Krista, and then okay. Good Lord, what'd you have for lunch? All right.
Thanks, Vice. I had the spicy sauce. I Actually, it's just a quick question for John. John, thanks for that. That was a helpful way to kick us off. My question, you started by talking about the goal, and I either missed something or I wasn't entirely clear. Were you suggesting option 1, which is the preferred from the FIW, or option 2?
Thanks. And through the vice chair, the option 1 seemed like a reasonable way to proceed for me.
Sharon, I think you're next. Just gonna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is more, I think, a question that just probably displays my ignorance, but circling back to economic viability, and certainly I can appreciate why there might, there's consideration of creating some both quantitative and perhaps even qualitative aspects of that. But relative to just getting that information, what is the mechanism? I mean, my sense, like many other industries, there's, trade secrets, things like that, that perhaps folks don't just willingly give up their financial information. I don't believe I've seen a requirement in some of the previous EFPs we've reviewed and recommended to NIMPs that had a mechanism that they must provide the information. I recognize that this was couched as a survey, but at the end of the day, a survey is only as good as the robustness of the response. So I'm just trying to get a little better sense of how the FIW anticipated how this would really work on the ground.
Well, I thought I had Krista next. Krista?
Thanks. I actually thought you had Brian Wolf next, which is why I'm flailing about here, and I'm thinking about the few and economic viability, and trying to pull an answer together for Ms. Kiefer without consulting the entire few. So I will pause there for a minute, and then work my way through a few recommendations, including economic viability, which we've had quite a few conversations internally about what that means. And I think that has been a challenge for the FIW, because one individual's viability does not necessarily make the fishery viable, and vice versa. So I will pause there, see what Ryan has to say, and then I may be coming back with a few more points on that one.
All right. In case my mind wanders, let me forget about you, and then I'm going to go to Ryan and then Dr. Lent, and then we'll see where you want to do there, Krista. All right, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, a few comments on this, right? I want to thank the HMSAs for their detailed report, as well as the MT. I thought they put a lot of effort in this week, and I think there was some really constructive things there. I echo John's points on a couple fronts. Obviously, you all know why I wasn't able to participate, but I also wanted to notice comments related to how we're kind of wearing different hats here as we're on the few. So I really welcome the chance to get this back before the council and to have them give us some feedback, and would love to hear more from members that are also not in the few. So appreciate all that. When it comes to some of the discussion, I still have some strong heartburn when it comes to the phrase acceptable levels of bycatch for a number of reasons, especially when you're talking about an EFP. If I was an applicant, that would sound to me like that is a regulatory level or restriction or something that would force them off the water, et cetera, if they were to exceed it. And that's getting into dangerous waters for me, because there's very clear, it's very clear in the regs of when we issue it and what they might have as their terms and conditions that would be directly relevant to whether they could keep their permit or not, or what might be in an incidental take statement that would have levels themselves that we would be analyzed that might trigger reinitiation or anything along those lines. So there is very specific regulatory terms that kind of, or at least lens that comes up for me when I hear that term. But what I think I heard from my colleague across the table, as well as I think in some of the discussion, the way the MT is phrased, et cetera, is, we've been talking about these as, it was in the charge for the FIW, acceptable levels of bycatch, as just a performance goal or metric to look at. And I like looking at these as benchmarks, as things that we will be looking at or, can be used to evaluate performance. But I'm just very wary of saying or making it being perceived like it is a hard level that if exceeded would then immediately have regulatory repercussions when you're coming to an exempted fishing permit. I don't think that's the intention of what we've been phrasing it. But I did just want to at least express those concerns for council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kiefer, for your question. The economic viability is something that was part of our charge, and it's actually in the COP for EFPs for groundfish as well. But what I maintained in the FIW was just ask the fishermen, are you making any money? And you're right, it's going to be different for different fishermen. They might catch the same thing, but they don't make money and they're going to walk away. So that's kind of the bottom line, is we just say yes or no, ask them yes or no. But if we can collect some information, for example, what the HMS-AS suggested, I think that's great. It shouldn't be a huge burden. It should just be, are you making some money? So that's the idea. On the acceptable level of bycatch, I understand this is something that happened at the council a long time ago, and I don't know the history behind it. But I think rather than try to find the number, what we might want to think about is a process for reaching that. We've got these measurements, metrics, we've got some benchmarks, run the EFPs, see where we end up, see what happens as we adjust, where are we, bring it back to the council, think, how does this look? I just don't know how we could come up with a number right now. We might come up with just a description, but it's very difficult for me. I have stuck in my head National Standard 9, and I'm sure if the council wants to set an acceptable level of bycatch that's more conservative than that, the council can suggest that. It's not going to impact could impact the recommendations on an EFP, but not necessarily what the consultation would show, for example, from Madison Stevens. So I hope that answers Ms. Kiefer's question about economic viability, and those are my thoughts as far as acceptable level. I do think that just the discussion here on the floor is addressing number 1 and number 3 to some extent. For the FIW, we'll go back to work and come back with more reports. The feedback is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Litt. Mr. Ugeritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair and Dr. Lent and Mr. Wolf. I will disagree with Dr. Lent. I think that first and foremost, answering Mr. Wolf, absolutely correct that the intent and the outcome of this is not to have a regulatory effect. And I know we've said that over and over and over, but every time it gets discussed, that question comes up. So I think when we leave today, we need to make it clear in what we're directing the FIW to do, that anything they develop does not have the effect of regulation. It does not cancel an EFP. It doesn't change an EFP. It is how the council is using to help evaluate and compare EFPs. And that's all it is. And whether someone achieves a benchmark or not, or whether someone exceeds an acceptable level or not, is part of the discussion. It's not the end result. With regard to whether or not the council wanted the FIW to come up with this number. I think quite strongly that it was the fact that the council was not able to have a robust floor discussion to develop these numbers because it was a specific discussion that needed to happen with a bunch of stakeholders present, that we developed a group to look into this. And that is what the FIW was. And so I do not want, and as an FIW member, I will pushing strongly against coming up with a method to come up with something. I will hopefully get the FIW to agree to come up with numbers that you can look at and decide if the council agrees that that is an acceptable level.
Thank you. Krista.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts, and then if I do have, again, guidance available, but wanted to hear from a variety of people. We have come up with numbers for acceptable levels of bycatch within the council process in HMS for DGN, among others. And I agree with the commentary around we have not had the time nor the ability to sit together across the council floor to determine those numbers, and that we really would need stakeholders to help us decide what informed numbers would really look like. And so I do think that it is the place of the FIW to make that happen. And I think it is helpful for us to have this conversation and say, yes, no, we really are charging you with coming up with numbers. That doesn't mean that we are going to use only those numbers. But I do think expressing the intent of having them is an important conversation today. I did want to touch base just a little bit in response to Sharon's original question. I phoned a friend and was reminded that also with regard to surveys, et cetera, we did not have NIMS available at our last meeting. We would definitely be listening to them with regard to confidentiality and any other suggestions that were related to that on how best to have that survey collected. So I just didn't want that to be lost in the discussion either. Those recommendations in terms of survey would come back probably in March or whenever we bring this up next. But it would not be just a few decision or FIW decision about how to proceed forward on a survey. So with that, I will pause, see if there's other discussion or if our vice chair would like us to put something on the board to.
What I'd like to do is have you keep your finger on the trigger.
Okay.
And we'll see if there's any other discussion, and then we'll come back to you and you can put your list up there, and that probably will get more discussion. So we'll be discussioned out by the time the end of the day. So Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Krista, for that. And it sounds like you have something prepared, so I don't want to get too in the way here. But I too had some notes as kind of spurred by the advisory subpanel talking about profit. And we've talked a little bit about that already today, so I'm not going to belabor it, but just note that I do think it's important to get at that as much as you can. It's something really important when you're considering sort of individual fishermen, individual businesses, and that context. Along with that, survey methodology is really important. So I would be an assumption of mine at this point that moving forward, regardless of sort of the general topics or draft set of questions that the FIW developed, that there would be some eventual partnership with NIMS or state and would engage with a social scientist, because there are entire bodies of literature on how you do surveys correctly. And that can ensure that you're capturing what you want to capture, that you're answering the questions that you're asking. Surveys done wrong can result in a lack of trust with the people you're surveying, and we certainly don't want that. as well as inaccurate conclusions. So just noting, I think, taking that advice from the AS to think about how we get directly to profit, and then ensuring that we move forward with the intention of having that done by a social scientist or engaging in those methodologies, I think would be wise.
Any other? John? I feel like we know each other
Just
well
teeing
enough.
briefly off that, reminding everybody to understand who it is we're surveying here. We would be surveying EFP participants. And so it's not, a survey of the HMS fleet or a survey of California fishermen. It is people participating in EFPs. We're trying to get information out of them about how successful they were. Presumably, they will be willing and able to contribute information to that process.
Okay. Any other comments before we ask Chris to put her thoughts on the screen there? Krista, if you would like to proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
Please.
I think Hayden's got them. So I've put this forward as written guidance based upon the initial conversations had with a number of people around the table, and Mr. Ugaret spoke to this earlier with regard to people not in attendance and the preference for guidance rather than a motion currently. So I will kind of read through this by section, and I will also say that these recommendations are coming from the FEW report and both of the management team and advisory body recommendations. So the first would be that the council recommend that the FIW move forward with finalizing the following, considering input from the management team and the SAS, HMSAS. The first being that the few preferred performance goals support and test fishing practices that have the potential to become or be economically viable and consistent with National Standard 9 guidelines. This is the option that they've worked through, and they are really asking us to pick a lane. And so I am picking the lane that they are recommending. And the economic viability benchmarks and performance metrics from slide 19 and the bycatch benchmark and performance metrics from slide 21 of the I-4A supplemental FIW presentation 1. That was really the cleanest list of bycatch metrics. And so that is where that one came from. As additional guidance, the FIW should consider the development of ratio-based metrics, bycatch to target catch and bycatch to revenue, which facilitate comparison of different EFPs and contain information on both economic and bycatch performance, and consider adding gross profits as an economic viability metric consistent with the HMSAS recommendations. So that was, again, looking at not just what the FIW came up with, but adding in recommendations from both the management team and the AS. For fisheries data sources, recommend that the FIW use data sources from both shallow set and deep set longline east of 140 west longitude, as well as data from the drift gillnet and deep set buoy gear fisheries. Include all HMS landings to the west coast when developing final benchmarks for EFP comparison. And then I'm also asking that the FIW consider the AS recommendations to remove purse seine and albacore as appropriate. On acceptable levels of bycatch, choose option 3 from the HMS-MT report to develop acceptable levels of bycatch for the species listed below. Benchmarks should focus on the species list, and those animals discarded dead or injured. Live discards will still be captured in observer reports and available to consider separately from the benchmarks. Benchmarks are to be used by the council when examining EFP performance. This would not have any force of regulation nor be used to cancel EFPs. They also have no impact on approved gear types and fisheries. Rather, they will be used when reviewing EFP performances after each EFP annual report and at the conclusion of EFPs to inform council consideration of regulatory changes and or authorization of new fisheries or new fishing configurations. And again, we've had a lot of conversation around the floor here on this particular one. The intention is not to shut down EFPs or have this be regulation, but to get some firm numbers out there that we can talk about for acceptable levels of bycatch. In terms of the species list, direct the FIW to consider an updated species list from the following: all species in option 1, along with the potential additions from option 2 and the addition of all shearwater species. And I referenced this as a bycatch species list below for the within the acceptable levels of bycatch. I did not individually call those out. If you need a specific list, I think we've had enough discussion on the floor to cover that. But I did just want to make a note of that in terms of this list. And then for one other component, let's meet as planned on December 9th, and then plan on having a meeting in person in San Diego in January for recommendations.
So does your guidance look right on the screen? I'm just kidding. Thank you. Comment for Uterus.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Krista, for putting all this together. I know it's a lot of information, and I appreciate that it's written guidance, and I think it gives the FIW a lot to go through. A couple things I would point to in here, if you could scroll to the acceptable levels of bycatch section, that second paragraph, I think that's really key. It's what Mr. Wolf was getting at, and I'm glad to see it in writing here, that this is what we're shooting for, and people can look back at this again in the future if they get confused. And then in developing the species list, yes, it looks good. I think the FIW can take one last look at it. There may be one or two species that we've heard about that need to be added or removed, and that's fine. We'll come back to the council with a final list. But then using that list to develop the acceptable levels is useful. So other than that, I think there's enough latitude in here for the FIW to make some decisions. And I do think it provides the guidance needed to finish things up.
Thank you. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just on this same page where thank you very much, Ms. Svensson, for putting this together. Can I see the heading at the top and this paragraph that starts with benchmarks, the paragraph above it? The heading is acceptable levels of bycatch, which we understand is different from the benchmark, right? Thank you for bearing with me to make sure I understand it. So choose option 3, develop acceptable levels of bycatch for the species listed below. All the discussion after that talks about benchmarks. So that's a separate step. We're going to develop a number for each of the species in the list, which we'll call acceptable level of bycatch. Then we're going to put in a benchmark based on what we see in other fisheries. And as things come in, we examine the performance of EFP based on the benchmarks, not the acceptable level of bycatch. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, so I addressed the economic viability benchmarks in the first essentially paragraph. I didn't call it out separately, and the reason I pulled these categories together, I actually used the headers from the HMS-MT report. So the intention here is to essentially have a list of acceptable levels of bycatch, but also have a secondary grouping of the benchmarking and performance metrics that you would then measure your EFPs using both. It's a suite of tools. It's not intended to be one single sole source. Does that help clarify? And I see I have hopefully a friend over there raising their hand who may elaborate more.
Mr. John, go ahead.
Thanks. I would suggest that the second paragraph on the screen here should say acceptable levels of bycatch and benchmarks, because of two things. One, we want to be absolutely clear that acceptable levels of bycatch are also not regulatory in nature and also are not used to make changes, as well as the fact that those acceptable levels of bycatch will be used to consider EFP performance in addition to the benchmarks.
I would be totally supportive of that. So I don't know if Hayden, you would mind putting that there, but I think hopefully it is like magic for Dr.
But I was saying put it at the second paragraph is where acceptable levels of bycatch needs to be added. That's fine to change the heading, but the second paragraph was your question.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Well, with great trepidation, Krista, where can I find option 3? I've been scrolling and looking.
Absolutely. Happy to help with that. Option 3 is found within the HMS MT management report.
I have it open.
And it, I believe, is on the 3rd page of that, but I can pull it up here if you give me one moment.
So table 2 on page 7 has summary of options for EFP bycatch benchmarks, and there's an option 3.
Hold on. My apologies for not having this open. HMS MT. And it would be at the bottom of page 3 of agenda item 1, or excuse me, I4B supplemental HMS MT report 1. The paragraph which is within the category of acceptable levels of bycatch. The start of the banner, it reads, the HMS MT offers the following options to consider when moving forward on the charge of defining acceptable levels of bycatch. Any combination of options 1 through 3 could be used in conjunction with one another. And then option 3 within that is determine an acceptable amount of bycatch for each species or species group of concern. This could be based on potential biological removal, observed bycatch rates, or other fisheries, or other considerations, and would not preclude the use of rates and/or ratios to evaluate EFP performance. And so that was what I was referencing when I made mention of option 3 in my guidance.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe if I may, Mr. Vice Chair, just add, I'm fine with this going forward, like others have said. My mind, and I've said this earlier, it's too early in the process to define an acceptable level, which is subjective, that I think depends on what we anticipate from the fishery. And when we're trying to determine if it's economically viable, if it is, and I understand, they're not going to develop a fishery to shut them down. They want something to be economically viable, but to prematurely determine what's acceptable could constrain development, in my mind, of an economically viable fishery. But that's just the comment, and I know it's a very difficult discussion on the FIW, and they'll take this and continue to work on it. And I agree, the benchmarks, I'm comfortable with that. Mr. Uger had said, the language there in the second paragraph that's on the screen now, exactly, that's really capturing it. And benchmarks for evaluating this is a good way to look at it. It's just, I have a hard time getting to acceptable so early in the process. Thank you.
Mr. John, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hasmer. As I did with Dr. Lent, I think I'll disagree a little bit. I don't think it's too early in the process. I think we've been dealing this for a very long time, but what you finished with was more important. And to get to your question, perhaps, none of these metrics or benchmarks or acceptable levels are mutually exclusive, nor again do they necessarily mean that an EFP wouldn't be approved or eventually adopted as a new fishery tool. They're ways to compare things, and they are clear ways to compare things so everybody knows what the rules and playing field are. Getting back to what's on the screen, because I'm still hearing confusion, and part of this is because things are crafted as we go and not necessarily perfect. I'm glad that this is written guidance, but just to be clear, there are two places on the screen right now that should say acceptable levels of bycatch and. So if you just copy the first part of the title there, that's one place where you're adding it at the start of that second paragraph. And the second place is the second sentence of the first paragraph, because we want those acceptable levels of bycatch to focus on the list of species.
Justin?
Thanks, Vice Chair. I have a separate question for clarification, if that's okay. It's about the fishery data sources section of the guidance. Just reading it myself, I just want to make sure that the FIW is clear on what it's saying, which fisheries to use and not to use. Because to me, if you read it, it's shallow and deep set long line east of 140 west longitude, as well as data from the drift, gillnet, and deep set buoy fisheries gears, and include all HMS fisheries to the west coast. Would it be simpler to, just say all HMS landings to the west coast? Just post that out there. And then also, is the guidance here for the FIW to do that for all HMS landings, but then also consider it all HMS landings without the purse seine and albacore fisheries?
Thank you. I will take the second piece first. And I will also just make mention that having worked through the FIW, there's been a lot of discussion about when we're working through these metrics, which fisheries are we looking at? And really, the discussion appears to have been through the management team and then the advisory subpanel to be as holistic as possible. That being said, there are some concerns specific to purse seine and to our albacore fishery that are maybe not as characteristic as some of these other fisheries are, that are really more specific to swordfish and bluefin, which is what many of our EFPs are targeting currently. That doesn't mean we should never take those into consideration. It's more a function of what we're looking at currently. It could be beneficial. If we would like to use slightly different language in terms of being holistic, I would be open to that. Again, this was pretty much verbatim pulled from the management team report, which is why I left it as such, with the exception of tacking on the piece regarding the AS recommendations to purse seine and albacore.
Thank you.
I'd just like to remind the council, this is guidance. We don't need to get into a wordsmithing right down to it because, and I don't want to quit any discussion. I mean, we'll, You know, we got a lot of stuff to go, but that doesn't matter. We'll stay here till 12 o'clock tonight to get her done. But I'm just saying that we don't have to, it's not a motion. It's, you know, it's guidance for this. And I think that if the spirit of it is mostly there, I think we've got significant stuff for the team to go by. But I could be wrong. I'm not trying to stifle anything, but I will call on you, Corey Ridings, to get me out of this hole that I just dug for myself.
Thanks, Vice. Yeah, I was just going to add a little bit from a conversation or a response that Ms. Labriola gave us on the floor regarding the wider ecosystem impacts and thinking about that when thinking about how we think about bycatch. And looking at the performance metrics, looking at the benchmark suggested, it looks like there's some things being considered and some things TBD. I don't want to go as far to say, oh, we should add a performance metric because I haven't been in those discussions and I'm not sure what that would look like. But just to add as guidance, as something for the FIW to consider, noting Ms. Labriola said, you know, we might need somebody smarter to help us all. Perhaps Dr. Link or anyone else, but just noting the importance of taking that into consideration, the larger ecosystem impacts of bycatch. And I appreciated that and just wanted to add that for something for the FIW's consideration.
Well, and I'm sure Mr. Griffin is just over there taking copious notes for stuff that might be, you know, we're discussing here. So to pass on, any more discussion? Dr. Lent.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm hoping I'll say something and my colleague here will say, I agree with Dr. Lent. Here's my point. To that point, Ms. Corey Niles. Sorry. Doing my best. There's two Corys to my left. But I think the idea of ecosystem-wide impact is extremely important. I think where that really comes into play is if it becomes an authorized gear, then it goes into an FOP amendment and all those aspects are analyzed. And by then it's a bigger scale, so we truly have our concerns. But I appreciate Ms. Labriola bringing it up and you bringing it up as well, Ms. Ridings. Thank you.
Corey's to the left, Corey's to the right. I think that's a song. Anyway, Corey to my right.
On that note, but no, I thanks to all of you for your time putting this together and for the FIW. A lot of questions, but I think and John, I appreciate your thoughts earlier about thinking through the ratios and the amounts and all that, and so helpful. So yeah, I think this is economic viability. I mean, did we all think deep set buoy gear was going to be viable? I think we all did, and maybe it will be more viable. But so along with this is not easy. These topics are not easy. We would have figured them out 10 years ago. But no, thanks for the thought, and I think these are the right discussions to be having. And good luck, I guess.
So you think we're kind of getting around the consensus mode here is for this guidance that we can close this out? Don't want to cut off anybody that has great thoughts, but okay. So Mr. Griffin, do you have everything you need? Have we done our job here correctly, or some thoughts, please?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have thoughts. I think that the guidance is good, it's clear, and I think the discussion and questions around the council floor has been really helpful. So I appreciate that very much. I'm thinking ahead to our next meeting in December and then in January and leading up to what is slated to be a final action on this matter. It's not a regulatory action, but that's how it's presented in March. And there's a lot of work to be done in a tight timeline. The council has the guidance requests the numerical or value-based acceptable levels of bycatch. And so there's a heavy lift to happen. And I know that the council throughout the rest of this meeting will be thinking about future workload planning and things like that. And the members of the FIU and the contractor will huddle after this and reformulate our work plan, and we'll be reaching out to people as needed. But Unless there's other discussion or guidance, I think that this guidance that you presented with the edits that you made during discussion is really helpful, and we can run with that.
So thank you, and thank you, Krista and John. Oh, Dr. Lyon, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just couldn't leave this discussion without thanking our co-chairs, Krista and Josh, for doing such a great job of leading us on the FIW. Carrie and Ms. Katie, still here, who are doing fabulous work. So thank you very much for all you're doing. We're making progress with you.
Okay, so we've done our job here, I take it, and we'll move on to J1, NIMS report. It'll probably take a minute or two because we got at least one seat to change, I know.
we both react, like whatever it is.
So if we start wandering back to our seats, the music has clearly stopped. So Craig wants us to get back here to our chairs. Wait for Dr. Lick to get her cookie, and then we'll get started here. All right, we'll get going. Looks like we have Kratina all in going. So go ahead, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item J1. It is the National Marine Fisheries Service report. Under this item, we will hear an update on regulatory activities from the National Marine Fisheries Service. And council action under this item is discussion.
Okay, any questions? Okay, reports, is that you, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I'm the only one. There's no Science Center report here, so it's just me. And this will be slightly longer than the land speed record we had earlier for a NIMS report, but it's incredibly short. We had, as a reminder, Amendment 23, the revised rebuilding plan was approved May 29th. The 25-26 Sardine final specs published September 16th, and associated Sardine EFPs were issued shortly thereafter. And we expect the 25 to 27 mackerel final rule to be published early 26. That's our current, at least, target. But as I noted earlier, we'll see and continue to update the council, but should be before the next council meeting at least, hopefully. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Any questions of Ryan? Seeing none. Katrina?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If there is no questions or discussion from the council, then you've completed your task for this action, but I will pause to see if you'd like to call for any discussion from the council.
I tried once, but I'll try twice. Any discussion? I think we got all discussed out the last one, so.
I think so. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Your task is complete on this action.
Thank you. Don't go too far away. J2, methodology review. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This one won't be quite as short. This is agenda item J2, methodology review. When a new stock survey or data methodology are developed for potential inclusion in council products such as stock assessments, the council provides a process for a peer review and evaluation of this new methodology review. Under this agenda item today, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center has proposed a review of their integrated West Coast Pelagic survey, and in particular, a net change from the net that was previously used on the CPS survey to the new multifunction trawl net in the integrated survey. This proposal is available as the National Marine Fisheries Service Report 1 under this item, J2. And Under this item, you'll also see a draft terms of reference proposed for this review, which basically outlines the guidelines that the review will be following. So under this agenda item, it will be the council's task to provide guidance on the proposed methodology review, as well as adopt the terms of reference as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Katrina? Alrighty. I see Dr. Yao is all ready to go. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Chair, Council members. Hello again. I'm here to present to you, there are two documents on this agenda item. There's the request from the Southwest Center for the methods review, and then the draft terms of reference, as Katrina just pointed out. Starting with some background, I think everyone's aware that this past summer was our inaugural Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, which combined the Southwest Center survey for CPS with the Northwest Center's survey for hake. That survey was completed. We were able to do what we hoped to do, sample both CPS and hake from border to border. And we did so with a new net system that industry helped design for us. Ahead of the 2027 Pacific Sardine benchmark, if you recall, we mutually agreed to postpone the 26 benchmark to 27. So ahead of the 2027 Pacific Sardine benchmark stock assessment, there's a need to review the integrated survey methods so that we understand the path forward for using the data from that survey in future CPS stock assessments, which is why you see these two documents before you for consideration today. We at the Southwest Center Fisheries Resources Division are proposing this methods review. The dates are in there as February 24th through 26th. These have been proposed in conjunction with council staff and SSC CPS subcommittee member availability. We propose to host it at our center in La Jolla. And you'll see that in the documents, the focus has been on the net switch, the switch from one net system to another, and whether or not that switch in net system has resulted in changes or not to the species and length selectivities, because those will, it may influence the data coming out of the CPS survey that is used for stock assessments. The focus on the net switch itself is because that is what has changed in the survey. All other methods are basically the same or within the scope of changes to the CPS survey that used to happen year to year. So that is why the focus is on, just like I said, the net switch and resulting differences or not to the data being collected. The following two questions are proposed to be addressed by the review panel. The first has a switch from a Nordic 264 net to the new multifunction trawl net on the integrated survey, resulting in important changes to species and length selectivities. And second question, if so, have these changes resulted in important changes in the survey-derived data inputs for the stock assessment? Those data inputs are biomass, age composition, and weighted age. So to help answer that question, our scientists will be prepared to present background literature, specifications of the new net compared to the previous net, and then comparisons of length and species selectivities from the new net and the previous net. The panel is also, we would ask them to recommend research topics for improvements and how, again, path forward for using this data for CPS stock assessments. And any research recommendations could be organized by priority, like high, medium, or low, and then anticipated time frame for completion. And that is what I have for you today for these two materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Ayala, for being here. In the interest of saving time, I wanted to ask you a question instead of calling Dr. Ayala back up, if that's okay. It looks as though in all three advisory body statements under this SSC advisory subpanel and management team that they've all requested that the terms of reference have a section added to review any research recommendations from the 2018 methodology review. And I just wanted to see if that sounds amenable to you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Brady, for the question. Yes, that would be fine. Tracking the past review recommendations and our progress towards them is something that we do. And so it would not, it sounds like a very reasonable request that we could accommodate to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next would be Dr. Jason Schaffler, online.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, members of the council. I would just like to ask if you are able to hear me clearly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading from agenda item J2B, revised supplemental SSC report 1, scientific and statistical committee report on methodology review. The SSC reviewed the proposal for a formal methodology review of the integrated survey that provides the biomass estimates, survey age composition, and survey weight at age data that supports the stock assessments for West Coast coastal pelagic species. The review is appropriate given the change from the Nordic 264 surface trawl net to a new multifunction trawl net. This change could lead to differences in length and species-specific selectivity of the trawl, which could lead to a lack of survey data comparability between the data for 2025 and before. The SSC recommends that the methodology review proceed as proposed and endorses the terms of reference. The SSC also recommends that the terms of reference be expanded to include a review of the progress made on past research recommendations during April of 2018 related to the trawl net and its performance. That concludes the SSC statement, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Dr. Schaffler? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. Maybe you can correct me. What in that last sentence you said there, you said parentheses April 20, you said April 2018. However, I'm reading April 2017 in your report. What's the correct year, just for the record?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Writings. April 2018 is the correct. You are probably reading from the non-revised supplemental SSC report 1, and I readily admit I could have done a better job of identifying that one change in advance.
I'm sorry. Thanks for clarifying that.
All righty. Any more? Jason, I think you're off the hook. Thank you. Okay. Trung is up next.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and council members. My name is Trung Nguyen. I'm with the CPS-MT, and I'll be reading the CPS-MT report on methodology review. The CPS-MT reviewed the proposal for methodology review of the net change in the integrated West Coast Pelagic survey for data used in CPS stock assessments and the draft terms of reference. The CPS-MT supports the request for methodology review scheduled for February 24th to 26th, 2026, and the draft terms of reference. The CPS-MT also agrees with the SSC's request that the Southwest Fisheries Science Center provide a progress update on research requests identified in the 2018 ATM a methodology review panel report, and include this update in the terms of reference. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next one is Matt Everingham. Hope I didn't butcher that last name too bad, but come on up here, Matt.
Thank you. My name is Matt Everingham. I'm here to read from the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. CPSAS supports the request for a methodology review scheduled for February 24 to 26 of 2026 and the draft terms of reference, both referenced in J2. The CPSAS also agrees with the Science and Statistical Committee's request that the terms of reference include a progress update from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on research requests from the 2018 Acoustic Trawl Methodology Review Panel report from April 2018. Thank you.
Any questions of Matt? Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, I think that ends the advisory panel reports. Now we're going to go to public comment. Oh, you got 0? Okay. Thought I had 1, but anyway. All right, so discussion on this. Ms. Braby?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thanks to the Center for bringing forth the request for a methodology review and a draft terms of reference. I support the review and would like to see the requests of the SSC, CPSMT, CPSAS added to the TOR, in which our advisory bodies are all requesting that the center include any updates they have from the 2018 ATM review panel's research recommendations. And I have a motion ready for you when you're ready.
All righty, is there any council discussion before we put a motion on the floor? Motion away.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I move the council approve the Southwest Fisheries Science Center request for a methodology review from agenda item J2A, NIMS Report 1, November 2025. Adopt the proposed terms of reference, agenda item J2, attachment 1, November 2025, and request that council staff revise the TOR to include the recommendations of the CPSMT and agenda item J2B, supplemental CPSMT report, November 2025. And my name has 1 N. Thank you.
Okay, does your language of your motion show up on the screen as you intended?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And ask for a second. Pick a Corey. Corey Writings. And then speak to your motion, please.
Thank you. As stated in the proposed TOR, the NIMS and Council are responsible for ensuring that new data sources related to assessments and management of CPS, including new survey designs and proposed changes to existing surveys, are peer-reviewed via the methodology review process. Therefore, this action is an integral step in helping to ensure we have quality data sources for our CPS assessments. Additionally, as the ATM has been in use since 2006 and underwent 2 major reviews, one in 2011 and one in 2018, I think it's important to receive an update as requested by all 3 of our advisory bodies on any progress made on the research recommendations that came from that last review. And lastly, it sounds as though the SSC and Southwest Fisheries Science Center have tentative dates set for a February review, and that timeline seems appropriate given the plan to have a benchmark sardine assessment done in 2027. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the motion maker on the motion? Okay. Council council discussion. Discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I guess I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Heard me there. Those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. He's ready? You ready? All right, next up is J3, Pacific Sardine Stock Definitions. Katrina, take us away.
Did we want to do an overview of the last action before we moved on?
Yeah, my fault.
No
a little
worries.
excited there. It was a really concise motion.
I know.
Sorry.
Too good.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr.
Did we do
Vice
our
Chair.
job correctly?
You did.
Obviously, I didn't, but
You did a great job. You did your job correctly. The council provided approval and guidance to schedule the methodology review for the integrated survey as planned, as well as adopting the terms of reference with guidance to revise that terms of reference as appropriate to capture the recommendations to include progress updates on the last methodology review research recommendations. So with that, you've completed your task on this action.
Thank you for the okay, now we will move to J3 Pacific Sardine stock definitions. Do we change in chairs here, or we can? All right, let's move on forward. Don't stop now, Katrina. You're doing great.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This will be agenda item J3, Pacific Sardine stock definitions. So under this agenda item, the Council will consider a reevaluation of the Fishery Management Unit in the CPS FMP, and in particular, the Pacific Sardine stock definition within it. Attachment 1 provides an overview white paper looking at this question of reviewing the Fishery Management Unit. And I will go more into the details of that attachment in a PowerPoint presentation after this overview. You'll also note that there are reports from the SSC, the CPSAS, and the CPSMT, which also provide supporting information and recommendations. The Council task today will be to adopt a purpose and need statement, a range of alternatives, and a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. Are there any questions on this brief overview before I go into the PowerPoint presentation that will cover the bulk of the situation summary and details?
Are there any questions? Okay, go ahead. Please.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment to get the presentation up. All right, so again, this is agenda item J3, Pacific Sardine stock definitions. I don't know what that did. Apparently you can't press the space bar when you're in a Ring Central meeting. Okay, here we go. So to get started, we will just ensure we're all on the same page of how we got to current management of Pacific Sardine and what led to this action. So beginning in January of 2000, Pacific Sardine came under federal management through Amendment 8 to the Northern Anchovy FMP, which was then renamed to the CPS FMP. At this time, management was based on a general acceptance that sardine off the west coast of North America formed 3 subpopulations: a northern subpopulation ranging from Baja California to Alaska, shown in blue on this figure here, a southern subpopulation off of Baja California, Mexico, shown in yellow here, with a potential mixing area shown in green, and then a Gulf of California subpopulation shown in orange here. And so when Pacific Sardine came under management, the northern subpopulation was considered exploited by U.S. fisheries and was defined in the FMP in what's known as the Fishery Management Unit. So this is the table here. It's table 1.1 in the CPS FMP. The fishery management includes all species and stocks that are considered in the fishery and subject to the provisions of the FMP. And so at this time, all sardine accessed by the fishery were assumed to come from this northern subpopulation that was hypothesized. And prior to 2014, Pacific Sardine stock assessments and management assumed that all landings south of Ensenada, Mexico were of this hypothesized southern subpopulation. So all landings, biological samples, and survey data collected between Ensenada, Mexico to British Columbia, Canada were attributed to the northern subpopulation. In 2014, a habitat index method, also known as the habitat model, was developed to apportion annual catch between these potential northern and southern subpopulations. This apportionment typically occurred during assessments, usually annually, but during the extent of the fishing season, all catch of sardine in U.S. waters was attributed to this northern subpopulation defined in the FMP. Practically, this catch accounting system means that while all catch contributes to approaching the northern subpopulation's ACL or ABC, potentially leading to restrictions or even closures if it gets close, only a portion of this catch is then later attributed to the northern subpopulation. And in particular, since the closure of the directed fishery in 2015, when only minor directed and live bait fisheries have persisted, the proportion of catch attributed to the northern subpopulation via the habitat model has declined. This decline is shown on the graph here, with the blue star indicating that turning point following the closure of the directed fishery. Now, I will note that multiple factors may have contributed to this pattern we see. There's been a shift in the proportion of sardine caught for live bait purposes away from human consumption following the closure of the directed fishery. A geographic contraction of the fishery almost solely to occur in Southern California, also related to this focus on the live bait fishery, and a decrease in the stock size of what is defined as the northern subpopulation. And this topic of sardine stock definitions has been brought up since at least 2020. It's not necessarily new, as the CPSAS first expressed concern that the Council was not managing the full extent of the sardine resource in U.S. waters in this year. In particular, increasing attention over the years has been brought to the proportion of landings that the habitat model assigns to this hypothesized southern subpopulation, which is technically not managed in the FMP. National standard guidelines recommend that councils periodically review their FMPs and the best scientific information available to determine if stocks are appropriately identified and need to be removed, added, or adjusted. And so identifying and defining a stock is one of the most basic and essential steps in sustainable fishery management, hence this ability to relook at the stock definition. The ability to prevent overfishing and achieve on a continuing basis relies on correctly identifying the biological population that's being managed. An inaccurate stock definition could undermine assessments of biomass and yield, lead to management measures that do not align with the true population structure or dynamics. Recent scientific evidence and a review of historical information indicate that the sardine management stock defined in the CPS FMP may not accurately represent the biological population occurring in U.S. waters. Current management based off of a hypothesis of multiple subpopulations of Pacific sardine does not capture all sardine harvested domestically, and emerging data questions whether these subpopulations are even distinct, suggesting that Pacific sardine along the West Coast may instead comprise a single coast-wide population. Complicating this further, Japanese sardine, a closely related and indistinguishable species, has recently become more prevalent in U.S. waters and often appears in mixed landings in the CPS survey. So considering these complex factors, the Council has determined it is appropriate to reevaluate the management unit of sardine in the CPS FMP. And so the Council's task today is to determine whether the current fishery management unit and the sardine stock defined within it adequately encompasses the population of Pacific sardine available as a resource in U.S. waters. Additionally, whether Japanese sardine should be added so that management actions remain consistent with the principles of the MSA National Standards in Sound Fishery Science. And so to understand if and how the CPS Fishery Management Unit needs to be readjusted to encompass those tasks, it is important to be on the same page regarding the framework that the Council can apply, including definitions, legal and regulatory frameworks, and scientific considerations that apply to this process. And so I'll go over that framework in the next few slides. First, we'll define some key terms that are critical to this discussion to ensure that they're being used consistently as we discuss this topic. So first is a stock. This is a management term. It is a species, subspecies, geographical grouping, or other category of fish capable of management as a unit. Then you have population. This is a biological term. A biological unit, a group of individuals of the same species that are separated from others within the same species. Information on population may inform a stock definition, but these two words should not be conflated with each other. And lastly, Fishery Management Unit, also denoted as FMU. This is simply the fishery or that portion of a fishery identified in an FMP as relevant to the FMP's management objectives, including biological, geographic, economic, technical, social, or ecological perspectives. Essentially, this captures all species that are in the fishery and subject to the provisions of the FMP. And so when defining a fishery management unit, there are several things to consider. The MSA's implementing regulations establish guidelines based on the national standards to assist in the development and review of FMPs in order to meet the requirements that the Council prepare an FMP for any fishery that requires conservation and management. The CPS FMP's goals and objectives in particular build on these requirements, and the management unit within the FMP is defined for species relevant to these objectives. Per 50 CFR section 600-305C, which you may remember from our groundfish stock definitions process and gotten familiar with it, not every fishery and every stock requires federal management. Councils should consider 10 non-exhaustive factors when deciding whether stocks require conservation and management in the EEZ, and consider these factors. The national standards and their guidelines also provide principles for ensuring that stock definitions allow for responsible fishery management, and standards 1, 2, and 3 are particularly relevant to this discussion. In Attachment 1, you will see an initial consideration of the factors at Section 600-305C, considering whether the Pacific sardine that is currently considered to be southern subpopulation and Japanese sardine are in need of conservation and management in U.S. waters. First, considering Factor 1, Pacific sardine and other CPS populations are very important components of the California current ecosystem, contributing to trophic dynamics as forage species. So we know that all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters are important to the marine environment. It is not known, however, whether the introduction of Japanese sardine has resulted in a net positive, negative, or neutral contributions to the marine environment. Considering factors 2 and 5, all Pacific sardine caught in U.S. waters are indiscriminately caught and targeted, regardless of whether their catch is later apportioned to the northern or southern subpopulation via the habitat model. It is impossible for the fleet to determine in advance whether they are catching northern or southern subpopulations. Therefore, all Pacific sardine caught in U.S. waters is targeted by the same fishery. When the directed fishery was opened, it was also assumed that a portion of catch came from the hypothesized southern subpopulation, even when it was assumed to mostly occur off of Mexico. Japanese sardine, also visually indiscernible from the Pacific sardine, are also likely caught in mixed schools with Pacific sardine based on mixed hauls in the CPS survey. Therefore, they are likely indiscriminately targeted alongside Pacific sardine, although it is not yet known to what extent. And considering Factor 3, in the process of reviewing the stocks defined in the Council's Groundfish FMP, Factor 3 reviewed whether the stock occurred principally in federal waters. But compared to groundfish, we know that coastal pelagic species like Pacific sardine have much larger ranges in individual movement and more dynamic patterns of spatio-temporal distribution throughout the fishery. Therefore, it is likely that the FMP can improve and maintain the condition of all Pacific sardine that are caught in U.S. waters. In particular, given the proportion of sardine attributed to the southern subpopulation via the habitat model, increasing since 2015 and occurring mostly in the summer months, it is likely that these fish could benefit from inclusion in the FMP. However, it is noticeable that Japanese sardine, despite being likely caught in U.S. waters, it is not known whether it is possible to determine their stock size, stock status, or whether it even is necessary to improve or maintain its condition. Therefore, we still have limited information on this species. Considering factors 5 and 6, Pacific sardine off the West Coast are highly important to the commercial sectors, including primary directed, minor directed, and live bait fisheries, as well as the California recreational sector that relies on live bait. Based off the high value of impact of the primary directed fishery and the Southern California recreational sector, we can say that Pacific sardine contributes a high net value to the nation and particularly to the Southern California economy. The concentration of value within Southern California in the current area with limited fishing opportunity is particularly relevant to the fish that are assigned to the southern subpopulation via the habitat model, as the majority of catch in summer months is attributed to this southern subpopulation with the habitat model. It is still unclear what proportion of catch, and therefore economic benefit derived from it, is comprised of Japanese sardine. Based on its recorded presence, however, it is clear that potentially some portion of value derived from the sardine fishery is attributed to those landings. Considering factor 8, the current in-season management structure attributes all catch of sardine in U.S. waters to a hypothesized northern subpopulation during the fishing season, while later revising this attribution via the habitat model during the annual stock assessment. The Council should consider whether a revision to the Fishery Management Unit and the stock definition could more efficiently manage the sardine resource that is being caught via the Fishery Management Plan. Further, it is not clear what proportions of landings are comprised of Japanese sardine, so it is not clear whether the FMP could provide for a more efficient utilization of that species or the overall sardine resource. Factor 10 is typically considered when bringing in a new stock to ensure we're not duplicating management efforts. However, no other agency or program manages Pacific or Japanese sardine in the U.S. EEZ. Now, the national standards and their guidelines further provide principles to consider in considering a revision to stock definition. First, stock delineations should align with the ability to manage to the objectives of National Standard 1, to prevent overfishing while achieving, on a continuing basis, the optimal yield from each fishery. This is critical because MSY, status determinations, and control rules such as ABCs and ACLs to achieve this are confined to the delineation of the stock definition. Next, per National Standard 2, conservation and management measures should be based upon best scientific information available and would rely on that information also informing a stock definition. Several considerations from the literature and the SSC's previous recommendations are related to the need to rely on best scientific information available when identifying and delineating stocks. Current literature and the advice of the SSC has suggested that population structure is foundational to defining stocks and delineating boundaries for management. The SSC has suggested that genetic differences, if they exist, are the most conclusive source of information on population structure. Scientific literature has also suggested that a stock should consist of all individuals that interact enough to create a coherent population trend, with the ability to include multiple subpopulations within a stock if they demonstrate comparable recruitment patterns, life histories, or exploitation histories. And lastly, the literature has also recommended that management boundaries, particularly for widely distributed species like sardine, should anticipate changing conditions. And lastly, National Standard 3 explicitly defines the management unit as the fishery or portion of the fishery relevant to the FMP's management objectives, setting the stocks as its building blocks. Per National Standard 3, to the extent practicable, an individual stock of fish shall be managed as a unit throughout its range, and interrelated stocks of fish shall be managed as a unit or in close coordination to create a comprehensive approach to fishery management and ensure the scope of the fishery covers the entire range of stocks of fish in need of conservation and management. More specifically, stocks should include a whole biological population and should not be arbitrarily divided. Further, stocks that interact ecologically or within a common fishery should be managed within the FMU or in a coordinated manner. Multiple stocks may be managed together as a unit if they cannot be easily identified or separated. And so the application of this framework to this action, which is reviewing the fishery management unit to ensure it meets the goals of the national standards, MSA, and the CPS FMP, it is necessary to apply this guidance. First, it's necessary to ensure that it's feasible to manage the stocks that are defined to meet the goals of the national standards, the MSA, and the CPS FMP. As well, the stock definitions that are identified should align with the best scientific information available, including recommendations from literature and the SSC. And so relating this to the Council's task, these points are applied to reviewing the Pacific sardine stock definition and potential adjustments, and making a decision on whether to bring Japanese sardine into the fishery management unit. I'll pause here for any questions before we go into the scientific and management considerations that get into further details of applying these principles.
Thank you. Any questions? Being none, proceed.
Sounds good. So first, I will go over a review of the state of current science, including a review of historical information and new evidence regarding Pacific sardine population structure, as well as some initial information covering the introduction of Pacific sardine in U.S. waters to help inform the science that could inform the stock definitions. So several papers published in the last few years review the body of literature regarding evidence of population structure in Pacific sardine. These publications build on preliminary findings that were initially presented at a stock structure workshop in 2022. That workshop had concluded with the working hypothesis of multiple subpopulations remaining in place, but initial evidence began to show a possibility that alternative hypotheses could also be used to underlie management. This review that we're presenting here focuses on the findings that have been published since this 2022 workshop to provide the opportunity to update the working hypothesis. Notably, in February of 2025, Craig et al. Published an extensive critical literature review revisiting the subpopulation hypothesis. This review, covering a century of scientific literature on spawning areas, migration and growth patterns, and genetics, concluded that there is little, if any, evidence supporting a hypothesis of multiple subpopulations of Pacific sardine throughout their North American range. Further, there is no evidence against the idea of a single coastwide population of the species. Erisman et al., also in 2025, published a systematic review of somatic growth patterns across geographic regions, finding that length at age and growth information should also not be used to delineate subpopulations or apportion biomass of Pacific sardine, as had been done historically. Next, Adams and Craig and Longo et al. In 2024 and 2025, respectively, investigated the subpopulation question from a genetic angle. The study by Longo et al. In 2025 is particularly seminal, as it is the first whole genome sequencing for Pacific sardine, representing a large shift in the understanding of the species' genetic population structure. Longo et al.'s results reveal what is called panmixia, or when a population and every individual within a population has equal mating chances with any other individual. The results also showed variation among genomes, but none of the variation detected appeared to be related with subpopulations or with sampling sites. The authors went as far to say that the results do not provide support for the current management framework of Pacific sardine in the U.S., suggesting that multiple management units have been defined for a single biological population. Adams and Craig in 2024 also found evidence of mostly panmixia, with significant but low genetic differentiation identified. Moving on to information on Japanese sardine. Japanese sardine were first discovered in U.S. waters in 2022, likely due to a marine heat wave, with continued observations through 2024. In 2024, 18% of 613 sardine samples taken in mixed trawls during the annual CPS survey were identified as Japanese sardine. However, it is still unknown what proportion of total sardine biomass off the West Coast or what proportion of total landings off the West Coast is made up of Japanese sardine. Therefore, Japanese sardine has not yet been separated out from stock assessments or annual landings, though it is possible that this work could occur if it was requested. Initial scientific information then shows a cohort effect among the fish that have traveled across the Pacific, meaning this original cohort stayed and is getting older in U.S. waters. And scientists have also noticed that there have been at least some reproduction of Japanese sardine in U.S. waters, as there has been evidence of age 0 fish present. However, there is not yet any evidence of hybridization between Japanese and Pacific sardine. And I'll just show an update from 2024 survey to show some of this information, showing the number of samples that were taken as well as the percentage that were Japanese sardine. The blue represents the Pacific sardine and the red represents the Japanese sardine, just to give a picture of what it looked like in the 2024 survey. Although again, these samples are very limited and cannot necessarily be used to make broader conclusions. I will pause again here to see if there's any questions on the scientific review before going into the management, operational, and implementation considerations.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Burnhouse. Just a quick question. Will this sampling to look for Japanese sardine continue every year? Is it part of an ongoing sampling program? Thank you.
This may be a question for Dr. Annie Yao, if she is able to answer it.
Dr. Yao? Would you please approach the bench?
Thank you, through the Vice Chair, for your question, Dr. Lent. The Japanese sardine genetic samples are collected on these summer surveys. So previously CPS survey, now integrated survey. And yes, the intention is that we will continue to collect and process those genetic samples for the time being. Yeah.
Dr. Yao, don't leave. We have, yeah, thank you. The chairman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was going to ask Katrina this, but it would have called you up here anyway. The Longo 2025 paper, I think, that did this, that came up with this panmixia, and there's no difference. They had a smaller subset or a smaller set of samples. They used samples from the 2024, I think, that separated Japanese from others. But I'm trying to find out if their subset of samples included some Japanese sardines when they came up with this panmixia. I have the paper and it's not clear if they just took a random sample or what they used, because then they pulled in some more Gulf of California samples.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. The Longo et al. Paper on panmixia of the whole genome analysis on panmixia in Pacific sardine. Let's see. So when those authors started analyzing those samples come from a variety of sources, not just our CPS survey, which is why you're seeing some samples in the study from Baja California, for example. So, from a wide variety of sources is where that sample tested from, that study tested from. When those authors set out to begin that analysis, that's when the discovery of Japanese sardine came along. As they stumbled upon the fact that they were analyzing some sardine samples, when the results came out, somebody said, who snuck a mackerel in here? Because the genetic signal is so different, and that set us on a path. So the short answer to your question is the Longo et al. Study does not include any Japanese sardine, because at that point in time, we knew they existed, and they specifically were investigating only Pacific sardine individuals for that study.
Thanks, that's helpful.
I'll move. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess this question would go here. What do we consider these? Are they an invasive species? Could they be a threat to our stocks? Do we have any idea what impact this could have?
You're the Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. It's hard to know at this point, which is why we are continuing to study them. So we know they're here since 2022. We continue to catch them in our surveys. Actually, I haven't seen the 25 survey data yet. It's not been processed yet, but we're not sure. We think it's just a pulse, probably. I'm not sure how long they persist. We are seeing age 0 individuals in our survey. So those likely came from local spawning here. We're testing to see whether they hybridized or not, meaning are some of these do they have a Pacific sardine parent and a Japanese sardine parent or not? And then are those viable individuals? Do they continue to live in the population? These are all questions we don't have answers for yet. Based on the genetic information, it looks like, it doesn't look like they've sort of come over and lingered before, if that makes sense. There's a clear sort of Pacific sardine signal and a Japanese sardine genetic signal that are different from each other.
Corey Niles.
Thanks. Not on the Japanese sardine. A question for Katrina, and maybe if it's better to wait to the end of your slides, please say so. But I'm thinking of your, first of all, thank you for the opening part of your presentation and the national standards and definitions of populations and stocks and fishery management unit. And I'll reminder, and then your review of the science. As reading the SSC report, they really commended your comprehensiveness here. But on your slide, I didn't see mention of the 2023 paper about the habitat model, which we're reminded of and we'll be hearing about in public testimony. So we have these northern southern, and note that we use subpopulation, or not so already. To me, that's always implied there's a connection. But we have the same species that prefers different water masses, and they're 100 miles apart from each other. So in your definition, do we have two populations? In your understanding of the science, are we genetically the same? Do we have two populations, or are they're going as far to say, do we have a single population? And if you want to hold off on that for later in the presentation or discussion, please don't hesitate to say so.
Either one of you can answer it or not.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I can start to answer and hand it to Dr. Yao if there's questions on science. I believe that the term subpopulation, as historically used, was conflated with what we would contemporarily consider a population. And so there has been kind of a historical use of that term that has been brought into management, though we typically consider a population as the term we would use today. And additionally, I believe some of the recent genetic evidence identified it as one single biological population, but was not looking at what we would consider subpopulations, as that would historically have been a separate population. But I'll let Dr. Yao speak to whether that accurately reflects the science, if that's all right.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. I think you're asking sort of the nexus of habitat model with the genetic paper.
And I think it's come up. Yeah, well, if the definition of population without reading it was individuals that are separate in space or time. That didn't say it that way, but there were basically there's separation between the individuals, and so that's what I think just the habitat model still says you expect separation in space between in water masses between what we were calling the northern and southern subpopulations. So there's a difference between demographically connected versus, in short timescales versus over longer evolutionary timescales.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks for that clarification, Mr. Niles. So I think it's important to remember that the habitat model, it starts out with assuming that there are two subpopulations. So it assumes that and then sets out to create a method through which we can partition northern subpopulation from all else. It does not prove that there is a northern population, if that makes sense. It assumes that, then uses data we have to create a habitat model because there was a need to be able to parse out northern subpop. And so it assumes northern subpop exists, creates a habitat model based on northern subpop, and then we apply that to our assessment and survey data. I think just definition of population, what Katrina's saying is true. So there was some point in time when scientists thought there was that the Pacific, like sardine, were all connected all along North and South America. So there was the North American population of sardine. And so then there was a northern subpopulation. So it's just an artifact of history. So for all intents and purposes, subpopulation equals population today. When I talked to our geneticists who've completed the whole genome analysis on Pacific sardine, because I had these similar questions on what level of temporal and spatial variability are you able to detect differences with the whole genome analysis. And the way they describe it to me is that if there were any sort of demographic differences in time or space, they would have been able to detect it because they tested the entire genome. And so if there is any genetic differentiation, they would have seen it in their study, is how the geneticists who worked on the study described it to me. And I asked because I'm not a geneticist. So I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you. Before we proceed, we got 11 more or 10 more slides by Elwaco Math. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break right here. And so we can slog through this with fresh and open minds when we come back. We breaking things over there? All right. All righty. Well, we can't have nice things. There's a Krista. Katrina, take her away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I hope everyone is ready for the tail end of this presentation. So we left off after reviewing the science on Pacific sardine population, and we'll now go over some operational and implementation considerations that could impact the ability to manage various ways to define a Pacific sardine stock. So first, we will discuss catch accounting and enforcement, particularly comparing what would occur if you had different numbers of stocks of Pacific sardine defined off the West Coast. If you have a single stock defined coast-wide, all sardine landed off of the West Coast could be counted towards a single ACL as it is today. Further, a single coast-wide stock would allow for all catch to be incorporated into that ACL and landings data without a need to be further divided between different subpopulations as is currently done in the assessment. If multiple stocks were defined and managed, there could be a need for some sort of accounting and enforcement system implemented in order to assign catch to stocks. However, since these subpopulations that are hypothesized are indistinguishable, some sort of estimation would be required to do so. So to attribute catch between stocks, you could use an estimation like the habitat model that is used right now, some sort of geographic boundary, flat percentage. I'm sure there's many tools you could come up with. However, the main point here is that it would be an estimation and based off of a hypothesis of subpopulations. Those efforts would be further complicated if the stocks differed in status. For instance, if one stock you had defined was overfished and the other wasn't. Overall, implementing some sort of estimation to apportion catch for catch accounting and enforcement purposes would increase the management burden. Overall, the Council should also consider the long-term consequences of potential accounting scenarios under the stock definition. So right now, we're operating under a closed directed fishery with limited landings. However, the Council should consider how their decision on a stock definition will carry through when the directed fishery reopens. Next, we'll discuss assessments and surveys. So it's understood that under the status quo or any potential change to the stock definition of Pacific sardine, the CPS acoustic trawl method survey that collects data to inform stock assessments could go on as normal. However, the assessment and sampling burden would increase if you defined multiple stocks. And next, we'll discuss uncertainty and risk related to management, and in particular, the risk of when stock definitions do not align with the best scientific information available on species population structure. So ideally, a stock unit should align with a biological unit, also considering management feasibility and policy boundaries. Incoherent dimensionality is a term used to describe a misalignment between management and biological units. And this misalignment can occur and create risk in multiple instances. For instance, when managing discrete units as a single population, or on the other hand, when managing a single population as distinct units. Risk can occur when ignoring underlying population structure and processes, and when ignoring connectivity between a single biological population and making arbitrary divisions. Managing multiple biological units as a single population can lead to management that does not necessarily capture reproductive isolation and potentially allow for localized depletion. On the other hand, splitting a single biological population into multiple units may generate biased reference points and fail to capture migration, movement, and connection across space and time. And lastly, considering harvest control rules. In general, any change or new stock definition would require a change in or development of new harvest control rules and reference points compared to what we have as status quo. The degree of that change is currently unknown and could be investigated further following the Council's decision on stock definition, as is tentatively shaded on the Council's year-at-a-glance agenda. Given changes in ocean conditions, as well as potential changes in stock distribution, the ongoing evolution of iron scientific understanding, and a desire for more adaptability and flexibility, the Council should consider how stock definitions and the harvest control rules defined for them can be adaptable to a change and account for uncertainty, including uncertainty in a population's distribution over time. And then there is Japanese sardine and its management implications. As we reviewed in the Review of Science, there is very limited information on Japanese sardine in U.S. waters. Considering Japanese sardine were caught in mixed hauls on the CPS survey, fishermen targeting Pacific sardine are likely catching Japanese sardine. This could potentially affect Pacific sardine population estimates, biomass projections, and the sustainability of catch limits. Since Japanese sardine first appeared in U.S. waters, catch estimates and the Pacific sardine stock assessment have not differentiated these species, however. There are several potential pathways that the Council could consider going forward, whether they choose to bring Japanese sardine into the fishery management unit or not. And so upon taking action on Pacific sardine stock definitions, there could potentially be several next steps. There could be an adjustment to the Pacific sardine stock definition in the fishery management unit, which would require an FMP amendment. Addition of a new species to the fishery management unit would require an FMP amendment and a regulatory amendment. It is notable that beyond this action, the fishery management unit and the stock definitions within it can continue to be reviewed and readjusted as necessary per national standard guidance, if any additional scientific information arises. Following this action, there may be a need for related steps. Again, these are already shaded on the Council's year-at-a-glance agenda, anticipating possible need to develop new harvest control rules, reference points, or other management implications. The Council could provide guidance at this meeting on next steps. And so in conclusion, here's a few summary points to consider. When considering adjusting the stock definition of Pacific sardine to include all sardine in U.S. waters, several options appear. First, a single coastwide stock of Pacific sardine. This definition would incur limited management burdens and is supported by new scientific research on the population structure of Pacific sardine that demonstrates little, if any, evidence to support the hypothesis of multiple subpopulations. It is notable, too, that if the Council determines it is necessary to account for finer scale dynamics along the West Coast for this species, it is possible to do so within a single coastwide stock. Next, the Council could still consider delineating multiple stocks of Pacific sardine based off finer scale dynamics. This option would increase management burden, but the Council could determine it is necessary to capture differences among the population and reduce the risk of localized depletion, considering whether it is possible to manage to optimum yield and manage to other goals and objectives of the MSA, the national standards, and the CPS FMP with multiple stocks. I will note that this definition is not without uncertainty and risk either, and could miss connectivity among a single population as reflected in the science. And lastly, there is Japanese sardine to consider. In some ways, this question comes down to very similar questions as Pacific sardine. It's caught in mixed landings, yet is indistinguishable. However, the key difference here is that it is a separate, novel species with limited information on its status in U.S. waters. So the Council may consider whether there is enough information to choose to bring Japanese sardine into the fishery management plan, or whether another pathway would be more applicable or appropriate. And so These conclusions bring us back to the main task to determine whether the current fishery management unit and the stocks defined within it are appropriately identified, adequately encompassing the Pacific sardine resource, and whether any revisions need to be made to be consistent with the principles of the MSA National Standards in Sound Fishery Science. And so, given the information presented, staff developed a purpose and need and a range of alternatives for the Council to consider. These are available in Section 6 of Attachment 1. I will also note that the CPS-MT and the CPS-AS also provided their own revised draft purpose and needs and ranges of alternatives in their respective statements as well for the Council to consider. Essentially, the draft purpose and need at the core of it notices that the action aims to reevaluate the fishery management unit for sardine in the CPS-FMP and will determine if the sardine stock is appropriately identified and whether it needs to be adjusted as such. This action is necessary to ensure sardine management is consistent with the goals and objectives of the MSA, the national standards, and the objectives of the CPS-FMP. The range of alternatives that is drafted in Section 6 of Attachment 1 identifies no action, as well as 2 action alternatives. Action alternatives would bring all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters into the CPS-FMP, but differ on how they would delineate that stock. There are also options here drafted that would amend the CPS-FMP to add Japanese sardine into the fishery management unit, which is included as an option here. I will note that these alternatives are proposed, but the Council may choose to modify to reflect how they determine is the most appropriate way to factor in new information on the population of sardine in U.S. waters and to meet their defined purpose and need. And so that brings us back to our Council action today, which is to adopt the purpose and need statement, adopt a range of alternatives, and adopt a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. Are there any additional questions on this presentation before we start discussion?
Thank you. I remind the Council we have 3 other reports and a public comment, so this will just be time for clarifying questions, not debatable questions. We'll save that for a little bit later in the discussion. So any clarifying questions to Katrina? Or Katrina, excuse me. I'm sorry. Seeing none, we'll call Dr. Jason Schaffler up, or remotely, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, members of the Council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I will be reading Agenda Item J3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Pacific Sardine Stock Definitions. The SSC reviewed the fishery management unit defined in the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan, and particularly the sardine stock definitions within it. Council staff Katrina Burnhouse provided background information and a range of alternatives for stock definitions. Matthew Craig with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center was available to answer questions. The SSC appreciates the comprehensive information provided in Attachment 1 and compliments Council staff's effort. It was noted that federally employed SSC members did not have the opportunity to fully review the briefing book material due to the furlough, although they were able to attend the meeting virtually and provide input. The SSC found the review to provide a comprehensive evaluation of Pacific sardine structure and to be sufficient to support Council action to redefine the Pacific sardine stock. Recent literature on Pacific sardine population structure shows little evidence to support distinct subpopulations off the U.S. West Coast. However, Pacific sardine biology is highly influenced by environmental factors, which may lead to regional differences in key life history traits that need to be considered in assessments and management. Regional management assessments can be considered in the future, even if Pacific sardine are delineated as one stock. The presence of Japanese sardine in the U.S. West Coast fishery may be a temporary event due to marine heat waves, although there is evidence of local reproduction and southerly movement towards Mexico. Japanese sardine and Pacific sardine have been targeted and harvested by the same fishery, and it is impossible to distinguish between the two species on the water. If the Japanese sardine continues to be present, they should be treated consistently in assessments and catch accountings. The alternatives outlined in Attachment 1 are the range of options for the Council to consider. However, there are management and science implications for each of these choices that should be described. Depending on the Council's decision, there may be a need to revise current harvest control rules and reference points, such as cutoff, distribution, minimum stock size threshold, and EMSY. Future stock assessments and associated data analyses may need to be redesigned as well. Each of these potential tasks takes time. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Corey Niles? Corey Ridings?
Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Thank you, Vice. Dr. Schaffler, my question is about halfway down your second paragraph there, and it starts, however, Pacific sardine biology is highly influenced by environmental factors, which may lead to regional differences and key life history traits that need to be considered in assessments and management. Can you elaborate a little bit for us what those differences might be and how they might pertain to our management decisions?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Some of those life history differences are the growth rates that might be achieved by different exposure to temperature regimes, maybe the longevities, those type of things. Those would be considered in a stock assessment, and it has quite a bit of implications on what the catch advice would be resulting from those.
Okay, thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Yeah, really interesting stuff. I was going to ask about what Ms. Ridings did, but on your last paragraph, I think is where I'll focus. We're just at step 1 here, and you're telling us, and I had the benefit of listening into most of your discussion on Thursday, I believe it was. And I know you didn't, I think, which was the day that the NIMS folks were allowed to work again. So, yeah, can you give maybe a little like, yeah, something's, it's just really kind of spinning, or this kind of whiplash what we've heard on the theories of sardines the last however many years it's been, gone from worrying about Mexico having a big impact on the stock to being told, now there's zero catch in Mexico, to now we're back to where we were kind of. And I just heard the survey's probably been looking in the wrong place because it's based on the habitat model. So yeah, could you just lay out the, and I know you didn't have the benefit for much discussion with the Southwest Center folks, but how on those tasks and how you see those unfolding that you talk about in that last paragraph?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. Let me see if I can walk through some of that. So I think what you're asking is, what would we need to do after the council takes action here? And I think some of that is going to depend on whether the council decides they want to include Japanese sardine in the FMP or not include it. There are ways of accomplishing, I think, either of those tasks. Then it would be decisions on how many stocks or a single stock. And again, I think from what we would need to do there, so some of the data or the current reference points where we have a distribution term coming from a habitat model, those would probably go away, and we would need to take a look at how the assessment model is currently structured. So just sort of thinking about that, we would probably want to have much more conversation with the Southwest Center, and particularly the assessment authors, on what they see as possible. But overall, there are a range of of analyses and pathways to accomplish really any of these particular or potential approaches that are laid out among the range of alternatives that the council can consider.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. One quick follow-up, Jason. I guess I didn't hear you all talk about this, but in addition to what I just mentioned earlier, we have the stocks under a rebuilding plan, and it looks like, I was surprised to see that it has basically the same life history, or even less productively so, than our rockfish rebuilding plans. And I guess the answer is probably you don't know, but what does this mean for the rebuilding overfish status, rebuilding all that? Is that part of the fall within those potential tasks that would need to be taken up?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. Absolutely. Those would all have to be considerations taken up depending on the way the stock is defined, and then what our current data is able to tell us about the definition of that stock.
All right, any other questions? And seeing none, thank you, sir. Next is Kirk Lynn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Kirkland with the CPS management team. I will be reading from parts of our supplemental CPS MT report 1. The CPS management team discussed a council report on reviewing the CPS fishery management unit, including a proposed purpose and need statement and range of alternatives. In November 2024 and April 2025, the team expressed support for research on stock structure and accounting for all Pacific sardine. As for the purpose and needs statement, the team proposes a revised purpose and needs statement as listed below in our report to reflect that at this time there is insufficient information to recommend that Japanese sardine be added to the FMU. This species has only been detected in U.S. waters in recent years, and it is unknown whether this species will persist in U.S. waters and how it is interacting with Pacific sardine. As for the range of alternatives, we also revised that to remove option A that added Japanese sardine to the FMU from both alternatives 1 and 2. Also under alternative 2, the word subpopulations was replaced by stocks to reflect the current science available on the Pacific sardine population as described in the report of attachment 1. Jumping down a little bit to Japanese sardine, although the team does not recommend considering an alternative that adds Japanese sardine to the FMU at this time, this should not preclude the species from future management and assessment considerations as new data become available. The team supports continued research on Japanese sardine in U.S. waters. The CPS-MT recommends alternative 1 as a preliminary preferred alternative. The team finds that this alternative reflects the best scientific information available as per National Standard 2, based on recent analyses showing no genetic differentiation between the purported subpopulations of Pacific sardine, and recent literature reviews revealing a lack of scientific evidence to support 2 subpopulations. For the reasons described in attachment 1, all Pacific sardine U.S. waters need conservation and management for MSA Title 50, Federal Register Part 600.305C. Managing sardine, and this would include Japanese sardine, as a single stock under Alternative 1 would streamline catch accounting compared to managing 2 separate stocks under Alternative 2, since all sardine harvests would be applied to a single annual catch limit. Likewise, survey data would not require post-hoc apportionment. These efficiencies make Alternative 1 a more effective and practical framework for conservation and management of the sardine resource. Although recent scientific information supports 1 biological population for Pacific sardine, Adams and Craig 2024, Craig et al. 2025, Erisman et al. 2025, Longo et al. 2025. There are regional differences in distributions of age classes. For example, older fish are seasonally more abundant in the north because of ontogenic and feeding migrations. Erisman et al. 2025. Additionally, spawning and recruitment is primarily in the south and provides recruits to the north via migration, but infrequent local spawning can occur in the north. If sardine are managed as one stock, management could take into account these regional differences while still recognizing they are from the same single population. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Lynn? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Kirk. This question on the Japanese sardine. The SSC's recommendation was as long as they're in the area to keep consistent with the assessment and catch accounting. So like they can't separate. Is it that you guys are recommending they don't be part of the fishery management unit? Then how, in your minds, does what the SSC recommends about not being able to separate out those fish in either the assessment or the catch accounting? How does that happen if it's not in the FMU? Can you just elaborate?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Niles, Mr. Vice Chair. So the thinking of the team and discussions with regards to Japanese sardine was, as a practical matter, the catch of all sardine would be applied to the catch limits as it is now currently. And similarly, as the SSC noted, the consistent approach would be applied to assessments where all catch inputs will be used for the assessment models to generate a biomass estimate. And so the team felt that there was insufficient data at this point for inclusion of Japanese sardine in the FMU, given uncertainties over pervasiveness, persistence, hybridization, and so forth.
Good. Sharon, I heard I missed your hand. So did you have your hand up, Sharon?
No, my hand was not up.
All right. We got a prank text. Corey Niles. Writing. Sorry.
Thanks, Vice. This is actually a follow-up question to the one other Corey just asked. Thanks, Mr. for providing this. Taking into account what you just said about that, thinking about Japanese sardine, you note in the report, this should not preclude the species from future management and assessment considerations as new data become available. So thinking about as more data becomes available and we think about a potential future of how that interacts with the management we have, assuming it's not part of the management unit, and looking at some of the data that Katrina provided to us earlier, what would be the point at which, if the MT had these discussions, at what point would you suggest that sardines should be brought in? Are there any particular, like a percentage that's found in the survey, or clearly you can't do it sort of on the docks because you can't tell by looking at the fish, but as data comes on and hopefully we collect it, at what point do you think the MT would say, yeah, we need to think more about how this is being managed?
Thank you, Mr. Ridings, Mr. Vice Chair. To answer that question, I feel there'd be more information needed on the new stock or the new FMU through work done on assessments and so forth. There's been discussion already about the necessity for new HCRs and reference points. So that would be one point, but I think with the accumulation and collection of data on Japanese sardine, whatever form that may take, and I don't know what that may be, but as you see how it persists, if it is something that we want to consider in changes to management, that is something we can consider as we see more data, assuming that there is this availability to monitor this and test samples for their presence.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Lynn. One more question for you. At the very end of your report, you note, you say if Sardine manages one stock, management could take into account these regional differences while still recognizing they are from the same single population. Did the team have any discussions about what those management differences might be?
I don't recall, thank you, Mr. Ridings, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't recall specifics. We just wanted to make the point that we do recognize that there are, and this has been mentioned before today, about different growth patterns, for example, depending on different areas of the coast. But, you know, these different characteristics of the population throughout its range be incorporated into the assessments that has been done in the past. I think the SSC mentioned that as well, to account for the regional differences and as far as the assessments, as well as in regional management, whether that may take the form of different catch limits per region or the like.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next would be Mark Fina.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Fina from the CVSAS. I'm just going to paraphrase our report because there's so many similarities between it and some of the other ones you've heard. We believe that the action will satisfy the need to bring all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters into conservation and management. We believe a one-stock management program should be selected as the preliminary preferred alternative. The recent comprehensive reviews of science and data and genetic work all suggest a single stock or a single population. One-stock management should also help with cost and complexities of two-stock management. We also think selecting the alternative one as a PPA will allow the Science Center and, excuse me, region staffs to move forward with an assessment and management program and the planning for that program more quickly. We encourage the council to move forward toward a simplified, transparent management program. We look forward to continuing to work with the council to develop a program that meets all fishery and ecosystem objectives of the CPS FMP. The conservation rep who was with the CPSAS had a minority statement. She wanted to highlight the risks associated with managing sardine as a coastwide stock, including potential localized depletion. She recommended the council consider strategies to reduce these risks and address regional differences in life history, ecosystem dynamics, and needs of dependent predators. Moving on, the CPSAS as a whole suggested Japanese sardine be excluded from the FMU. We also support monitoring of the species and future evaluation to potentially make a decision as to whether inclusion in the FMU may be justified in the future. And we also support the SSC recommendation that if sardine continue to be present in U.S. waters, they be consistently treated in assessments and catch accounting. And lastly, we have the same purpose and need and alternatives as the CPS-MT, except I believe we left out the word Pacific in front of sardines in one location. So I just want to point that out, but I don't feel like it's worthwhile for me to read any more of that. Thank you.
No fines will be levied. Any questions for Mark? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the summary. Summarizing, but I guess I don't want to overread into like what you're saying about the minority report. we're hearing that the team and SSC and there are regional differences, and especially when at high abundance and low. And so the rest of you aren't saying you're not worried about that kind of thing, or
well, I guess our discussion was that the language that was presented to us suggested that there are risks associated with aspects of regional distribution that may exist. And I guess we felt that at this stage in the process, it was premature to make judgments on that, and that really what we're here for is to decide which alternatives do we want to analyze and help develop a purpose and need. And I guess we felt that we could do that without going into that. We also feel like you want to make judgments on that when you have information in front of you. And the rest of the group came up with the sentence, we look forward to continuing to work with the council on this one-stock management to ensure that it meets the fishery and ecosystem objectives of the CPS FMP. We felt like that kind of covers our commitment to work with you to address those issues should there be any.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So now we'll move into public comment. I have one. Is that what you guys got back there? Mr. Jeff Schechler.
Hi, can you hear me okay, Mr. Vice?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Sorry I couldn't be there today to be with you. This is Dr. Jeff Schechler. I'm the senior scientist for the conservation group Oceana. The issue of the adding of the southern subpopulation and these southern fish to the CPS FMP is one that we have supported and believe is overdue. We should be managing the entire resource off of the coast. However, the decision of one or two stocks really has serious ramifications and should not be taken lightly. We do believe it would be premature at this time to select a preliminary preferred alternative before an analysis and actual development of the management changes and implications associated with those changes to the stock definitions. And changing the stock structure in the FMP without simultaneous modification of the harvest parameters and the status determination criteria does raise some significant legal concerns. So on the question scientifically of one versus two stocks, really there are different approaches to stock differentiation based on different areas of expertise. As we saw at the workshop 3 years ago, the geneticists had a different view than the experts that actually study sardines via surveys. This was very clear, and it really comes from two different scientific approaches. We are concerned that the staff report does appear to be highly biased toward the recent reviews and the opinion of certain scientists that are focused on the genetic definitions of stocks and does not objectively convey the dissenting views of the scientists, particularly those same dissenting views that were not taken into account here are the same ones that predicted the current sardine collapse. I think we've all known and it's been well established for many years that there is not a clear genetic difference between these populations. But what we do see is there are consistent geographically separated groups of sardines that can be reliably predicted with the habitat model. And these are persistent separations geographically over the course of decades. We are concerned that the efforts to redefine one stock may be occurring due to the constraints imposed by the latest rebuilding plan, and we believe it would be short-sighted to redefine stock structure as a strategy to rebuild overfished stocks on paper rather than in the water. NIMS is required to take into account all catch of sardines based on the stock definition that is used, not just the U.S. portion, to comply with national standards 1, 2, and 3, as well as its duties to identify and prevent international overfishing. The Magnuson Act requires the FMP to establish numerous management measures for the fishery. Specifically, NIMS and the council will have to redo all the management measures required under 1853A to reflect the newly defined stocks. they can't just use the old reference points. So this specifically means a new MSY and OY for the new fishery, new status determination criteria, minimum stock size threshold, EMSY or the exploitation rate and maximum sustainable yield, new cutoff, and distribution as well as fraction. So combining all of this really would require extensive analysis and management updates to comply with the MSA requirements and achieve sustainable management under the MSA that is scientifically valid. We would need to see a fully revised new stock assessment using ATM data from both stocks extending from Canada all the way down into southern Mexico. And the time series that we have for the ATM stock right now for Mexico only goes down halfway and is only about 4 years old. We would need to have a new completely different simulation model or operating model to look at different harvest control rules and do management strategy evaluation. You recall the last management strategy evaluation took over 2 years, and that was done largely outside of NIMS because NIMS did not have the resources to do it. And I think we've seen the development of a new EMSY, and revising that has taken many years. It's 8 years overdue because it's not an easy thing to accomplish. So I think we would like to see increased collaboration with Mexico and Canada. That could be a benefit. But the single stock approach could ultimately constrain the U.S. industry anytime numbers are low in Mexico, because we will likely see a higher minimum stock size threshold and cutoff. We think this could more severely constrain Oregon and Washington fishing opportunities more than if the northern subpopulation is split off from the southern, and the U.S. would be more heavily affected by Mexico's catch than under the new stock approach. So I guess the adding the southern stock is the other option, alternative two, in a two-stock approach. This could be done with in-season catch attribution and a new catch formula, and we believe this could be more straightforward and would better ensure sustainability and catch opportunities in the U.S. So ultimately, we do believe that adding the southern fish to the stock is long overdue. We think this could be done with improved catch accounting and using existing surveys. Combining into a single stock would be a massive change, requiring a complete overhaul of the control rule and assessment process. And we simply urge the council to hear additional perspectives and request really a full analysis of the management ramifications of these alternatives before selecting a preliminary preferred alternative. And we believe that this management action should be combined with the development of new harvest control rules rather than putting that off to a later date and a separate action that would be following. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today and being part of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions of Jeff? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Schuster, for providing these comments. I have a couple questions. My first one is, you said there was too much of a scientific focus on genetics and genetic delineation, and yet we've heard, I think from our SSC, across different FMPs, that the gold standard when thinking about fish and differentiating fish is genetics. Did I misunderstand what you were saying, or do you want to clarify that a little bit more for me?
Yeah, thank you through the Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. Thank you very much for the question. I think this is a very important question that's come up multiple times, because the question of how to define stocks is not only a scientific one, but it's a management one as well. The idea that you would have genetically similar fish, for example, could be very well explained, while at the same time having two persistent stocks. So if you did have maybe what the latest understanding is, you do have a central, maybe genetically homogeneous population when the stock is at low abundance, and then the northern stock splits off and ultimately would be separate and not be, and actually spawning in different areas than the southern stock would be. And you would still have a genetic similarity, but you'd have for multiple decades a different different groupings of fish. And if one of those groupings was fished down, that would not be replaced in in the management context or in a management time frame for a matter of decades by the other population. And so what this means is that it is possible to put in different management measures that would be in place for each stock during that time when those stocks are geographically separated and not well mixing. Well, in the long run, in terms of what you'll see with genetics, you'll that's the question of, do they mix over the question of thousands or even millions of years when you're talking about genetic differences? The question of what happens over the scale of decades is very important. And so we could see a very useful management regime that would be actually managing the two separate subpopulations, just as they have been for many years, in the absence of genetic differences. So it really depends on what the management question is, and I think that's the difficulty when you ask scientists to kind of come up with a single definition. It does really depend on what the management objectives are, and wanting to make sure you have sustainable fisheries at the scale that's relevant for management. And that's where it's not just a simple scientific question of, is there a genetic difference? And that was made very clear at the workshop. And in terms of the actual ramifications, the scientists that were suggesting a two-stock approach, which there are many which have not been heard from in this process so far, we're very concerned that there are significant ramifications both for sustainability and for various industries in terms of combining them, because you'll actually lose the ability to detect depletions that are at the scale of the states of potentially Oregon and Washington, for example. And so I guess it's not as simple as it's being laid out in the analysis so far, and that's what we'd hope to see those other perspectives brought in.
Thanks, Dr. Chester. I'm going to take away from that you're delineating the difference between species and stocks, and that those two, like genetics and species, don't necessarily define a management stock. Is that a short version of what you just said?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case. I mean, there could be still the same species and multiple stocks, and we see that with other animals, like salmon is a great example. But I do think the question is what is that degree of separation, and does it make sense to manage regionally? And the habitat model that has been used and very, very much improved over time, including at the last workshop, is very, very clearly able to differentiate persistent, geographic, isolated groups of the same species of sardines that don't mix at a scale that's relevant to management, and therefore would highly benefit from being managed as separate stocks. And that was the argument that was made, that doesn't appear to be reflected neither in the literature reviews nor the staff analysis for this action. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Chester, for clarifying that. My second question is regarding what you described for us. If the council was to move forward and go with a single stock definition, you were saying a new stock assessment would be needed across the entire coast. There would be a new operating model, a new management strategy evaluation would be needed. I think you described that as a heavy workload, and I would agree that sounds like a lot of things that would need to get done. Can you explain for me a little bit more, like why you think all those things are needed? Are they necessary for sort of scientific rigor or management rigor? Do you think that they're necessary by law? I'm just want a little bit more about sort of your view on how and why those things are necessary.
Yeah, thank you again for the question, the opportunity to respond. I think the fundamental point to the answer to that question is that the entire management structure now, all the cutoff, the minimum stock size threshold, all the reference points, all the analysis that was done on an understanding that we're only looking at half of the sardines that are off of the west coast of North America. None of those analyses, essentially all of those analyses, ignored the southern stock and did not include those in the model runs. And so because management has solely been focused very intentionally on just looking at those northern subpopulation fish, adding the southern subpopulation to that, in either case, really would require a complete redo of those models, right? The what you consider an overfished stock completely changes, and I do fear that there is a misconception that somehow by adding the southern stock into a single stock approach that will magically make this stock appear to be not overfished, because then it'll, if you add the southern stock in, the biomass would be over the minimum stock size threshold. But the minimum stock size threshold, if you're adding that other stock, is completely different and would need to be reevaluated. And so in order, it wouldn't just be a viewpoint, it would really be a best available science argument. You literally would have to redo your understanding of how the entire stock works if you're defining it completely different and now adding in, what potentially could be double or even triple the size of what the understanding is of the current stock. So we would likely have a much larger minimum stock size threshold, a much larger cutoff, et cetera, and we would need to figure out how what the dynamics are in terms of all the catch that's happening down in Mexico and how that portion of the stock that we've been ignoring actually works. So I guess that's sort of the simple answer, is that when you change the definition of the stock to add in a much larger geographic range and a lot more fish, the entire dynamics of that larger stock are completely different than what was analyzed and developed before, when you were ignoring that large portion of a broader population.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Schesser. Appreciate that. And yeah, maybe go easy on the caffeine. We want you around next meeting. Thanks.
Any other questions of Dr. Schesser? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Pleasure as always. So next action, we got council discussion. You got a to-do list for us, Katrina?
So again, the council tasks are to adopt a purpose and need for this action, establish the scope of the FMP amendment, including adopting a range of alternatives, and adopt a preliminary preferred alternative.
Okay. Chairman Hassemer, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's a good place to start with sardines discussion. Incredible amount of information here, but I really thank the staff for the report that was put in there for us. Very comprehensive and thorough, I think, and helped in the discussion and the other reports we heard. So I guess, my mind, what is it we need to do? What are we trying to do here? And in response to a lot of some of the things I've heard here, maybe I'll say this again in the closing, but to start with, what decision the council makes shouldn't be influenced by the workload that's going to result from that. I mean, we need to figure out what we're going to do, and any decision or non-decision here is going to require some amount of work. So let's dispense with all of that. We'll take it up when we figure out what it is we need to do. The second thing then is, what are we trying to do? So in Katrina's presentation, the very first sentence or bullet in there said Pacific sardine came under federal management in 2000 during a time of general acceptance of 3 subpopulations. When I went through the staff report, I came across that general acceptance, and that got me to thinking that, wow, even in 2000, I thought there was a strong scientific underpinning for these things, and this was based on general acceptance. So I dug into that and again, thorough report. That was based on a 1964 study, Vrooman, that used serological techniques to identify the populations. And so they looked at blood antigens and antibodies. I haven't got my hands on the paper, but based on what those techniques are, I'm assuming, and I can guess that they've collected samples from different areas, the Gulf of California and maybe Baja and North or something, and I would guess that, yeah, you might see some different antigens. I mean, in some cases, stocks or populations of fish are identified based on different parasite loads in the guts because they live in different areas. So you might see that. And then from that, we built this model to support that, or that was based on it. They said, well, if there's several populations, then we have to separate them out. So that was done 61 years ago, and it's still the basis for our management. 88 or 89, there was an electrophoretic study done. So now we get into some genetics, and electrophoretic look at a little smaller units, but they're still pretty big proteins, separate them. And that study said, well, there's no difference anywhere. And again, it's summarized in the staff paper. I haven't looked at that. And then more recently, these Longo et al. 2024 and 2025 papers that are looking into this. I think the 2025 paper is the appropriate one that drilled down even further into this. And as Dr. Yao said, you know, they reference it as a whole genome type of study. Makes it sound, you know, pretty broad. But that technique, when you look at that, they used we have to use acronyms, I guess, SNPs, and if you want it, the single nucleotide polymorphisms, they're drilling down to a very fine level. Genetics in our science has advanced to the point where if there's some difference, they're going to find it. The microscope, the lens they're looking through is more and more powerful. And these studies came up and said, there's no difference. And that paper defined it as this pan-mictic population from the Gulf of California up around and to the northern coast. So we got to this point, we have some extremely strong information on the genetic side that says there's no difference. So we keep talking about, well, there's two subpopulations, we should bring this one in and do that. There, in my mind, based on the science here, there's one population. That's what I'm seeing in the studies. So then I think it was the Craig et al. That looked at some other factors, migration and some of the growth and other distribution, other things, tried to source this, and they still can't find the difference. So to shorten it, our current management of a resource, a species, is based on a 61-year-old study that said there were some differences that no one has been able to repeat and support. And I think we need to take that into consideration and look at that. And should we go down that road of a single population, it's going to cause workload, and then we'll take that up and figure it out what it is. If we go down the pathway of multiple units to manage within the species, that's going to create a different workload, and we would have to take that up. And if we do nothing, the status quo, there's still a workload that's been defined and discussed in previous meetings. So I think we need to take a serious look at this and think about the science that underpins the management unit that we're trying to manage here and how we manage that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Start off the discussion. Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice. This is actually a question for Katrina. I wasn't sure if this was clarifying or not, so I held it in. Katrina, this is on slide 26, and it's a conclusion slide, and it's in reference to Japanese sardine. And you noted the council may opt to bring it into the FMU, and then verbally you said, but there may be other options as well. Can you tell us a little more about what those other options might be?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I think that your question is a good one, and it is one that the council would need to keep asking, to keep scoping those options. And so I do think that multiple pathways exist, whether you bring it into the fishery management unit or not. At this point, and looking at the potential scope of this action, it looks like the question is, do we need to bring it into the FMP to manage it? If not, then we look at other pathways of how we might want to monitor or further consider it in management of sardine or CPS more generally. So I know there's many different tools out there to manage species that look the same on the water or have limited information. For instance, complexes, cryptic pairs, all sorts of things. But I think, again, that's something that the council may wish to continue to further consider as we get into later steps of this action.
Thank you. Brianna?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you very much to council staff, Katrina, for producing another comprehensive report for CPS, specifically for sardine this time. I just wanted to say I'm generally supportive of the changes made to the purpose and need statement and the range of alternatives that have been proposed by the CPSMT and the CPSAS, as they have worked to make both more succinct. As we've heard and discussed, there is not strong rationale for separating out stocks, which was noted in the CPSMT report, where they state that Alternative 1 reflects the best scientific information available based on recent analyses showing no genetic differentiation between the purported subpopulations of Pacific sardine, and recent literature reviews reveal a lack of scientific evidence to support two subpopulations. I guess at this point I'd say that I see more value in focusing our efforts on understanding what Alternative 1 will look like and not proceeding with Alternative 2 on the ROA. Additionally, to me, removing Alternative 2 does not mean we would lose sight of demographics and phenotypic life history differences, as noted by the SSC. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. So we're just kicking this off. Thanks, Brianna. Appreciate those comments, and Pete as well. I think just, thinking Brianna's going to tell me this is sardine aren't a groundfish, but we have, we have lots of examples of like sablefish. We've recently confirmed it's also not genetically distinct down from the Bering Sea down to wherever its southern end of its range is, but not going to count on fish from the Bering Sea to repopulate, the Pacific Northwest in any time scale. So I really appreciate Brianna's mention there of not losing sight of demographics and phenotypic differences. For example, Washington black rockfish and Oregon black rockfish, I would bet you, I think there's a paper that they are genetically distinct, genetically the same, indistinct, and yet we treat them as different management units out of management convenience. So there's all ways of doing it, and but I'm most convinced that as people remember, the way we've been doing things isn't less than ideal, and the management team has been pointing this out for a long time about including accounting for catch that wasn't in the assessment, and that was. There's no need to continue doing that, and but appreciate all the staff work and the advisory subpanels and management team's recommendations. I think they've offered us a path forward. I'll just emphasize, the exchange with Mark and the CPS is, there's a way to not lose sight of some of the, I share many of the questions that Jeff Chester raised and others have raised. There's a way to not lose sight of those while proceeding with considering that to be one population in U.S. waters. And lastly, I think, that's just, it seems pretty daunting. Like Pete pointed out, we can't let this stop us, but I think the tasks ahead are going to be endless, and including the transboundary issue that's going to come back even stronger. So thank you. I'll stop there, and appreciate all the work that went into setting this discussion up.
Thank you, Corey. Anything on the left side of the table? Questions I might have missed? Dr. Lynn, I hear you might have something for us.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion. Shall I read it?
Carry on.
Due to newly published research on the population structure of Pacific sardine, this action aims to reevaluate the fishery management unit for sardines in the CPS fishery management plan. Specifically, the action will determine if the Pacific sardine stock in the FMU is defined consistent with current science. This action is necessary to ensure Pacific sardine conservation and management is consistent with the goals and objectives of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the national standards, and the CPS FMP. The range of alternatives, no action. The Council would not define stocks other than those currently defined in the CPS FMP, Section 1.2, Table 1-1. Only the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine would continue to be defined as a stock in the FMU. Alternative 1, PPA, the Council would amend the CPS FMP, Section 1.2, Table 1-1, to include all Pacific sardines in U.S. waters in the FMU. The FMU would include one stock of Pacific sardine delineated coast-wide.
Is your motion complete and accurate before you?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
All righty. Can we get a second to the motion? Seconded by Asia. All right. Will you speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will admit I've had a lot of help on this one. It's my first foray into sardines here on the floor. As the chair pointed out, the science on which we're managing these fisheries, the sardine fishery, certainly could use a refresh. We discovered in the slides that were presented by Ms. Burnhouse that the guidelines do require us to periodically review our FMPs and make sure that the stocks are appropriately identified, so it seems to be high time. There's a lot of new science, quite recent, quite fresh, and as we have discussed this quite a few times, as I recall, particularly for accounting for CPS, it's a fishery that has a number of challenges for management. I believe my colleague, Ms. Brady, explained why it's probably best at this point in time to not have alternative 2. And we also heard from the advisory bodies about not considering for this amendment, including Japanese sardines as part of this FMU. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions on the motion? Mr. Wolf.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lim, for the question. Maybe it's just cut off on the screen, but I see here that you're moving that the council adopt a range of alternatives and a PPA. Is that top portion there the purpose and need? Is that what you're, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Corey, you have a question on the motion?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Lent. My question is regarding the second paragraph that's on the screen right now. This action is necessary to ensure Pacific sardine conservation and management is consistent with the goals and objectives of the MSA, the national standards, and the CPS FMP. Is the way that worded a little circular in the sense of Pacific sardine conservation and management is consistent with itself in reference to the CPS FMP?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. It's a good remark to make. Perhaps this refers to the fact that the CPS FMP has goals and objectives, and part of that is to get this management aligned. There is concern about the misalignment between the stock definitions and the management measures. So, yeah, it seems a little circular, but it does get us back to the original FMP and the goals and objectives of that FMP. And I invite any of my co-authors to help me address that question. Thank you.
That address your question? Okay. Are there other questions on the motion? All right. Seeing none, we'll go into council discussion. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Rebecca, for the motion. I'll be supportive. Little nervous about taking alternative 2 out at this time. And for one, our full SSC, we didn't really have them in place because of the shutdown. Yet, I can live with that nervousness, and like I spoke to before, I think we can, if there are finer scale things we should be looking at, I think we'll learn those through this discussion. And also, just while I have the mic, one comment I wanted to make is connected to the groundfish discussions this council's had on stock definitions. Something that we didn't talk about here today is the state federal jurisdiction issue, and I think in this current state of the stock, I'll just say that nowhere near 25% of the catch is coming in federal waters. But the way it works is, in the live bait fishery, which we've been paying a lot of attention to, is probably 100% in state waters. And the way it's worked, and it's worked well, is because California has chosen to follow the federal FMP in state waters, and that policy decision was made at the legislature level. It's in statute, and it's a very good system of state-federal cooperation across jurisdictional lines. We didn't talk about that, but given the connection to the groundfish, I did want to make that remark. And yeah, thank you for the motion, Rebecca.
All right. Any further discussion? Ms. Brady.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I just wanted to take a minute to respond to Corey Niles, although it's a little not focused on the motion specifically, but just that we could look into state management of CPS further down the line if needed, whether it would be removing the entire CPS FMP or doing it species by species. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything? Okay, you're not seeing any hands, so maybe not. Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice. I thank you, first of all, Rebecca and anonymous co-authors, for bringing this to us. This looks good. The only thing I'm really having heartburn on is, Rebecca, you spoke to it quickly, but I'm pretty sure I heard you say that the alternative 1 PPA doesn't have option A as part of it. So I'm going to assume that's a yes. I heard a lot of our advisory bodies, including the management team, recommend not adding it at this point. So I feel comfortable voting for this motion. But I did want to voice that I do have some concerns about that. I think that it would be prudent to go down this path a little bit more and explore what it would mean to have Japanese sardine in the FMU, in potential anticipation that if that species was to show up in higher percentages, higher amounts of our catch in different distributions, that it would give us the ability to act more quickly at that time, whether that is to have the flexibility to allow more fishing or put in conservation measures as needed. I don't think it's mission critical at this point, but I just wanted to voice that concern. And as the various entities move forward, the states and feds thinking about this, I would just urge to have that in the back of your minds as we go ahead and move down this road and potentially do some new harvest control rules or management measures or whatnot, wherever this ends up. I think it's important to keep in mind that is something we may be dealing with in the not too distant future. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So I think because we probably are going to have a complete line change in a lot of seats, we might take a 5-minute. Oh, I'm sorry, I did that again. Katrina, did we complete our work?
No worries. Just wanted to provide a recap to show how successful you have been on this. So thank you to the council. You have adopted a purpose and need statement for this action, which will guide the scope of the action going forward, as well as establishing a scope through adopting a range of alternatives, including a no action and an action alternative. You have also adopted alternative 1, the action alternative, as a preliminary preferred alternative. I think you've completed your work for this task. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. You got to do what the other staff officers do. They scowl at me, so I remember to ask them at the end. Ryan.
Yeah, sorry to hold up closing this out. I'll be quick. First of all, big thanks to council staff for all the work they put in on this. This was a lot of work that they put in prior to this, so I didn't mention that earlier and wanted to acknowledge that. But there were some questions about workload and other things, and this does tie into some other actions on a year at a glance. So I just wanted to note that maybe this will probably come up again under workload planning, where we can come back then and scope out some of the practical aspects of how this now plays out with future agenda items. So just a placeholder for. It'll come up again in that discussion. Thanks.
All righty. Let's take a 5-minute break. Might grab a donut, sponsored by Brad. Yesterday's donuts were sponsored by Kevin. And I thought I heard a phone go off on the California section, but I am not entirely sure, Dr. Lent. All right.
When his timer is up, I pull her off the internet. You know what I mean? She already had some internet time with Emily. I told her you pull her off in a minute, okay? Yeah, he has 15 minutes left, so I think there's plenty of time.
I think we got all the councilmen in the rooms. They're not quite at the seats yet, but we could probably get going here. So, Mr. Todd Phillips, we meet again.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's great to see you at this time of the day. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. Before us, we do have agenda item F4, which is the exempted fishing permits item. In the essence of time, I will be paraphrasing my situation summary. However, I'm more than happy to go through any other details you wish to hear. So under this agenda item, the Council is scheduled to review and consider endorsing two submitted groundfish exempted fishing proposal or EFP applications, which are the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's proposal to renew their EFP, which is in attachment 1, and that EFP is designed to collect fishery-dependent biological data from cowcod and yellow-eye rockfish, which are incidentally caught during the course of normal CPFP fishing operations. The second EFP proposal is from the whiting industry, and it would allow harvesting and processing of Pacific whiting at sea off of California. Further, as part of this agenda item, the Council could task the SSC, the GMT, and/or the GAP with conducting a detailed review of either or both, or either EFP proposal as appropriate. The Council is also scheduled to review the 2025 interim progress reports of the two ongoing EFPs, which are the CDF&W EFP that I mentioned earlier, found in attachment 1, and the West Coast Seafood Processor Association's EFP, or the Midwater Rockfish EFP, which is found in attachment 3. For reference, the National Marine Fisheries Service has the authority to issue or deny EFPs and specifies the application, review, and issuance requirements, including processes through a nationwide federal regulations activities that would otherwise be prohibited by the Magnuson-Stevens Act and/or other fishery regulations. EFPs may promote increased utilization of underutilized species, realize the expansion potential of the groundfish fishery, or increase the harvest efficacy of the fishery. These EFPs are commonly used to explore ways to reduce effort on overfished stocks, encourage innovation and efficiency in the fisheries, provide access to target species while directly measuring the bycatch associated with those fishing strategies, or even to evaluate current and proposed management measures. Additionally, EFPs are a strategy that were noted in Executive Order 1427-6 as a means to promote fishing opportunities. The Council has also been asked to consider the overall groundfish EFP process. Historically, groundfish EFPs have been coordinated with the biennial harvest specifications and management measures process, with the primary goal of identifying yield EFP set-asides early enough in the process to be incorporated into the biennial impact analyses. EFPs are reviewed and recommended for public review at the November meeting, or this meeting, and are recommended for implementation the following June during the final actions of the biennial process. However, as discussed by the Council at their September meeting, there is a need for faster, more flexible tools to respond to rapidly changing environmental and economic conditions. The Council at that point recommended, as part of the adaptive management measure item, to develop a process to make EFPs more efficient and timelier while maintaining appropriate Council oversight. Given the current process is to consider EFPs on a biennial process, a question for the Council to consider and can contemplate during this agenda item is if EFPs do not require yield set-asides, so for example, the whiting EFP as well as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife EFP, and would not impact annual catch limit distributions to the fishery, the question would be, would it be more efficient and effective to consider such EFPs out of cycle and as well? So COP 19 and COP 9, which is the groundfish management schedule, as well as the EFP directions for groundfish, are silent on considerations like these. So guidance to staff and or advisory bodies is requested as appropriate should the Council decide to explore EFP processes further. Looking into your briefing book, you do, of course, have the three attachments that came as part of your advanced briefing book materials and multiple supplemental reports. Those supplemental reports, attachment 4 would be the Yurok Tribe EFP letter to the Council. You have a supplemental California Department of Fish and Wildlife report, an EC, GMT, GAP reports, as well as SAS and STT reports. Your action is to recommend 2027-28 EFPs for public review, consider and endorse an out-of-cycle EFP process as appropriate. Looking to your tasks are to consider and recommend the 27-28 applications for public review, providing preliminary recommendations for modifications as appropriate. Consider the benefits of an out-of-cycle EFP process and endorse such process as appropriate. Consider referring these EFPs to the SSC and or other advisory bodies to engage in a more thorough EFP review. Recommend any yield set-asides for further analysis by the GMT or GAP should they be part of the EFPs proposed. And then, of course, provide guidance to EFP applicants and advisory bodies as appropriate. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I conclude my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Very thorough overview. Is there any questions of Todd? All right. Thank you. First person up is Keith Parker of the Yurok Tribe. He'll be online. Keith, anytime you're ready, sir. We will try to come back to Mr. Parker. Next up is Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. referring to F4 Attachment 1, this was a CDFW submission with our EFP application for 27 and 2028. It's been in the advanced briefing book, so I won't spend any time on it. Just to note that this there are no proposed changes to the previously authorized 2025-26 EFP, although we do propose changing the species being collected to include only cowcod and yellow eye rockfish. And then also in this attachment 1 is the preliminary report on the progress of the 2025 EFP activity to date. So that's kind of report 1 or attachment 1. Moving to the supplemental CDFW report 1. With me here virtually today, I believe we have Dylan Stomp, who is a member of our Ocean Salmon Project. He was here earlier in the week supporting the work of the STT. Dylan is our ESA and CISA senior environmental scientist, so I would invite him to present our report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, just a radio or a mic check.
Perfect.
Cool. Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for the introduction, Mr. Remco. I'll be reading agenda item F4A, Supplemental CDFW Report 1. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife provides the following report in response to the exempted fishing permit application submitted by a consortium of Pacific whiting processors to the National Marine Fishery Service, as shown in agenda item F4, attachment 2. As described under the Supplemental Executive Director's Report in agenda item A4, the Council is advised to focus on the technical merits, impacts, and uncertainties regarding any EFPs it receives when developing any recommendations or considerations for NIMS regarding EFP proposals. Final action on EFPs is best considered a series of recommendations and considerations for NIMS as it entertains EFP applications. Consideration 1. Consistency issues with the groundfish biological opinion. CDFW finds that without significant additions to the terms and conditions of the EFP proposal, the application runs a high risk of inconsistency with the biological opinion and incidental take statement. Sub-issue A, southern distribution of the whiting fleet. In 2024, the at-sea whiting fleet reported spending more of their season fishing in southern waters, as opposed to the historical south to north progression throughout the year. This trend seems to be continuing into 2025, with all currently fishing catcher processor vessels off southern Oregon in late October. This shift in distribution puts the fleet more in line with southern ESUs of Chinook and coho salmon, which is likely to increase the relative bycatch of these stocks. When the fleet fishes further south, impacts on southern evolutionarily significant units, or ESUs, of Chinook and coho increases. Genetic sampling of salmon encountered during previous midwater rockfish EFP trawl trips indicates the majority of salmon encountered south of 42 degrees north are Klamath Trinity ESU. Further, modeling conducted by NIMS and presented in agenda item F6A, Supplemental NIMS Report 1, April 2018, indicates that the proportion of Chinook salmon encountered south of 42 degrees north is likely to be 51% Klamath Trinity ESU and 35% Southern Oregon and Northern California coastal or SONC Chinook ESU. More recently, a model published by Moran et al. Using genetic stock identification data showed that the majority of bycatch in the whiting fishery south of latitude 42 degrees north likely consists of Klamath Trinity, SONC, and California coastal Chinook. The biological opinion specifically states that consultation shall be reinitiated if the distribution of the whiting fleet changes substantially from that described in figures 24 and 26 under the northern distribution, or figures 25 and 27 under the southern distribution. When describing the reasoning behind this requirement for reinitiation of consultation, the biological opinion goes on to state that Bycatch and bycatch rates are anticipated to be higher and more variable when the whiting fleet fishes under a southern distribution. CDFW is not assured by the proposed EFP condition that motherships and catcher processors would each be limited to processing no more than 35% of sector's annual Pacific whiting allocation in the EFP area. Additionally, CDFW does not find this measure will serve to prevent a substantial change to the southern distribution of whiting activity that is presently covered under the existing biological opinion. Notably, the mothership sector attained only 47% of its annual allocation on average between 2019 and 2023, as described in the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery 25 to 26 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Analytical Document. Allowing the sector to take 35% of its allocation in the EFP area could mean, in practical terms, that most of the sector's processing could occur in the EFP area, which would be a substantial change from the southern distribution that was analyzed. Sub-issue B, no proposed limit for coho salmon in the EFP area. Conditions for coho salmon in California remain dire. The EFP application erroneously references a guideline of 494 coho salmon and further indicates that overall, the combined sector incidental catch has been well within the guideline. However, the incidental take statement is clear that consultation shall be reinitiated if any of the following events occur, including the total bycatch in the sector exceeds 14,500 Chinook salmon or 474 coho in a calendar year. There are 2 ESUs of coho salmon in California, including the Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast coho or SONC, and Central California Coast or CCC coho. NOAA has found that SONC and CCC coho are 2 of the most vulnerable species of Pacific salmon to climate change, a risk that has only increased for both species since they were listed under the ESA and since publication of the 2017 Groundfish FMP biological opinion. Data tracking the current abundance of SONC coho are limited. However, the 2024 5-year status review published by NIMS states that the available data for populations within the SONC coho salmon ESU indicates that all independent populations remain below recovery targets. Of the few populations with sufficient monitoring data to calculate the number of adults, 2 of these populations are at high risk of extinction. Similarly, for CCC coho, the 2023 5-year review found that abundance metrics for all independent and dependent populations remain far below recovery targets, and that long-term trends have generally continued downward and remain a concern. Impacts are likely to be higher on SONC and CCC coho with a more southerly distribution of the whiting fishery. The EFP application cites the 2017 biological opinion as sufficiently covering concerns with coho salmon and does not offer additional constraints on coho bycatch. Coho bycatch in the more northernly distributed whiting fishery comes from areas with directed coho fisheries and coho hatcheries that produce fish specifically for commercial and recreational take. California has not had directed commercial or recreational coho fisheries since the early 1990s and has minimum coho hatchery production focused on conservation to avoid extirpation of specific populations. The 2017 biological opinion sets the total allowable whiting fishery bycatch for coho at 474 based on maximum historical catch between 2002 and 2017, with compositional projections further broken down for specific listed ESUs. These estimates are 21 fish for SONC and 14 for CCC, and were created using the Council's Fishery Regulation Assessment Model to project impacts by the whiting sector. As recently as 2019, the whiting fishery caught 168 coho in a season. A southern expansion of fishing effort poses a particularly acute risk for these 2 ESUs of coho salmon by fishing in areas where they would occur at higher abundances and could exceed the estimated impacts outlined in the 2017 Groundfish FMP biological opinion. CDFW recommends that either real-time GSI, genetic stock identification, be implemented with sublimits for bycatch for specific ESUs, such as SONC and CCC, or that total coho bycatch limit in the EFP area be reduced to the level outlined as acceptable for the whiting fishery for CCC coho, which is 14, in the 2017 biological opinion. CDFW acknowledges and appreciates that since the time of filing the application, the EFP proponents have agreed to include a 14-fish coho limit for fishing in the EFP area among the terms and conditions. Consideration 2, Chinook salmon concerns are not sufficiently alleviated. There are multiple ESUs of Chinook salmon in California, including Klamath River Fall Chinook, Thonk Chinook, California Coastal Chinook, Sacramento River Spring Chinook, Sacramento River Winter Chinook, and Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Of these ESUs, California Coastal Chinook, Sacramento River Spring, and Sacramento River Winter are listed under the ESA, and Thonk Chinook are currently a candidate for listing. While not federally recognized as an ESU, Klamath Trinity Spring Chinook are also listed as threatened under the California ESA. The other major stocks, Klamath Fall and Sacramento River Fall, have recently experienced historic lows, prompting the closure of directed fisheries in California in 2023 and 2024, and mostly closed fisheries in 2025. Additionally, Klamath Fall are currently designated as overfished, and meanwhile are experiencing habitat disruption from dam removal. The conditions that prompted the 1992 emergency rule remain. The impetus prohibiting at-sea processing of whiting south of latitude 42 degrees north was due in large part to high bycatch of Chinook salmon, amounting to 4,600 in the Eureka area in 1991. 50% of the salmon were taken in 8 out of 596 observed trawls, and this represents a severe risk of lightning strike trawls where high numbers of Chinook may be captured in few trawls. Conditions in the mothership and catcher processor salmon mitigation plans somewhat control for this with information sharing and move-along provisions. However, CDFW believes the risk of exceeding the 500 Chinook cap in relatively few trawls is still too great without substantial modification to the EFP's design. The 4,600 Chinook bycatch observed in the Eureka area in 1991 was concerning due to the exceptionally low abundance of Klamath Fall during that time, and a large portion of that bycatch was likely made up of Klamath Fall. Between 1990 and 1992, the period that spurred the emergency whiting processing rule, Klamath Fall ocean abundance averaged 151,500 compared to just 136,900 for 2022 to 2024. The stock has been designated as overfished since 2018. California directed ocean salmon fisheries were closed in 2023 and 2024, severely limited in 2025, in part to protect Klamath Fall. Whiting fisheries and their associated bycatch have impacted Klamath Fall during each of these years, and the proposed EFP would only exacerbate these impacts. In addition to the low abundance of Klamath Fall, they are also currently recovering from the largest dam removal in U.S. history. While the outlook for Klamath Fall is promising, the stock is fragile as newly accessible habitats develop and adults reestablish in upstream spawning locations. Much like Klamath Fall, the California coastal Chinook stock is also currently in poor condition, cannot support additional harvest, and will likely be caught in high proportion south of 42 degrees north. California coastal Chinook were listed in 1999, and after the emergency whiting processing rule went into effect. This ESU was reaffirmed as threatened in 2005, and despite improvements in some watersheds, the most recent 5-year review states that most southern watersheds are far below recovery targets. Given the recent closure of directed salmon fisheries and the heavily buffered 2025 aggregate allowable impact rate of 7.7% on age 4 Klamath Fall by these fisheries, adding to the already high bycatch impacts will likely be detrimental to the recovery of California coastal Chinook. Consideration 3, insufficient analytical framework for an EFP. The EFP proposal lacks a defined sampling design. Moreover, the EFP does not adequately describe how set-asides or non-whiting species will be analyzed or reported throughout the year, nor does it compare mortality rates inside versus outside the EFP area. There's also no description of gear specifications as required under COP19. Because the EFP would authorize only processing activity as the associated fishing activity is already authorized, it is unclear if vessels fishing south of the Oregon-California border are fishing for a processor operating in the EFP. All areas are outlined in PACFIN under the comprehensive NORPAC table, which reports observer data from the at-sea mothership and catcher processors, but not processing areas. Therefore, it would be challenging for an analyst to determine the amount of target whiting catch or incidental catch and bycatch in season under the EFP to ensure set-asides and any salmon caps are adhered to. Moreover, since catcher vessels are already permitted to fish south of 42 degrees north, it is unclear if they are participating in the EFP, as they might be able to land their fish elsewhere, either at sea or shoreside. This is particularly concerning if a catcher vessel has a high bycatch haul, as it could be landed at sea north of 42 degrees north or landed shoreside and not have it count against the EFP caps. Set-asides for stocks south of 4010 should be considered, for example, float and shelf rockfish. The application lacks a reasonable process for identifying or selecting participating vessels as required by COP19. Allowing all catcher processor or mothership vessels to begin fishing May 15th at 4010 is likely to create a race to fish for the 35% allocation, with potentially serious impacts to existing at-sea set-asides or other stocks for which bycatch in the whiting fishery has yet to be analyzed under the biological opinion because the fishery is operating in a new area. Since 2010, multiple whiting tows operating off of southern Oregon have taken over 200 Chinook in a single haul, while other tows elsewhere off the west coast have exceeded 10 coho. In the spirit of conducting an experiment to evaluate whether processing south of the border can occur without changing the extent and composition of bycatch from what is analyzed and authorized under the biological opinion, CDFW recommends the EFP include detailed operational requirements that require the processing of catch from a single haul first, and then a reporting out of the catch and bycatch composition before a second haul is conducted. Stop and count or slow down mechanisms are common tools in fishery management frameworks to ensure catch is properly enumerated and doesn't happen so quickly as to exceed limits. CDFW recommends incorporating detailed fleet-wide operational and reporting terms and conditions that apply to both mothership and catcher processor fleets as a single unit. Although EFP proponents describe a test tow process before fishing commences that is not adequate to prevent deployment of many nets simultaneously on the start date or a race for fish. In discussions leading up to the November council meeting, CDFW noted the use of the term fair start in negotiations between catcher vessels and processors. CDFW associates this term with the high-volume derby fisheries rather than a carefully designed study to evaluate catch and bycatch composition from an area closed to processing operations for over 30 years. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions of the report? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. While we were not able to include this in the content of our printed report, I would like to ask Dylan to respond to some of the written public comment that is submitted under the oral testimony, specifically the letter from PWCC dated November 6th that is available to us in the public comment portal. Looking down in the letter, and this is specifically from Glenn Merrill, last page, item 2, age of salmon in the Pacific whiting fishery versus the ocean salmon fishery. The passage indicates that Chinook encountered in the groundfish fishery are primarily 2- and 3-year-old fish, which are lower age classes with higher abundance and natural mortality rates. Then it states, ocean salmon fisheries typically harvest other age classes. For example, management of Klamath Fall Chinook harvest since 1986 has attempted to achieve specific harvest rates on fully vulnerable age 4 and age 5 fish in ocean and river fisheries. Dylan, if you could, I would like you to respond to that statement with information that we have from our records. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. That's somewhat of a mischaracterization of our directed ocean salmon fishery. We do operate under minimum size limits so that there's a minimum size that can be harvested, but the vast majority of harvest in both the sport and the commercial ocean fisheries is made up of age 3 Chinook. So in the From our CWT recoveries between 2012 and 2022, approximately 82% of harvest in the directed ocean sport fishery, 82% was age 3, and 86% of harvest in the commercial fishery was age 3. Age 2 fish are somewhat uncommon in the commercial fishery because they have a larger minimum size limit, but they do still account for up to 25% of harvest in some years in the sport fishery. I will also add to that age 5 Chinook are extremely rare in either fishery and generally make up less than 1% of catch.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Dylan? Okay, I forgot to ask this. If it's possible to summarize your statements, it would be appreciated. Not required, but appreciated if there's room to summarize where you can. Next up is the EC report. Mr. Todd Van Epps.
Good evening, Vice Chair and Council members. My name is Todd Van Epps. I'm with CDFW Enforcement and a part of the Enforcement Consultants. I'll try and read quickly from Agenda Item F4, Supplemental EC Report 1. The Enforcement Consultants have reviewed the documents associated with the Agenda Item F4, Exempted Fishery Permit, Attachment 2, and have the following comments. The EC met with several advisory bodies to discuss the EFP application, including the applicants. We appreciate the time and perspectives shared in those discussions, which provided the EC with significant insight into the Pacific whiting fishery as reflected below and the intent of the EFP. The summary of our EC recommendations inclusion of the mothership catcher vessels in the EFP. Limit EFP operations to 40 degrees 10 minutes north latitude and 42 degrees north latitude. Review of current state and federal regulations. EFP notification requirements and additional EFP provisions. Inclusion of mothership catcher vessels in EFP. The EC recommends existing regulatory provisions that relate to at-sea Pacific whiting fishery that limit incidental catch of non-target species remain in place while considering the CFP. In addition, the EC recommends additional provisions of the EFP to include all associated mothership catcher vessels delivering to a processor south of 42 degrees north latitude be named as signatories. The EC recognizes the EFP is requesting an exemption from 50 CFR 660 131 (e), which directly prohibits processing of Pacific whiting south of 42 north latitude. The EC identified that under the proposed EFP application, only catcher processors and motherships would be named as exempted under the EFP based on their processing abilities. The EC verified 33 limited entry permits endorsed as mothership catcher vessels, currently associated with 28 catcher vessels that would be authorized under the current federal regulations to deliver Pacific whiting to motherships south of 42 degrees north latitude. A catcher vessel may deliver and transfer fish to a mothership and/or catcher processor within a relatively limited distance from one another. Shifting that ability to process Pacific whiting south to the 40-10 north latitude line, equivalent to 110 nautical miles, would give additional fishing opportunities to each permitted catcher vessel. The EC views these relationships between the mothership catcher vessels and the mothership processor as fully codependent. Each relies on one another to function effectively, including all vessels engaging in both catching and processing within the EFP provides a more complete and transparent framework consistent with EFP standards and enforcement objectives. The EC had concerns related to non-whiting species incidentally caught, which were currently managed as at-sea set-asides and deducted from the trawl allocation before the remainder is dispersed to the IFQ fishery. Table 5 within the agenda item F4 attachment 2 lists several of the at-sea sectors set-aside stock complexes as having a management unit of 4010 north latitude boundary associated with them. Catchers and or processors and mothership catcher vessels could harvest fish south of the 4010 north latitude and then tow unsorted cod ends north of 4010 north latitude to be processed in a different management area, causing a catch accounting issue. This example was brought up in the GMT and GAP meeting with the applicants, who are open to restricting participating to fishing north of 4010 north latitude, limiting the EFP fishing operations in that area, 4010 north latitude to 42 north latitude, would address this enforcement concern. California state regulations. If the EFP moves forward, the EC recommends close coordination between state law enforcement and the applicants to ensure compliance with state regulations. For example, the EC identified the following regulations relevant to the proposed application. Under Fish and Game Code 8043 per ND and California Code of Regulations Title 14 197, transfer of fish at sea from vessel to vessel and or landing or processing fish at sea would be prohibited during a commercial fishing trip that enters state waters at any point, including to offload. Additionally, Fish and Game Code sections 8603, 8835 would prohibit the use of trawl nets targeting Pacific whiting in state waters. Notification requirements. The EC recommends notification requirements stipulated in the terms and conditions of the EFP be consistent with requirements in other EFPs. For example, EFP holders from any vessel conducting fishing activities under the EFP should be required to make a VMS declaration to NIMS via the West Coast Groundfish Declaration process stipulated in 50 CFR 660.13 to include an acknowledgement that they are participating in the EFP. The EC also notes that federal regulations do not allow VMS declarations to be changed at sea, with the exception of limited entry midwater trawl vessels fishing in the shore-based IFQ program, changing the declarations between bottom or midwater gear, and limited entry midwater trawl vessels targeting Pacific whiting, changing the declarations between Pacific whiting shore-based IFQ sector and the mothership sector. However, at-sea processing vessels operating under the EFP and wishing to make a declaration change between the EFP fishery south of 42 north latitude and the non-EFP fishery north of 42 north latitude would need an exemption from the current federal requirement of providing NIMS OLE with a declaration report before the vessel leaves port. Additional EFP provisions. Within the EFP application in agenda item F4 attachment 2, under the summary of EFP provisions, the applicants propose mandatory movement requirements for catch over 2 metric tons per tow of species not covered with at-sea set-asides. If this requirement is part of the terms and conditions of the EFP, the EC would like to see it better defined in order for it to be enforceable. The EC and CDFW would appreciate significant engagement with the EFP applicants and NIMS when appropriate to discuss the details and assist in drafting the provisions/terms and conditions. This cooperative approach would facilitate enforceable EFP terms and conditions coupled with an understanding of applicable federal and state regulations. Participation level. The EEC has concerns related to the ability to effectively ensure compliance in this EFP if all eligible catcher processors and motherships in the fleet are selected to participate in with the ability to process up to 35% of each sector's annual Pacific whiting allocation in the EFP area as proposed in the EFP application. This concludes my statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Van Epps? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Van Epps. I really want to drill down a bit on one of your first recommendations on including mothership catcher vessels as signatories in the EFP application. First question on that point. As you know, when we consider issuance of any EFPs, one of the first things we do is ask enforcement to consider the standing of individuals or vessels in West Coast fisheries by asking our state agency enforcement staff to evaluate things like potential or past violation histories or other known issues with conduct. Given this EFP application requests issuance only to processing vessels, like as of now, how would you conduct a review without any identification of the catcher vessels?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. The short answer is we wouldn't be able to. We would have a presumption that based on the EFP that all vessels would be eligible, but we would have no insight into understanding what those catcher vessels and who is actively participating versus who is not.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Next, if I can ask, kind of in the similar vein, how would you review performance of vessels or processors for compliance with the terms of the EFP, like the move along provisions recommended by the co-op, since you wouldn't have any access to records as they remain internal only with the co-op on who's participating?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. That is correct. We would not be able to have significant insight into the EFP operations without knowing exactly the individual vessels, owners, captains associated with the operations of the EFP. Specifically, as we're talking to the catcher, the mothership catcher vessels.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One more. I know I've heard in discussions that the EFP applicants have conceded that they will keep the fish catching activities above the 40-10 line. That's not something that's spelled out in the initial draft of the application we've had for review, but is something I understand has come together over the course of the week as acceptable as a term and condition, so that would avoid the need for dealing with things like set-asides for species south of 40-10. But I'm kind of curious, again, because if the catcher vessels aren't subject to the EFP terms and conditions, because they aren't part of the EFP, how would that measure of restricting fishing to north of 40-10 be enforced?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. There would not be a way to effectively enforce that from our perspective unless you were on site and boarding a vessel that declared themselves into the EFP at that time and was below that line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know that this detail is necessary at this point, but I just curious, but you can fish south. There's no prohibition on fishing south of Oregon, California. So can you maybe elaborate on that one? How would you, if a boat was fishing out of a port for whiting, there's currently no prohibition on that, correct? And I might have missed the point there.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. If I understand your question correctly, That is correct. There's no prohibition on the fishing side. The prohibition is on the processing side. And the exemption would be for processing below the 42 north latitude line. There would not be a way to differentiate at this stage, based upon the current terms of the EFP, who was a part of that catching component or fishing versus who was not at this stage. I'm not sure I answered your question correctly, but.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm contemplating it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Next is the GMT, Will Jasper.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Will Jasper, and I will be reading the GMT report on exempted fishing permits. Speaking briefly to the first page and a half of our report, the GMT reviewed the CAFW update application of their existing fishing permit. We concluded that it was a continuation of existing EFP, which provides useful data to the Council, and we recommend the Council move the EFP application forward for public review. And we also review and appreciate the update reports from the West Coast Seafood Processors Association and the CDFW report. Speaking to the Whiting EFP application, given the reduced capacity due to recent federal furlough and competing workload at this meeting, the team's discussion to review this new EFP against the list of questions in Appendix 1 was limited by the time and capacity constraints. The GMT would benefit from additional consideration at a subsequent council meeting to analyze a review draft of the EFP application reflecting our recommendations captured in this report. Application completeness and recommended revisions, clarifications, and additions. This section addresses the questions in COP 19C4, A, B, E, H, and M, as well as B1B and B2G. Overall, these questions ask the GMT to consider EFP application from a holistic management perspective. C4H asks the GMT to consider how achievement of the EFP objectives will be measured. The EFP application does not pose a specific question or objective that the EFP would help answer. However, the application describes the EFP would test whether allowing whiting processing south of 42 north latitude could improve Pacific whiting utilization without significantly increasing interactions with Chinook salmon or other non-target species. The GMT recommends the applicants refine their stated goals into specific questions or objectives that are measurable in the future. This will ensure that any data coming from the EFP's activities can be evaluated against a quantifiable reference point. Measurable objectives would help the NIMS and the Council evaluate whether the EFP was successful or not when considering future actions related to the EFP, such as an EFP continuation application or any future regulation changes, should the current proposal move forward. To support evaluating the success of the EFP, the GMT thinks that the application would benefit from clarification regarding the analytical approach, the metrics that will be used to assess performance, such as bycatch rates, attainment, and genetic results, and what they'll be compared against, and the expected timeline and frequency for producing results. The GMT is also unclear as to who would be conducting the analytical work. Disentangling the impacts of Chinook coho abundance in the Pacific hake fishing areas from bycatch avoidance methods may be complicated by annual variation in ocean salmon abundance or distribution. That is to say, to what extent are observed bycatch rates driven by salmon populations versus fishing practices and bycatch avoidance. A general lack of information regarding salmon abundance in the EFP area and outside of it is likely to complicate any analysis of this EFP's salmon avoidance efficacy. This should perhaps be considered when planning the analytical approach and how the results of the analysis will be incorporated into management. Within COP19, B2G requires that the EFP proposal include the number of vessels covered under the application. B1B also requires that the proposal must contain information for the Council to determine if the potential impacts of the exempted activity have been adequately identified. The application describes processors as the primary EFP applicants. However, catcher vessels, or CVs, conduct the fishing tows that will also be delivering to motherships, which are operating under the terms of the EFP. Thus, while these CVs are not directly part of this application, they will have an impact resulting from the EFP. To support COP19 requirements regarding the number of participating vessels, the GMT recommends identifying the number of vessels expected to fish and deliver under the EFP, even if they are not the permit holders. For accounting purposes, the GMT recommends including a provision, such as a new EFP-specific declaration code for mothership, catcher processor, and catcher vessels, that any catch south of 42 north latitude is attributed to the EFP if that mothership processor is on an EFP trip. The GMT also recommends including a provision that requires CVs to declare into the mothership before making a tow south of 42 north latitude if that mothership is operating in the EFP. For example, mothership catcher vessels are already permitted to fish south of 42. If the EFP is approved with the current proposal and a CV has a high back catch tow south of 42 north latitude, it could be delivered to a processing platform at sea north of 42 north latitude, in which case the catch would not count against the EFP caps. In the absence of a provision, it would be unclear if the catch from these vessels would contribute to impacts from the EFP. Additionally, there is no restriction on fishing south of 4010 north latitude. Previously, CVs were limited to fishing close to the California-Oregon border because they must fish in proximity to their mothership platform. The GAP indicated this was customarily limited to 25 miles under most circumstances. This has prevented the CVs from transiting approximately 120 miles to 4010 north latitude. Under the proposed EFP, the mothership would be able to process just north of 4010 north latitude and provide logistical opportunity for vessels to fish south of 4010. This would require additional set-asides from groundfish stocks or complex groups managed south of 4010, such as the Slope Rockfish Complex. To circumvent this issue, the proponents of the EFP offered that the application could be updated to restrict CP and mothership catcher vessels operating or delivering to a mothership operating system under the EFP to exclusively fish north of 4010. The GMT recommends that proponents add language to restrict CPs and mothership catcher vessels participating in the EFP to exclusively fish north of 4010 north latitude. Given that the permit is only for processing vessels, the GMT understands that the language may need to be specific to processors such as CPs and motherships operating in the EFP may not process fish in the EFP area that was caught south of 4010 north latitude. There are nuances with regard to how at-sea sectors self-manage and hold themselves accountable to bycatch impacts, which are based on historic agreements with the Council. Additional descriptions of the mechanisms and self-management may be informative when considering the potential impacts of this EFP application. For example, while not in regulation, at-sea sectors allocate bycatch quota to individual vessels to hold the fleet accountable to set-asides while minimizing the potential for a race to fish. The application does not currently describe these self-management mechanisms, nor how they would apply within the EFP, and would benefit from such descriptions. For example, the EFP as written allows all CP and MS vessels to begin operations south of 42 north latitude on May 15th, which introduces the potential for the majority of the sector to fish in that area until the 35% whiting threshold is met. Historical observer data from the Pacific whiting fishery between 2010 and 2025 include rare instances where hauls have exceeded 200 Chinook salmon from, this is data taken from the catch area north of 42 degrees north and up to Cape Perpetua, or more than 10 coho, which was taken from the catch area between Cape Blanco and Cape Perpetua. Since the proportion of the fleet participating in EFP at a single time is not limited in the EFP as written, the possibility of having a large proportion of the whiting fleet in the area south of 42 at one time could increase the risk that multiple lightning strike cohos could occur simultaneously, exceeding the 500 Chinook salmon and 414 coho salmon limits. To avoid the potentiality of unexpectedly exceeding the bycatch limits, the GMT recommends the applicants provide clear descriptions of any operational controls and/or current regulations, such as haul-by-haul processing and reporting at a fleet-wide scale, a sequential catch and evaluate approach, and other coordinated fleet-wide safeguards that they intend to implement under this EFP to account for the cumulative impact of all vessels operating in the EFP area. The GMT also recommends clarification of how EFP participants would coordinate near real-time evaluation of bycatch across the entire EFP. Data management framework considerations. This section addresses the questions in COP19, C4C, D, F, G, and I. Questions J, K, and L are not applicable. These questions ask how the GMT to evaluate the EFP from a focused perspective on data reporting and recording, and how the EFP fits into the current management framework. Questions C4, C, and G ask the GMT to consider whether the EFP proposal would account for fisheries mortalities by species, and if there is infrastructure to monitor and process data. The application lacks detail on how processing will be tracked at the hull level. Existing reporting systems do not identify processing locations, which would make it difficult to determine in real time whether catch and bycatch should accrue to the EFP. The GMT recommends an EFP-specific code be consistently recorded in NORPAC for all hull-related data associated with the EFP. Understanding how incidental EFP catch of middlewater species or salmon will be reported is important to the overall evaluation. If this recommendation is adopted, the GMT will work with PACFIN to integrate relevant coding into the appropriate databases. Question C4F asks the GMT to consider if the EFP proposal is compatible with the Federal Observer Program. While the application proposal appears generally compatible with the At-Sea Hake Observer Program, or ASHOP, operations, the application indicated 100% of the salmon will be sampled for genetics. Currently, the norm is to sample 50% of the hull for species composition, and all Chinook or coho salmon in the species composition sample are typically sampled for coda wire tags and genetics. This is from the 2025 sampling manual. Ensuring all Chinook or coho salmon are biologically sampled and genotyped will require an adjustment to current sampling protocols for EFP hulls. The GMT recommends the application maintain the 100% Chinook and coho genetic sampling clause and continued coordination between the observer program and EFP applicants to determine what changes to observer protocols, if any, are needed. The GMT understands that the discussion has already been initiated. Further, although in-season delivery of Chinook salmon genetic results may not be feasible, the GMT recommends the application be updated to include a deadline for when the genetic samples will be delivered to the lab for analysis or processing. Having those results available at the start of the following year, prior to the whiting season start date, would improve the ability to assess EFP performance, impacts on specific salmon runs, and inform any necessary management response. Concerns have been raised about fishing the southern extent of Pacific whiting aggregations because older Pacific whiting tend to migrate more northerly than younger Pacific whiting. This is from the recent Hake Stock Assessment from 2025. So this area off Northern California has the potential to have a higher proportion of younger individuals. Therefore, fishing in this location may have biological implications. Although not stated as an explicit objective in the application, the EFP activities could provide useful information about the size and age structures in the area. The joint U.S.-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Acoustic Trawl Survey currently samples as far south as Point Conception, California, so there is fishery-independent data being collected within the EFP area. If the EFP is approved, then the participants with the EFP will be providing fishery-dependent data for areas off of Northern California that have not been fished since 1992. The GMT recommends the proponents expand upon the goals and objectives of this EFP to include assessing or addressing this biological impact. Lastly, given these considerations, the GMT recommends that the Council refer this EFP application to the Scientific and Statistical Groundfish Subcommittee for review and comment per COP19 processes. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Will. Any questions for Will? Corey Niles.
This first one's a joke, Will, but how long would this have been if you weren't limited by the staff capacity in the federal shutdown? But you guys you're pretty thorough here. But I guess a question on some of this. On your part about the paragraph, page 4, right above the data and management framework considerations, you're asking the EFP participants to document things, and I won't read it, but the question here is, I don't even know what the right number of years is, but just going back to 2011 and earlier, both the mothership and catcher processor sectors have a track record of avoiding many species, from most recently maybe short belly rockfish. They've as someone's mentioned, the NORPAC data is hull by hull. You got the coordinates. the time. You can see if they were fishing yesterday, we would have that data already. They successfully been staying within the biop. And so I'm just kind of curious why all these extra requirements here. You think they're needed for 1 mile south of the California-Oregon border, but not just north of there. Like what this fleet does extraordinary. These fleets do extraordinary things. I'm just kind of curious where the thought that they need to do even more is coming from.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. I would say that the motivation for requesting these additional sectors stems from the fact that the area has not been fished since 1992, and given the sensitivity surrounding this, it seems to be demonstrated by the level of participation and review of the CFP, it could benefit having that additional level of data upon the review.
Okay, any other questions? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Well, okay, so one of the things that, well, a couple things, but well, one of the last things you said was the recommending the EFP go to the SSC for review, and I'm just wondering, EFPs are like a research project and typically and trying to figure something out. So is like, the design is important. So I'm just wondering what your reasoning for wanting it to go to SSC review.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I will ask Mr. Phillips to back me up here, but the request is based on the process that is currently outlined in COP 19. The GMT reviews it, and then the application is customarily forwarded to the Groundfish SSC, or the SSC's Groundfish Subcommittee for review. And so that was in there just because that's the process that currently is.
Procedure. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
You done, Ms. Diamond? Okay, all right, thank you. I was waiting.
Sorry.
I thought they were just thinking.
No.
Any other questions of Will? Well, thank you. Next is Shems Judd.
Vice Chair Smith, members of the council. My name is Shems Judd. I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, and I'll try to summarize where I can. In general, the GAP appreciates the CDFW update on their EFP to collect yellow eye and cowcod biological information, and we support renewal of that EFP. We also appreciate the update on the trawl gear EFP. It's clear that it's demonstrated its ability to generate significant economic value with low bycatch. We'd love to see that move forward, specifically implementation by removing the regulations that prohibit using midwater trawl gear for rockfish fishing and the requirement for selective flatfish trawl between 4010 and 42. This next section, I better not summarize. The GAP debated over every single word, so I'm going to read this. The GAP, GMT, and other participants had significant discussion related to the EFP proposal that would allow at-sea processing of whiting, Pacific whiting between 42 degrees north latitude and 4010 north latitude. The following is a summary of our discussion, noting areas of agreement, ongoing concerns, and further recommendations. The GAP acknowledges the considerable effort made by the EFP proponents to design measures that minimize potential adverse impacts. The panel also appreciates the outreach conducted by the applicants and recognizes that the current proposal reflects substantial feedback and incorporates a precautionary framework. including the proponent's willingness to adopt additional safeguards. In general, the GAP supports EFPs with the potential to create new opportunities, increase efficiency, provide more fishery-dependent data, reduce bycatch, and improve revenue. With that in mind, the GAP recognizes the EFP could bring significant benefits. The purpose of the EFP is to test whether access to additional area could maintain Pacific whiting catch in the face of changing ocean conditions and high variability year to year, with potential to lower overall salmon and other incidental catch. Based on the best available scientific information, more than 70% of the fishable biomass of Pacific whiting may be inaccessible to 2 of the 3 sectors of the Pacific whiting fleet. At-sea sector participants have approached the Council for the past decade or more to request access to this area, and the Council recommended submitting an EFP application. Providing the opportunity to test at-sea processing in this area could facilitate additional opportunities to optimize whiting catch while minimizing bycatch, proactively addressing emerging climate challenges, and improving resiliency of a valuable fishery that is important to West Coast communities. 200% monitored mothership sector catch data from 2011 to 25 indicates there is potential for lower salmon incidental catch in the area south of 42 degrees north latitude. And we have a table showing that. EFP applicants shared with the GAP that there are many existing regulations and cooperative measures, such as the use of excluder devices, base rates, movement rules, closed areas, information exchange, and night fishing provisions that are already employed in their sectors, but they proposed additional precautionary measures for the EFP, which include a limit of 500 Chinook salmon and 14 coho, and this is encompassed in the 11,000 Chinook guideline and the 474 coho guideline for whiting from the salmon biop in the EFP area. This would be split pro rata to whiting for the mothership and catcher processor sectors, after which that sector would end EFP activities for the fishing year. 100% genetic sampling of Chinook salmon. Mothership and catcher processors limited to processing no more than 35% of each sector's annual Pacific whiting allocation in the EFP area. The EFP would begin on May 15th rather than the May 1 primary whiting season start date. And in discussion with the GAP, GMT, and other participants, co-applicants committed that no fishing by catcher vessels or catcher processors would occur south of 4010 as part of the EFP activity. In response to comments that this EFP would not bring benefit to the state of California, the applicants also shared that they frequently hire local charter vessels to provide crew and supply transfers, and that mothership catcher vessels have gone into California ports for fueling and other items such as repairs. In addition, mothership sector participants shared that since mothership catcher vessels can already fish south of 42 degrees, the ability for the mothership to follow their catcher vessels below 42 would improve quality and efficiency and could help improve mothership sector utilization in years with a southerly whiting distribution. The EFP application is also responsive to the Seafood Competitiveness Executive Order for both the mothership and catcher processor sectors. At the same time, some GAP members have concerns about this EFP moving forward for public review as proposed. These are some of the concerns. Impacts on Klamath River Chinook. Even if overall salmon bycatch numbers are lower, impacts on Klamath fish remains a major concern. The commercial salmon fishery and the Klamath Management Zone off Northern California has been closed for a decade or more. The recreational salmon fishery has been closed or very limited for 3 years, and Klamath River Fall Chinook have been in an overfished status since 2018. Continued efforts shift from salmon to groundfish. Due to the ongoing salmon season closures, many recreational and commercial fishermen transitioned to fishing for groundfish species, particularly rockfish. That has led to more pressure on shelf and nearshore groundfish stocks. Industry members were hoping some fishermen could return to salmon, alleviating some pressure on groundfish stocks and spreading out the groundfish sector allocations to more members, for example, creating higher bag limits. Therefore, any future risks to salmon in the Klamath Management Zone is of great concern. Impacts on younger fish. Washington Treaty tribes have expressed concern about higher catches of younger year classes in the southern range of the fishery, given their fisheries are place-based within their usual and accustomed areas on the central and northern Washington coast. Shoreside whiting fishery. Some in the shoreside whiting sector have concerns if there are limited congregations of whiting moving north in a particular year, the EFP could allow an overall shift south in effort, particularly early in the season, by at-sea fleet and potentially have a negative impact on shoreside vessels and processors, both in terms of opportunity in California and also size of schools moving north during the season to historic Oregon and Washington fishing grounds. Lack of caps on non-whiting groundfish bycatch in the area. There are concerns this could lead to localized depletion for certain stocks, primarily rockfish stocks that don't migrate out of the area due to possible increased effort. Amount of overall whiting harvest allowed in the area. Some believe that 35% of the overall quota is too high for an EFP. A lower percentage, particularly in the initial years, would be more prudent. The GAP did have discussion with the EFP applicants about how this splits out to the individual vessel level in the at-sea sectors and how it would be difficult to implement operationally. Despite these concerns from some members of the GAP, these members support moving the EFP forward for public review through the council process. Public review will allow additional time for discussion with applicants. That concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Shems? Amy Diamond.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Shems. I appreciate the position you're in, being the one in the seat. I think we all recognize that. You do a great job of delivering information with an even keel. And I'm just wondering, I know that a lot of the consternation in the room really was driven by Northern California salmon issues. But I also was wondering if there was, what type of conversation there was on potential groundfish impacts.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Diamond. Good question. You're absolutely right. Most of the conversation was around concerns on salmon. There was a little conversation around groundfish concerns as well. I think the biggest issue there was that because there were no caps specified for what portion of the groundfish set-asides could be harvested in the area, there was some concern that there could be localized depletion. I think the flip side was that, you know, those set-asides are relatively low, and even if a significant portion was taken in that zone, you know, relatively speaking, it's not that much fish. But there was definitely that concern expressed that there could be significant impacts on those groundfish stocks.
Thank you, Shems, and I am done.
Thank you. I think I'll go with Marcy and then Corey Writings and then Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Shems. Near the top of your report, you mentioned the gaps, urging the council to implement removing the regs that prohibit the use of midwater trawl for rockfish fishing and the requirement for a selective flatfish between 42 and 4010. And then you've spent some time describing those regulations that you recommend removing in Appendix 1. This agenda item is on EFPs, and we don't see an application for continuing this trawl gear EFP. So maybe you can describe the path forward that the GAP sees with regard to implementing the trawl gear EFP into regulation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Remco. I appreciate the question. I think we didn't discuss that in detail in GAP. I'm sure the GAP would say, let's move this to reg. And if we don't, let's continue the EFP as needed. But I think, you know, we have almost a decade of information now that shows it's been very effective. I think the GAP's position is, you know, let's do what we can to get this implemented.
Thank you.
Corey Writings, then Lynn Mattis.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Shems. My question is regarding the last paragraph on page 1. I think it's the second sentence. It says, based on the best available scientific information, more than 70% of the fishable biomass of Pacific whiting may be inaccessible to 2 of the 3 sectors in the Pacific whiting fleet. Can you describe, 1, where that's from, and then 2, best available scientific information? Is that the same thing as best scientific information available?
Thanks, Ms. Ridings. Good question. I might have to phone a friend on this one. I don't know precisely where that 70% figure comes from. I think we do intend to mean the same thing as best scientific information available there. Yeah. Is there anyone in the audience who can help on that 70%? From the assessment. Thanks.
Corey? Done? Lynn Mattis, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is just more of a thank you to the GAP for trying to lay out all sides of what I suspect was a very contentious, robust discussion, and really trying to provide the council with all of the thoughts from the various sectors on how to move forward. I don't imagine it was easy to compile into a concise statement, but I appreciate the effort you all took to provide us all of that information, the pros, cons from various sectors and considerations. So just thank you for the effort. I suspect it was a group effort, and coming to us with a concise statement. Very helpful.
Thanks, Ms. Mattis.
All right. Seeing no other. Oh, Brad, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, probably should maybe a little clarification on Marcy's question that the government shutdown kind of stopped or slowed things down. So I think that Lori's going to ask them to roll over all the participants into next year for doing next year. So that's the plan, I believe. Lori may have some more information on that, but that was my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for clarifying. That helps.
All righty. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you, Shams.
Thank you.
Salmon Advisory Sub-Panel, it looks like George Bradshaw will be online. George, are you out there?
Yeah, good evening. Do you have me, Vice Chair?
I got you, George.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll be reading agenda item F4A, Supplemental SAS Report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on Groundfish Exempted Fishing Permits. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel, SAS, received an update from the members of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative regarding the experimented fishing permit EFP application. The SAS appreciates the applicant's willingness to engage openly with the SAS and the extensive effort to consider potential salmon impacts in the development of the EFP. While the SAS understands the applicant's reasons for pursuing this EFP and acknowledges their interests, the SAS opposes the proposed activities at this time for the following reasons, with a little list of bullet points. Bullet point 1. The commercial salmon fisheries off California have been closed for the past 3 consecutive years, with only 2 days open for sport fishing north of Point Reyes during that period. Bullet point 2. Commercial salmon fishing has been prohibited between the Humboldt South Jetty and the 4010 Horse Mountain Line since 1989. Bullet point 3. Klamath River Fall Chinook has been in an overfish status since 2018. Bullet point 4. Endangered Species Act listed coho and California coastal Chinook could be encountered if catcher processor and catcher vessels activities move further south. Bullet point 5. Uncertainty remains with the recent removal of the Klamath River dams and the potential removal of the Eel River dams. Bullet point 6. There are ongoing extensive state, tribal, and federal efforts working to restore the Klamath Basin. And the last bullet point. The mitigation hatchery on the Klamath River at Fall Creek has not been able to achieve its egg take goals for either of the 2 years of 2024 and 2025. The SAS would be open to discussing the proposal again in the future, or in a future year, once potentially impacted stocks are in a less sensitive condition, and there have been meaningful commercial and recreational salmon fishing opportunities. And that completes my report. And if I could, Vice Chair, I would like to take a minute to try to explain some of our SAS, discussion a little bit more clear, maybe than that short report. It was extensive, and I think it might help some of the council discussion if I could.
Go ahead, George.
Okay. First off, like the report said, there was a lot of discussion in the room over the intent and the rationale and the reasoning for the proposed EFP. But I think one point that hasn't been highlighted here yet today, that was a main focal point of our SAS discussion. It was obviously the closed fishing season, but I heard in a lot of different conversations in our SAS room and, around the halls and other venues as well, while I was there in person, about the 500 salmon, number. And, if that was quote unquote too much fish or what that impact would have, right, to essentially the river run or the, directed salmon fisheries on the West Coast south of Falcon. And for reference, just so that everybody's aware and clear, the California recreational fishery last year was managed on roughly 103 Klamath impacts. And the Oregon fishery, both commercial and recreational, was managed on roughly 383 Klamath impacts. So that all the directed salmon fisheries, as constraining as they were last year, were built and crafted and managed on less than that 500, Klamath impacts. And I think that needed to be said just so that we could understand the reality of the situation and put into layman's terms what that actually impact is. From I think the outside looking in, and I have an odd understanding of the Klamath harvest model and a pretty deep understanding of salmon management, which maybe not everybody around the table and who may not work on this EFP, if it does move forward, that 500 salmon was basically what we had to work with, and the reason being is the current state of the Klamath Fall Run Chinook are in what was mentioned in one report as a depressed state, but it's actually being fished under a de minimis fisheries clause. The run size natural area component for the Klamath basin is supposed to be 40,700 natural area spawners, and we haven't met that target for a long time. So, there has been slivers of opportunity given so that we didn't have complete fisheries closures from Falcon South under that de minimis clause. So I just wanted to make those comments, so that everybody in discussion was aware of that. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, George. And just to clarify, California coast salmon fishing was extremely limited, but the south of Fork Falcon Oregon fisheries was pretty good this year. So just to put some relativeness into your statement there that 300, what how many fish you said Klamath to use for harvest of robust stocks is important to the salmon industry. So, all right, thank you, George. Any questions of George? Oh, yes, Aja.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, George, for the comment and for the additional information beyond what was in your report. I was actually hoping that the SAS and the SCT report would include more of the information that you added on at the end of your discussion, some of the more specific information about the direct impacts of the different stocks. Also, looking in from the outside, I remember hearing information about the two openers that happened during the summer, that there was I think a 7,000 fish number that you were shooting towards, and then there was like 9,000 that were caught there. And so I'm trying to reconcile all of the numbers together, and was just wondering if you can put a little bit more context to the recreational fishery versus the number that you were talking about with impacts all to just have some additional information for context.
Yeah, absolutely. Through Vice Chair, and thank you for the question. There was very limited recreational fishery in the state of California. There was, like was in the report, there was 2 days north of Point Arena, and at the same time there was that same fishing opportunity, south of there for the whole state, and they did have quota limits, and those quotas, set asides, harvest frameworks, whatever we want to call them these days, were caught. And the last data that I heard, and maybe there's updated data now, but I was told that there was 0 Klamath coated wire tag recoveries from that in the early analysis that was going on of this year's catch. And to speak to that, when we have de minimis fisheries, going on in the Klamath Basin, it's our job of season setting and using the harvest models to move our fleets away from that high risk areas, which is the KMZ. And we move our fleets farther north and farther south, and by putting those fishing efforts farther away from that high contact area, that buys more opportunity on other fish stocks that are doing better. And that's why there was the numbers of fish that were landed in that very limited fishery this year, was because we had to avoid the high target areas and move fishing efforts north and south. And like Mr. Smith mentioned, Oregon had a pretty successful fishery for their short amount of time and their broken openers as well, but they were forced north as well. There was no KMZ fishery, and that Southern Oregon, the Charleston, Coos Bay area didn't have fisheries this year either. And that was direct effect of trying to limit Klamath impacts because it is so vulnerable, and all the restoration work is going on. And that was quite a bit of our conversation. The SAS is this EFP is asking to move fishing effort directly into that zone that we have been managing directed fisheries away from for years. And I mean, just for context, myself, I live in Crescent City, and I have fished locally out of my port for my directed fisheries once in my life, and actually landed salmon in Crescent City because of the way that we have to manage by moving away from that weakest stock.
All right, thank you. Anything else for George? Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Before we go on to Michael, I thought that I would ask, is Keith Parker online from the Yurok tribe? I'm wondering, Mr. Executive Director, if Dave Stone should read his statement into the record, if that's what we do here.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess from a technical matter, there's no need to read anything into the record. Okay. If it's in our briefing book, it's in the record. The tribe did submit I'm sorry, the day is getting late. Did submit a letter to the briefing book several days ago that has some content that is relevant to your discussion. And so I'd encourage you to take a look at that. I guess I would look at Mr. Sones if it is his desire to speak to that report. Certainly, that's his prerogative as a council member, but if not, it is available to you in your briefing book.
Were we not able to get Keith online? Or?
Still not on, as far as still not on.
Okay. Well, I didn't get a chance to talk with them much on this particular thing, but if you'd summarize it and get to the bottom, I think they just basically say no to the whiting fishery in summary.
Just didn't want to leave anybody out of and I know sometimes you read other tribe statements, and I just wanted to make sure that we're all above board on that. So give every
Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Last on the APs is Michael O'Farrell from the STT. Michael, are you on?
Yes, I am.
You may commence, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to agenda item F4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, STT Report on Groundfish Exempted Fishing Permits. Salmon Technical Team discussed the whiting exempted fishing permit application, which requests exemption from prohibition on processing Pacific whiting between 4010 and 42 north latitudes. The STT reiterates concerns from the September 2023 Supplemental STT Report 1, saying that the STT is concerned with the potential bycatch of Klamath River fall Chinook in the whiting fleet's fall fishing season under the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, Section 6.5.2, bycatch and incidental take of non-groundfish species in groundfish fisheries. The STT, sorry for 1 second. While the whiting sectors are still within their bounds of Chinook bycatch at this time, we remind the Pacific Fishery Management Council of the critically low forecasted abundance of Klamath River fall Chinook, and that the stock has remained in an overfished condition since 2018. Additionally, Klamath River fall Chinook is facing further conservation concerns this year. Notes that Klamath River fall Chinook remains overfished at this time, and effects of the recent dam removals are not fully known at this time. That concludes the STT statement.
Thank you. Any questions for Mike? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and maybe an unfair question, Michael, but we just heard the SAS and George says it sounds like he could do it himself, but it sounds like you have a model for modeling the impacts of the Klamath River fall Chinook. Maybe I'm missing, but would it be possible just to run whatever the EFP amount of Chinook was through that to see what the impact would be? Or I'm guessing it's not that easy, but if you had any thoughts you're willing to share, great. If not, fair enough. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the question. The model that we use to help shape ocean and river salmon fisheries in the Klamath Basin is has a very narrow purpose. The model that we use there is focused on projecting the impacts from various fishing configurations up and down the coast and making projections of escapement and exploitation rates and so forth. And so much of the work that we do has to do with forecasting abundance, and that takes into account age 2 through 4-year-old fish for Klamath River fall Chinook. And so that doesn't really pick up on some of the other impacts to salmon stocks from, that are for, lower age classes and smaller fish. So I don't think that the tools that we use for planning fisheries are well suited to something along the lines of this topic that we're discussing today.
Any other Asian?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, and welcome back. Just to go a little further into that, you said that the tool that you use for in-season forecasting isn't a good tool for this. Is there a good tool for it? And I'm asking this with what's in my mind is that, I'll talk more about this later with remarks, but like shifting distribution of fisheries is going to come up again in the future, and I think it's necessary to be able to, directly think about the impacts, especially for some of these really troubled stocks like Klamath Chinook. So I'd just like to know, like, how would you do that? given that the model that we have right now for season forecasting does not fit the bill for thinking about it in this context.
Well, thank you for the question. It is a hard question to answer. Maybe it's my narrow focus on the work that the STT does for the council, but essentially we have two models that inform Klamath River Fall Chinook abundance and exploitation rates. We have a backward-looking cohort reconstruction that is more like a postseason kind of a model used to assess postseason what exploitation rates and abundances were in the past, and then the forward-looking KOHM model that forecasts impacts on fisheries and escapement in a prediction basis to help with shaping fisheries. I don't think either of those are very good at getting to the topic that we're talking about here. I think that there would need to be more time given to think about models that would do that, and that just really hasn't been a part of the STT's charge. So I think I'd hate to speculate here, the hot mic, and probably like to talk to the rest of the STT about this to see if there are other options that come to mind.
So before I call on you, Marcy, we're going to try to wrap up at 7. We got public testimony, and if we don't get to all of them, we will get back to it in the morning. I just want you to be aware of that. There's some things why we have to kind of cut off at 7. And during public testimony, just so I don't have to say this again, if there's somebody ahead of you that testified to what you're going to say, it's perfectly acceptable to say you agree or add whatever you want with the previous speaker, if you want to. I'm not a person that believes in cutting public testimony off if you want to give it, but if they're going to say the same thing that you're going to say or have said, then you're welcome, certainly welcome to say that if you choose. So Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I guess I would follow up and just ask, I believe Moran et al. And the model that they use to project stock composition by latitude would be a useful tool to model the stock composition of catch by latitude between the area of 4010 to 42, so that we could pretty reasonably project for Chinook what portion of those 500 Chinook would be, for example, California coastal versus Klamath Fall or Klamath complex and Sonk. So for any species for which we have the genetic markers, we should be able to distribute the projected number of Chinook that would be of each stock identity. Is that right?
Thanks for the question. I think that's right. It's been a number of years since the STT looked at the results from Moran, and so I would trust you on that. But it's been a long time since we looked at that.
Thank you, Marcy. Any other questions for Michael? All right. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to race right into public comment. It looks like we have 9. And so the first one is Daniel Portnoff. Are you there, my friend?
Yes. Is anyone able to hear me?
We are able to hear you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chair Smith and members of the council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Apologies for being able to join in person.
Hold on 1 second. You got a lot of banging and cracking going on in the background there.
Is this any better?
I think it's better. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No problem. My name is Daniel Portman, and I'm a graduate student in Marine Biodiversity and Conservation at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I'm speaking today to express concern regarding the proposed exempted fishing permit that would authorize catcher, processor, and mothership vessels in the Pacific Whiting Fishery, between 42 degrees north and 4010 north.
Daniel, it's not coming in, so I'm gonna move on, and come back to you. And if we happen to close early, you can call in tomorrow. But we just can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry. It's not. And I want your testimony is important to this process. So I want to make sure you have an opportunity. So I'm gonna skip you right now, and I'll try to come back to you if we have enough time. But you will have an opportunity to speak tomorrow. So the next three is Trent, Glenn, and Mike.
Good evening, council members. My name is Trent Hartel. I am the president of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative, and I am here today on behalf of the cooperative as well as representing American Seafoods that participates in the catcher processor sector and the mothership sector in the whiting fishery.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Merrill. I'm with Glacier Fish Company. We are also one of the participants in the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative.
Good evening through the chair, council members. My name is Mike Myers. I work for Trident Seafoods, and I am a board member of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Co-op. Thank you.
Through the chair, tonight you have the entirety of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative Board of Directors with you today. And so to start our testimony, I'd like to remind you of us coming to the council in June and communicating our intent and our desire to pursue an EFP that would allow processing in the state of California, in a portion of California, so 4010. Since that process, we've had numerous conversations with stakeholders, council members, participants in and outside of the whiting fishery. We have learned a lot. We have gained a lot of valuable insights and information to improve the EFP application. And particularly, we appreciate the conversations and the feedback that have led up to this meeting and at this meeting. We feel that through this process and through the insightful information that has been provided through the advisory panels and the conversations, we have good information to improve the application to address concerns that have been identified. A number of them that we've heard through the reports that have led up to our testimony, we want to just call out a number of revisions that we intend to make as a result of this open and transparent process. One is adding a limit on coho salmon as identified in the CDFW report, improving the clarity of goals and objectives, and identifying performance objectives in the EFP. Adding an exemption for VMS requirements for the fleet as identified in the Enforcement Committee report, and clarifying that all EFP participants catch would occur above the 4010 line as outlined in the EFP. Another key element that we have identified through the process is concern regarding the biological opinion. We want to be crystal clear with the council and all stakeholders that there is under no conditions would we pursue with any activity relative to an EFP or outside of an EFP that is not consistent with Magnuson-Stevens Act, Endangered Species Act, or any other regulatory provision. We also understand that the concerns that were identified in the CDFW report, as well as other concerns identified through this process relative to the biological opinion, are legitimate and valuable concerns to be addressed. We understand that the normal process for proceeding with any EFP that has biological opinion concerns is that the agency would evaluate these concerns and provide feedback relative to the incidental take statement and whether the EFP application is consistent or not consistent in that regard. And we support that thorough process that the agency would undertake. A couple final points is the process moving forward. We are intending to take as much of the feedback that we have received through the advisory bodies and all the feedback, take into account as much as possible in incorporating that in revising our application. We plan to work closely with NMFS in reviewing the application, considering terms and conditions, and any other analysis to support a thorough application. Finally, I want to leave a little bit of time for each of us to just clarify and remind the council why this is so important for our companies. Our companies participate in the global trade of the products that we catch in the whiting fishery. What happens at this council matters in terms of our companies being able to be successful in that global trade. So this body supporting measures that can facilitate consistent access to whiting aggregations supports our companies and supports our markets.
Thank you, Trent. Through the chair, again, I'm Mike Myers and I represent Trident Seafoods. Trident operates 2 catcher processors in the Pacific whiting fishery. Trident is a vertically integrated company with multiple reprocessing facilities globally. We operate in the United States of America as well as Europe and Asia, reprocessing our products. Pacific whiting represents a significant portion of our at-sea production, and it's utilized in a global distribution network of both finished goods, including food service products, as well as retail products. Trident is committed to continue sustainability in fishing, as well as efficiency in Pacific whiting utilization, and being a leader in non-targeted species avoidance measures. Pacific whiting is extremely important to the overall bottom line of our corporation, and we depend on it for economic viability. Thank you.
In 5 seconds. I would like to say, our company shares many of these same concerns, and just very briefly, I'll note, we also look at this as a response for climate resiliency. Our ability to move north and south of areas where salmon might occur as incidental catch in our fisheries is something that we would like to pursue. We believe that this represents an opportunity to test in a very measured and discrete manner with careful oversight an important tool for management. How can we potentially do better in terms of avoiding Chinook salmon, coho salmon bycatch, which, as we all know, is of great concern to everybody here. Thank you again for your time.
I see that, Sharon, you have your hand up. I hope this time they're not fooling me.
No, sir, they are not. My hand was up. So, am I allowed to go ahead with the question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm still learning a lot about this particular fishery. I do have a question. I think I recall reading in at least your original application, recognizing that catcher boats can already fish south of 42 North. I also recall, I think I saw that you would take on the responsibility of enrolling catcher boats that wanted to participate in the EFP. I'm just trying to get a sense of relative to how many catcher boats currently in general would be fishing south of 42 versus how many you might see because of the ability of the motherships to also travel south for processing might then also participate in this particular endeavor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'll just start by noting that As a co-applicant on the EFP application, Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative is solely engaged in catcher processor activities in the whiting fishery. That said, American Seafoods does have a mothership platform, so I can speak to that component of it, but will also note that I am aware of a few other testifiers that will follow that may be able to provide a deeper dive into your question. But just from my company's standpoint, we typically have 3 to 4 catcher vessels that are associated with our platform. Those catcher vessels are paired to kind of match the throughput of the factory and provide a consistent flow of fish. So from our perspective, we would anticipate 3 to 4 catcher vessels associated with our mothership platform.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I believe in June, when you proposed this before, I thought something that was critically important for me as a tribal representative, that we don't consider ourselves a user group, but a government, and had requested that you guys contact the Yurok and Hupa tribes with your proposal. Were you able to do that?
Through the chair, Mr. Stones, appreciate the question. I recall that dialogue in June, and following that meeting, we had a number of conversations and felt that the government-to-government relationship was most appropriate to have that outreach from the National Marine Fisheries Service, and so that was the reason why we chose to maintain continuing to develop the protocols for guiding the fishery development within the whiting participants in the sectors.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody had a Corey Rains, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, gentlemen, for being here and for all the information you've provided. It's been incredibly informative. I wanted to ask if Glacier or Trident has any processing facilities in California.
Through the chair, Ms. Ridings, no, we do not. We only operate one catcher processor.
Can I ask why you don't have any facilities in California?
Through the chair, Ms. Ridings. So our vessels are home ported for us in Seattle, and that's where we operate from. So we have our facilities there. We rely on all the infrastructure that's been developed in the Seattle area that helps to support our fleet. I'll also note that our vessels are also active in the Alaska fisheries as well. For us, that's Pelagic, for the one vessel that we have that participates in the Pacific whiting fishery. And so one of the things that has developed over many decades of participating in both of these fisheries is that is an equidistant location, if you will, and it represents a very reasonable place for us to do business in terms of home porting our vessel and receiving input to that vessel.
I would just echo Mr. Merrill's statements. It's very similar. Thank you.
Anyone? Lynn?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Based on the calls and conversations, emails I've received and the various public comments we've gotten in the briefing book, there's some concerns about the number of vessels that could be participating in this EFP. Has there been any consideration on maybe limiting it to 1 or 2 vessels for this first year or two? Right now, I think it's for any or all of the CPs and motherships. That could maybe alleviate some concerns. I know there's operational issues depending on what boat's available when and breakdowns and crews and all that. But have you all had any consideration of reducing the number of vessels that might participate? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, thanks for the question. Yes, we have had quite a bit of discussion on just that point. I think that there's a few reasons why we feel fairly strongly about the benefits of having the sector-wide footprint. First of all, our vessels are not cookie cutter vessels. They're not all the same in terms of size, dimensions. There's differences in horsepower, in net configurations, in factory throughput, in freezing capacity. These differences are produce quite a bit of different result in terms of individual fishery operations. And so if this were to be limited to per a one or a two or a small number of vessels, we're going to be missing out on the broader footprint and participation pattern of our sector. Ultimately, what we want to work towards is an informed and cautious approach to a fully regulated fishery that does not have differences in these two areas. And we feel like the best way to go about that is to ensure that we have a very cautious approach, a very informed approach, but will provide the appropriate scaled information to evaluate the fishery. I think that an additional consideration here is, how we operate. We don't operate as individual vessels in a silo. We have the benefit of having a robust cooperative system where we have communications between vessels, and that bycatch avoidance approach is calibrated and tailored to the sector level where we benefit from having more vessels on the water, so we can understand what areas to avoid and what areas to go to when we have enough information flowing into the system to guide those movement patterns. In the absence of that, we're missing out on the ability to optimize our bycatch avoidance. We're missing out on a full picture of what the sector is operating at, and I think that shortchanges the council, the participants' ability to fully understand the impacts and evaluate the data derived from the CFP.
If I may, just to reiterate one point, I think that has been perhaps a bit of confusion, and I think there are a lot of folks who are getting used to our whiting fishery, which is very different than many of the other fisheries that folks I think are familiar with. We do not operate in a race for fish. So we operate with very tight controls. We have 2 observers on board our vessels. We have flow scales. We have cameras. And that intensive monitoring, I think, allows us to be able, with our multiple platforms, to be operating in a very consistent manner. It allows us to be able to do things like test tows to make sure that we understand what's happening when we enter into an area and communicate that information. I'll also note that one of the things that we've talked about as well is that our vessels operate with different patterns depending upon the time of year. So identifying all of the vessels that are in our cooperative as potentially being eligible to participate in this area is important because one vessel may be participating in the spring, they may not participate in the fall, they may participate in both the spring and the fall, or they may participate in different times in the spring and fall. So that opportunity for each of the vessels for our 3 different companies to be able to tailor their operations under the EFP, under manners and provisions that are similar to fishing, helps us to allow for a comparison. What happens north of 42, what happens south of 42.
Kind of a tie. I'll let Marcy go first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I'm not sure exactly what I heard, Trent, in your opening remarks. Did you indicate that your catcher vessels are willing to be signatories to the EFP, which was a recommendation in the EC report? You referenced the EC report and you spoke to some of the content there, but are your catcher vessels willing to be signatories?
Through the chair, Marcy, I believe in my opening comments I referenced the note in the EC report regarding the VMS inconsistencies that they highlighted. I didn't provide any comments on relative to catcher vessels, and I have not asked that specific question of our catcher vessels, so I don't have an answer for you.
Thank you.
Amy Diamond.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. So just real quick, there was, in between what was published in the briefing book and today, there was a lot of conversations in the advisory bodies, and different advisory and MT reports mentioned some things that were discussed as you agreeing to do additional things that are not currently captured on paper. And I'm hoping that I'm just going to name a couple that I saw that you'd be willing to have in the terms and conditions, things like that. Not limited to, but just to have it out there. including requirements for test tows and then reporting out before a subsequent haul. Before a subsequent tow, I mean.
Through the chair, Jamie. So two parts to this answer, I think. One is that we currently have a test tow requirement in how we currently operate. So I would envision that we would be implementing that on the grounds as we currently have it. And so I think that in regards to what a test tow provision would look like in an EFP, we would support having a test tow provision and work with the agency to ensure that the terms and conditions are consistent with our operations and support the intent and the desire behind that requirement in EFP. But note that we do currently have that as a tool that we are currently using and would anticipate we would continue to use it in this EFP.
It was mentioned in the SAS meeting, and I just remember that coming up, and so just want it actually on there. Including voluntary provisions in the proposal, like in the one pager, there's a few items that it says voluntary, but then it also says mandatory. And so the voluntary provisions, would you be willing to include those in the terms and conditions, such as the salmon excluders? It says voluntary salmon excluders, information exchange, mandatory movement for encounters with all non-target and salmon species.
Through the chair, Jamie, similar answer to previous answer. These are things that we already incorporate, that we already do. So yes.
Just when it says voluntary versus it's written like as this is a thing.
Yeah. If I may, I think perhaps some of the confusion is that these are provisions that are covered within how our cooperative operates. And so these are provisions that we would anticipate that those would continue as we fish in this area south of 42. That's sort of our status quo operational construct, if you will, and we would not change that.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. That was some of the conversation that was going around was it's voluntary. So why, I'm not saying that you wouldn't or couldn't, or I'm just want it out there. And then again, like I said, there were several other items throughout reports that mentioned things that you had discussed, the 14 coho cap, the May 15th start date, which I believe is in there. But just want to make sure that we have a commitment to those commitments that were made there. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be very clear on this so that there's no confusion. Yes, we would support putting in a term and condition that would establish a limit of no more than 14 coho, and then also the May 15th start date.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Gentlemen, thank you for coming for us this evening. Clint, you mentioned about flow scales, the observer coverage, but cameras. I guess my understanding, you do have camera systems in the nets, right? So you can actually see what's going on as you're towing. So that's okay. So thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I noticed in the GAP report, and I didn't really get to talk to the tribes really quickly on this, but there was a concern with the smaller, younger fish being caught in that area. But I know we are having different environmental changes from when those stock assessments or what our historical knowledge of the species is. Are you seeing that, or are there, and are you making would they be making surimi, or would these be H&G targeted size?
Through the chair, Mr. Sones, I think that first it's important to note that on an annual basis, the whiting treaty process and the stock assessment associated with it provides an estimate of mortality by age class. And specifically, there's a projection for the following year's fishery based on the assessment, identifying what the anticipated mortality is by the dominant age classes in the fishery. So on an annual basis, we do have an understanding, at least, a forward-looking projection based on the survey and the assessment, what those age class mortality impacts would be. So we know that in some years there have been large recruitment events that bring in a significant. The age structure is dominated by younger year classes, and that shows up as a signal in the catch pattern as well as the assessment. So I would reflect on what has been the pattern in the past in terms of. There have been years where we've caught a higher proportion of younger fish, and there have been years where we've caught very few younger fish, and it's largely reflected of the stock dynamics that are unfolding at the time, not the location of the fishery or the participation patterns within the fishery, but what recruitment events are occurring in the fishery.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thanks.
So, any other comments? I will say this, gentlemen, however this turns out, I have no idea. But from what I saw, you guys were very open and transparent and came out to people. Outreach was, an A, and I appreciate that. So this is a topic that's heartfelt on both sides, passion, not really against anybody, just it's just the times we're in, and timing is everything, like we talked about, and so we are reaching the bewitching hour. And I guess what I want to say tomorrow, if there's people that have to catch an airplane and get out of the hotel, before we could get you in here first to testify, and if you let somebody with a higher pay grade than me know that, we'll try to change the order to make sure you get to testify tomorrow morning. And I don't have the clearance to stop the meeting, so I'm going to turn it over to our chairman, who will probably ask the executive director, and there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll turn to the Executive Director for any comments here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks everyone for going long today. We will come back tomorrow and take up the balance of the public comment and then move into council discussion and action on this item. And our plan is to continue to hold our agenda schedule as outlined, and I was optimistic yesterday. I was optimistic today. Maybe I've got a pattern going here. I'll be optimistic again tomorrow that some of our agenda topics should go efficiently, but I'm super optimistic tomorrow. So I think by the end of tomorrow, we'll be back on schedule, and I've just jinxed it, I'm sure. But